The Senate will come to order. Members, before we continue on with motions and resolutions, I just want to make a quick announcement. There's a long-standing custom of the Minnesota Senate for members not to display visual advocacy while we're on the Senate floor. There have been multiple complaints to me from members of the Minority Caucus that they view a thin blue line lapel pin being worn by members of the Majority Caucus as visual advocacy. Therefore, they have requested that members remove the thin blue line lapel pin while in the Senate chamber.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, I would like to apologize, but I'm not going to apologize. I'm simply going to state I gave out pins in respect for my law enforcement officer today when he was being recognized as the Minnesota Police Officer of the Year for 2020. So I will respect your decision to remove my pin, but I was doing it in respect for our law enforcement officer today while he was in the Senate.
Members, we will continue under motions and resolutions. We will take up the conference committee report on Senate File 9. Senator Pratt. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we'll take up the conference committee report on Senate File 9. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the foregoing recommendations and conference committee report on Senate File 9 do now be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the conference committee.
To that motion, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are really only two changes to the bill as it left off the floor. We made some technical changes to the broadband language, and we adopted a House amendment that provides $5 million in economic relief to the businesses in the Northwest Angle. Those businesses have been cut off by Canada and have seen extreme economic hardship. And so those are the only changes to the bill, Mr. President, and I recommend members approve and adopt the committee report.
Discussion on the Pratt motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate File 9. Senator Bigham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to keep this brief. It's disappointing that the majority party in the Senate didn't want to protect steel workers, trades workers from hazardous work conditions. Because I know in a couple minutes here, there's going to be a lot of profession about keeping communities safe. So I just want to keep that in people's mind as we go on to the next bill we're debating. But to this at hand, this conference committee, I want to thank Senator Champion for advocating to keep this position in the House, majority party for keeping this provision. We offered limiting the scope, even compromise on it, to only limit it to facilities, petroleum refining facilities that used HF acid, hydrofluoric acid, one of the most dangerous chemicals, and the majority in the Senate would not even accept that to protect workers at refineries, contractors that come in related to doing turnaround shutdowns which start next year, and they certainly did not protect my community if there would be an exposure of HF acid. So it's extremely disappointing.
Further discussion on the conference committee report for Senate File 9. Senator Ruud, followed by Senator Utke. Senator Ruud.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, all session, many of us, Senators Utke, Senator Bach, Senator Tomassoni, and myself, have been pleading with our congressional delegation and the governor to address the problem for a small but important handful of Minnesotans that live detached from our border, the 120 citizens that reside in the Northwest Angle. There are 14 resorts and a small handful of guides and other businesses that call that piece of Minnesota home. They've been isolated from commerce since March of 2020 by the closure of the Canadian border. This has caused a devastating economic hardship to these families. Many resorts report losses of income and revenue of up to 90%. The community itself financed and built a guest ice road this winter to bring brave anglers in to fish, and it did provide some income for a couple winter months in 2021. Most importantly, the ice road brought some hope in a time of despair and in losing everything. So we have been searching for a way to help, and I want to thank Representatives Fischbach and Stauber and Senator Klobuchar and Smith and Governor Walz for attempting to apply pressure on the President to reopen our border, but it remains closed to this day. I believe the first time that they may be open is July 21st. This Jobs Conference Committee report contains a very important lifeline to provide economic assistance to those struggling families and resorts with a forgivable loan program that can assist with their losses and to get them through to the other side. Losing the resorts on the northwest angle literally meaning losing the angle as we know it to be. And so I'm thankful to Senator Pratt and Representative Neuer for including this critical assistance in the final bill, and also Representatives Grassel and Eklund for pushing this program, as well as the community of Minnesota Resorts and the Lake of the Woods Chamber, who tried really to virtually connect this community with our chamber so that we wouldn't lose them, even though they are no longer, they're not connected to us physically. And I also want to thank Commissioner Grove from the governor's office who helped us to support to do this. I've spent much of my time in the legislature supporting resorts and tourism. It's how the average Minnesotan connects to our natural resources and to our lakes and is able to enjoy the great outdoors. So this conference committee report helps save 14 resorts that may well be lost forever without this bill. I sit on the Explore Minnesota Tourism Council, and we promote all kinds of tourism across the state that's driven by tourists. And this bill is the only way to help those resorts and businesses that are prevented from having guests. So I thank all of you for supporting this effort. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Pratt motion, Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt and your team and conferees for including this important measure, and thank you, Senator Ruud, for covering a number of the pieces that affect the limited number of our Minnesotans who call the Northwest Angle home. And it happens to fall within my district, so it's an area that I have had a chance to be a little closer to, but it's important to all of us. And when we talk about how they are isolated from the rest of the world, it is a tourism area. Senator Ruud talked about the number of resorts and such on the mainland and also out on a couple of the bigger islands that surround the Northwest Angle. One of the resorts on the mainland, and it's a sizable resort. I was up there this winter when we got a chance to visit them via the ice road, and you heard me talk about the ice road a little more and the effects of the isolation back when I offered an amendment on to the transportation bill back in the regular session in middle of May, just showing how isolated these people are. But the important feature there that this bill will help out some on, this was a sizable resort, and their Minnesota sales tax collections last summer, June, July, and August, were $3. Imagine how small, I mean, it's just ridiculous how small that is, but they've been isolated out of no fault of their own. COVID came about, the Canadian border has been closed, and their customers cannot get to them. And the other people too, those that own property on the Northwest Angle can't even get to their property, but that's a whole nother issue. This one is about trying to keep those resorts around. We're in the second summer season with zero business, so this will help them pay insurance premiums, pay mortgages, pay property taxes, and put a little food on their table to be able to survive this. And hopefully better times are ahead, and hopefully they'll be here again soon. So thank you, Senator Pratt, and your team again for putting this in the bill through the conference committee process, and the Northwest Angle will appreciate it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 9. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a moment to talk about a little bit about this bill, this report, and remember that earlier this morning when session began, we took a moment to honor Officer Eric Mattson for his perseverance and strength and courage after being injured on the job as a police officer. And being a police officer is a dangerous job. In fact, based on the Bureau of Labor and Industry report, it is the 22nd most dangerous job in the United States. Being a steelworker in a refinery is the 11th most dangerous job in the United States. And we took out the language to protect and make sure that those jobs are being done safely, that the folks have training necessary to do those jobs safely. That is why it's a provision that this Senate put in with 50 votes. It's a provision that was taken out with 6 votes in finance, and it is now still missing after this comes back to us from conference committee. So while I am proud that we are standing up for worker safety for some, we should be standing up for worker safety for all. That's an important missing provision in this bill, and I'm disappointed that we didn't get it in there.
Any further discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 9? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Secretary will give the bill its 3rd reading.
Senate File Number 9, a bill for an act relating to state government establishing a biannual budget for the Department of Employment and Economic Development and the Department of Labor and Industry.
3rd reading. Any final discussion on the bill? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, thank you, members, for adopting the conference committee report. I've mentioned all the other times this bill's been on the floor, and it's been many, that this is a bill focused on economic recovery. Now, I do want to address the refinery piece just a little bit. There was some last-minute language that came through. It was targeted to one specific business. It seemed to me that it was more about interjecting the Senate and the legislature in a labor dispute. And I came across this court case from 2001 where the issue was whether or not portions of Minnesota sprinkler fitter statute and rules which required contractors to adopt approved apprenticeship programs was preempted by ERISA. And the district court issued a permanent injunction against the state preventing enforcement of the apprenticeship regulations. Mr. President, we all are here. We all want our communities and the people who work in these refineries to be safe. But we have to do this right. We have to do this right. And Senator Rarick, on numerous occasions, has talked about the fact that he's willing to work across the aisle and find some true safety measures in this case. And I will stand with Senator Rarick to make sure that the people who work in these refineries are safe. But we cannot rush legislation that's not ready. We cannot get in the middle of a labor dispute. And we need to take the time necessary and come back early next session with a well thought out plan that balances the needs and the responsibilities of both sides equally. Mr. President, I urge a yes vote on the conference committee report.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 9. See no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Tomassoni a yes vote.
Tomassoni votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Nelson votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 15 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made for special orders for immediate consideration. Members, it's the number 2 on the sheet on your desk.
Members, the bill up for consideration is number 2 on general order, Senate File 7. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the Judiciary and Public Safety Omnibus Bill, and we've had quite a robust discussion in Conference Committee, and then after conference committee. It then was discussed between leadership, between the, pardon me, the two chambers, majority leaders, that is. This is the omnibus budget bill for the judicial branch. It includes courts, public defenders, civil legal service, guardians ad litem, the Department of Corrections, the criminal justice divisions of the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Human Rights, and a number of smaller boards and commissions. This agreement has a myriad of policy-only provisions also. And the current general fund spending for this area of the budget in fiscal year 2021 is $2.56 billion. The forecast base for fiscal year 22 and 23 is $2.54 billion. It's a slight decrease, which is generally accounted for in the disaster assistance contingency account, which is funded each biennium with a one-time appropriation. The base budget already includes many current ongoing appropriations our members will support, including funding for youth intervention programs, crime victim services, domestic shelters, firefighter training and equipment, 9/11 and emergency communication services, crime labs, law enforcement training grants, and VSETs, that's the Violent Crime Enforcement Teams, and offender reentry services as inmates leave prison. The leadership target that was just concluded contains a joint target for the final agreement, is now $227 million above base for fiscal year 22 and 25. That's a 4-year total, which is split $102 million in the first biennium and $125 million in the second. This bill fully meets Governor Walz's executive branch operating adjustments. That's $78.25 million across 4 years for salaries and health insurance increases, plus some miscellaneous expenses such as increased costs for laboratory supplies at the BCA. Some of the agency operating adjustments are offset by Department of Correction office space, rent reduction, and other savings during the COVID-19 episode, and a reduced prison population as well. Department of Corrections inmate population decreased from approximately 9,700 inmates to around 7,300. That reflects savings, but nevertheless, we do have to be prepared when that population resurges after the courts are open. It includes a Hometown Heroes provision for firefighters, and that's included at $8 million per biennium. That was authored by Senator Howe. There are some law enforcement provisions, both funding and policy-only provisions. There are 3 law enforcement associations that support these particular ones. The Matson Strong provision, which enhances penalties for first-degree assault against police officers, authored by Senator Jasinski. An expansion of VSETs, that's the Violent Crime Enforcement Teams, which investigates gangs and drug trafficking. We're also introducing an experimental concept of a VSET unit specifically for light rail violent crime reduction. Peace Officer Standard and Training Post Board model policy was adopted on this regarding confidential informants, known as Matthews Law. That was a contribution by Senator Senjem. There is a body camera provision for state law enforcement officers at the BCA, Alcohol and Gambling Enforcement, Department of Natural Resources. That was a Governor Walz initiative. Other law enforcement provisions, law enforcement training grants of $6 million per year. That's already funded in 22 and 23. This bill now extends them through fiscal year 24 and 25. The training grants will be named after Philando Castile as a training program in his name. That was a House position that was agreed to. Minnesota state law enforcement salary increases are included in this bill by leadership agreement, and that was also originally introduced by Senator Howe and Ingebrigtsen. Current law allows 911 operators to refer mental health calls to local social services, but this bill requires a referral and a co-response in a bill named Travis Law. There are times in rural communities where they do not have the resources for mental health practitioners, so we added the words "where available" in the language. Technical modification to the post-board police misconduct database was established in 2020. This is compromise language originally introduced by Senator Champion. We codify no-knock warrant case law, which includes modifications to the no-knock warrant provision, a limitation that may not be used in cases that only involve drug possession that is for personal use or possession. And probable cause is required for a judge to issue a no-knock warrant in non-personal use cases. This was also compromise language. That language was originally introduced by Senator Fateh. Another provision, body camera grants for local law enforcement agencies with a non-metro prioritization, includes a one-time funding. One-time $800,000 appropriation for innovation and community safety grants will fund alternatives to policing. That was a provision by Representative Mariani. Included in the Senate-only fiscal provisions was the establishment of a new crime of child torture that was introduced by Senator Carlson. Another provision, domestic abuse program evaluation to better determine which measures and treatment actually work for stopping abusive cycles and behavior, was introduced by Senator Anderson. Another provision, tougher criminal child pornography sentences by re-ranking the dissemination and possession on the sentencing guidelines grid. Included from the House and Governor Walz's fiscal provisions, we included the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Office. I think that title was changed to relatives rather than just women in the Office of Justice Programs. That's a $1 million biennial budget. It will be ongoing. That was introduced and promoted by both Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, Becker-Finn initiative in the House, and I believe there are others in this chamber that are also highly in support of it. We're also including the Missing and Murdered African Women and Children Task Force. That's a one-time funding for now. That was a House provision. Senator Latz contributed to the waiver reduction of criminal traffic surcharge for indigent persons. Another provision that was recognized by the House, or introduced by the House, was the Hardell-Sherrill Act on jailhouse safety and security provisions, which will include audits. Being a former correction officer, I was certainly moved by the story of Hardell-Sherrill and the lack of attention that was given to him when he complained of a medical issue which eventually led to his death. Civil asset forfeiture, what is included, it's a stakeholder agreement reform between county attorneys, sheriffs, chiefs of police. They are neutral on this provision. However, with costs that go across multiple agencies. However, it is included. That was a Senator Mark Johnson provision. Another provision is the employment grant to allow the Department of Corrections to issue a request for proposal for a corporate partner to mentor offenders that will be leaving the Department of Corrections facilities. That was introduced by Senator Ingebrigtsen. We also have a task force that we're initiating, the felony murder, also known as aiding and abetting task force, it will be conducted by the Department of Corrections. This is a compromise language, one-time funding, originally introduced by Senator Chamberlain. Another provision, notable new general fund staff positions are included for the Post Board, the DPS Juvenile Justice Unit, 2 positions for them, BCA Forensic Labs, 4 FTEs plus lab supplies, and DPS Sex Trafficking Investigation Coordinator, which has been something that's been pursued for a few years. Also included is the ignition interlock required for all repeat DWI offenders. That comes from special revenue. That was introduced by Senator Coleman. The Innocent Project's jailhouse witness data provision, which was housed in Department of Corrections, is also included. Youth Intervention Program grants increase. That was introduced by Senator Ingebrigtsen. Racial diversity in St. Cloud and Rochester youth shelter programs, one-time funding introduced by Senator Dornick. Also included are some Senate and House, what I would call same and similar provisions. The first one is the expansion of criminal sexual conduct laws in cases of voluntary intoxication. That was an offer that was, or a provision that was included and voted on as a standalone provision here. It's now included. Increased penalties for sexual assault involving children and nursing home victims. A new crime of sexual extortion for unwanted coercive acts involving threats or retaliation. That was introduced by Senator Senjem. Increased penalties for sex traffickers, introduced by Senator Anderson. There is a reference to the elimination of criminal statute of limitations in cases where there's no DNA evidence. I believe that's for rape. That was introduced by Senator Senjem. The existing law that we have was a product of compromise, that in the event that there was no evidence, despite the fact that if there was evidence, let me put it in a different frame, if there is evidence, then there would be no statute of limitations in existing state law. We're now recognizing that there does not need to be physical evidence and one can advance with a case, despite the fact that it may be difficult. Transfer to BCA, those investigations involving sexual assault where both parties in the case are National Guard members, is included. Senator Duckworth brought that forward. A new public safety network alert category of missing Minnesotans suffering from Alzheimer's disease is included by Senator Draheim. Expansion of alternatives to incarceration, pilot project for nonviolent offenders with substance abuse issues to get treatment in 2 additional counties with the goal of lowering recidivism came from Senator Rarick. Enhanced reentry services to help offenders leaving prison with sufficient identification and medications. That was from Senator Osmick, with the backing of the Department of Corrections. There's appropriations for expanded services and treatment under the Healthy Start Act, a temporary release program for pregnant and postpartum inmates who give birth while incarcerated. That was introduced, and it was also a standalone bill by Senator Kiffmeyer. Courthouse security grants for physical building security. That was a judicial branch initiative, is included. Data Practice Commission is reestablished under this omnibus bill. One-time increase in probation funding to counties. Salary adjustments, 2.5% per year for judges and court staff. The judicial branch distributes staff raises based on merit and not simply COLAs. and all judicial branch health insurance increases are included. A significant increase in public defenders, 8.7% increase above the base, and civil legal services will receive 21.5% increase above the base. Senate agreement with several Governor Waltz priorities include permanent expansion of the School Safety Center, rapid DNA testing technology at the BCA, a decrease in 9/11 emergency service fees. We're actually reducing a cost to our ratepayers from 95 cents to 80 cents per month on all Minnesota phone lines. Minnesota Department of Human Rights certificates of compliance will increase their fees. According to this, cybersecurity funding to meet federal requirements for BCA database usage and minute costs for the Department of Corrections. There are some noteworthy policies from the House or from Governor Waltz without a Senate position, which are included: a timely processing of law enforcement documentation that a legal immigrant is a crime victim for purposes of the federal government reviewing the case and possibly issuing a U visa under current federal law. The Minnesota Department of Human Rights policy provisions include authority to fine businesses up to $5,000 per year for failure to comply with voluntary workforce and compliance certificates. That was introduced by Senator Bigham. Immunity from prosecution for drug use or underage drinking if the person under the influence is assisting a sexual assault victim is included. Felony drive-by shooting crime clarification addressing Minnesota court decisions that invalidated part of Minnesota law. That's included. Included is a policy with a Senate position. Making permanent the harmless errors and wills provision authorized during the COVID-19 episode was passed. Senator Johnson included that. DWI reinstatement issues included various bipartisan Senate authors. Several provisions have passed with broad support. That's on the DWI reinstatement issues. The juvenile shackling and juvenile alternatives to incarceration are included in this bill. There has been news stories regarding shackling of juveniles as they attend a court hearing, and only unless the judge insists on it, juvenile shackling will not be their standard default position. BCA policy on background checks and process, conforming state law to federal requirements related to licensing involving children, the elderly, and individuals with disabilities is included. The BCA policy to clarify predatory offender registry following a court case is included. Office of Justice OJP policy bill updating victim notification statutes is also included. I think I've covered just about everything in this bill. The budget provisions, I hope, are at your desk. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, before I conclude, I would want to say that this is a rather comprehensive list of items that we addressed this year. It was a lengthy discussion in the House. And I might want to add that we are a divided government, and we come to some of these issues with various degrees of opposition. It's been a rather difficult process to arrive at a common point. I believe we have, as far as we can go. And some of the issues that the House wants will have to continue to be discussed. There are supporters on this list. Some of the supporters are, and I'll read them to you, Minnesota Peace and Police Officers Association, sheriffs and chiefs of police, county attorneys are in support, DWI Task Force, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Minnesota Teen Challenge, the Innocent Project, firefighter groups regarding the Hometown Heroes, petroleum refineries. There's a piece there about firefighter safety. It's not to be confused with the issue that was in the jobs bill. There's other provisions on sexual assault, domestic abuse. Victim advocacy groups are in support, crime victim advocates, and of course data practice and government, what I call government sunshine, folks that want to keep knowing what's in government, what's going on in government, are also in support of the provisions that we've included in this bill. I will conclude my statements, Mr. President, and stand for comment.
Discussion on Senate File 9, Senate File 7. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm the DFL lead on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I think emblematic of the process this spring and this summer, I have not been included in the conversations that led to the bill that we have before us. And I say that not because of any ego that needs to be fed, but because the process that led to the bill before us has not been a healthy one. And for starters, you can say what you want to say about the content of the bill. But to, in many ways, freeze out 31 members of the Senate from the negotiations and the conversations that led to the content of these bills is a really bad way to go about making public policy. And that has also been emblematic of the way that bills introduced by the minority in this body were not given hearings throughout the course of the spring session. So what we have before us is a bill that contains many good provisions, some of which I have worked on for a decade, and certainly many years. And there are provisions which generate much consensus in this bill. But this bill is lacking some very important provisions as well. And I'm going to focus particularly on what I judge as the failure of this bill to rise to the historic opportunity that presented itself to the legislature in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. Now, I know, honestly, there are some members of this body that will heave a sigh at that issue being brought again to the forefront of the conversation. Why are we still dealing with that? Why was it such a big deal? Why did it raise or open a conversation that is so broad and so difficult and so heart-wrenching? And to those persons I say, take off your rose-colored glasses. Open your eyes to experiences that most of us in this body have never had in our lifetime, but are very real, very poignant, very deadly for some communities in Minnesota. Not every community's experience with law enforcement is the same, quite to the contrary. And what we saw in the wake of the Floyd murder was a community convulsed by a most stark example of law enforcement behavior toward a particular community of color.
Now, I'm going to be very careful here not to paint with too broad a brush, because I'm not one who demonizes all law enforcement. To the contrary. I hold law enforcement in a great deal of respect. But we often have bills that come through the legislature in which even the industry or the organizations or the portion of society that is targeted for the regulation or the restriction or the consumer protection will come to us and will say, we know that we have some issues and we welcome some scrutiny and we think it's important to put some appropriate regulation in place so that the bad apples among us, even if it's not just isolated, but in some cases fairly widespread, so that they do not besmirch the reputation of the entire group that is proposed to be regulated. So I come to this with a mixture of respect for our law enforcement who go out every day to deal with the portions of society that the rest of us, frankly, don't want to have to deal with directly. They get the calls to the tough 911 complaints, but also understanding that in some organizations, in some groups, among some subgroups within law enforcement, there is an approach or an attitude or a disrespect for certain communities, and those communities end up becoming victimized rather than protected. So now, over a year ago, a discussion commenced on this very topic. And yes, last summer in special session, there were some important but limited reforms that were passed by this legislature, including putting some guardrails around the use of force, some new definitions for when it's appropriate to use certain levels of force in communities. And at that time, it was understood that that was not the end of the conversation. And it was stated as much by the majority of this body, or the leadership of the majority of this body, as well as others in the community, that that was the start of the conversation, that there were some things we couldn't move that quickly on, some things that had more fundamental disagreements on, and that needed to be talked about much more. So those conversations continued until we reconvened in this body last January. And for some reason in the Senate, those conversations ground to a halt. Bills were introduced, proposals were made, but hearings were not given in the Judiciary Committee, which has jurisdiction over most of these areas. We didn't have an opportunity, even with COVID, even with the pandemic, even with Zoom hearings that we are all tired of engaging in. We didn't have the opportunity for interest groups, stakeholders, members of the public, victims of law enforcement violence where it does occur, law enforcement to come to the table and have conversations in a formal public legislative hearing in the Senate on so many additional proposals. The other bodies showed that it can be done with an openness and willingness to have those conversations, to engage in those conversations, and a serious effort to address those issues, confront those hard issues. So by the time we got to the floor here with the Judiciary Public Safety Budget Bill, it was missing almost everything relating to police reform and policy advances. including items that had broad consensus among the stakeholders, including law enforcement and including communities that are in reality and perceive themselves as being victimized by law enforcement overreach. So we end up in the conversation in special session because we couldn't reach conclusions on issues with this or any of the other budget bills before the end of regular session. And those conversations occurred behind closed doors, out of the eye of the public, and out of the eye and with very limited input from the Senate minority legislators. Now, a day before the end of the fiscal year, we're confronted with a bill that funds the Department of Corrections, funds the judicial branch, the third constitutionally independent branch of government that relies on us for their funding, that funds the Department of Human Rights, and that contains policy, some tied to funding, some not tied to funding. And we have heard the refrain over the course of the spring as those of us raised our voices and said we need to have hearings on some of these provisions. We just need to have the will to have those hearings. That we don't have time, that this is a budget year, that it's too hard to do this over Zoom. Well, in my view, this bill misses an historic, and I don't use that term lightly, an historic opportunity to advance public safety in a way that is broader than some would define it. This bill, which we are confronted with as a minority in this body, and we'll have to choose whether or not to support it, will indeed be the GOP legacy from this Senate. With all that it contains, and that legacy will include all that it does not contain. What's missing? Prohibitions on our law enforcement officers affiliating with white supremacy organizations. Seriously, there is objection to including that provision in the bill, as if it is somehow okay for the people who are charged with enforcing our criminal laws to themselves affiliate with and thereby express views which are hostile to the non-white members of our society. How can we not include a provision like that in this bill? What's missing? Provisions that would require, under certain circumstances, that warrants not necessarily be arrest warrants, that they can simply be a notice that you missed court, here, sign off, now you have the notice. For people whose email addresses were old, or people who had moved, or people whose mail wasn't forwarded, or for people who had to work and had to make a choice, or people who simply forgot. I can tell you from personal experience, because I practice in the area, most people who miss court aren't missing court because they don't want to be in court. They're missing court because they didn't have a calendar notice. And I'll tell you, one of the best solutions was when the court started texting reminders and emailing reminders to people that they're supposed to be in court. And here's how to link in. Then they're more likely to show up. Those people don't need to be arrested, detained, sometimes lose their jobs, hauled into jail, post bail out of money they may or may not have. Yet we couldn't see our way to including a simple sign and release provision in this bill. to minimize that impact, and thereby, frankly, de-escalating contacts between law enforcement and the people that they have stopped, which we have seen is important to do, because sometimes the escalation happens. For whatever reason, it happens and can result, as it did in the Dante Wright case, with the loss of life. What's missing here? Limitations on pretextual stops, on the ability of stopping someone for an equipment violation when you really don't need to stop someone for an equipment violation. You can take the license plate number down and mail a citation to the owner of the equipment. That'll be enough. But again, those are ripe for abuse or misuse. I'm concerned that this bill defines public safety too narrowly. Public safety is not only the prevention of violent acts by those who would commit violent acts who are not law enforcement. Public safety includes, or should include, safety from being stopped for reasons more related to bias than for equipment violations. It should include not being subject to unnecessary use of force by law enforcement. It should include not being a biased target of law enforcement. It should include not being arrested for missing a court date. It should include feeling safe as you drive home from work or drive from the grocery store. Being afraid that you're going to be stopped because of the color of your skin and not because of your impaired driving conduct. I am informed, I wasn't watching the hearing, but I am informed that it is still the opinion of some members of this body that driving while black is not a thing. That people of color are not stopped because they're black. That suspicion is not aroused on the part of law enforcement when they see a black person driving a car. I was going to say my jaw hit the floor when I heard that, but I guess I shouldn't. Because not only do I see the same attitude on the internet and on social media and so on in some places, but I've heard it before in this body. I heard a senator say that Asian individuals were not targets of discrimination in the wake of the COVID pandemic and the attribution of the source of the coronavirus being an Asian country. And that it wasn't a thing that Asian people were being targeted on the streets, being knocked down, being assaulted, being harassed, being verbally assaulted. When all you have to do is look around and you know that's happening. When the St. Cloud police chief, an African-American person, himself complains about having been stopped numerous times because of his color, and that he gets nervous when he's stopped for some reason. When the mayor of St. Paul explains his own experience, when Philando Castile was stopped over 30 times in his lifetime. I ask every one of you in this body and everyone who's watching this at home or from some other location, if you are a Caucasian American, think back to how many times you have been stopped. Most of you, I think, will say you probably weren't stopped because you were white. You were probably stopped because fill in the blank equipment violation, fill in the blank driving conduct. Fill in the blank. They ran your license plates. There was a warrant out for the registered owner. Our majority leader should know from his personal conversations that driving while black is a thing. And I say that because he has explained on multiple occasions here on the Senate floor that in the wake of the unrest in the Twin Cities following the George Floyd murder, that he had conversations with leaders in the communities of color in Minneapolis and St. Paul. If those conversations had been deep and exploratory in terms of what the real experience is, I'm sure that he was informed that their community feels targeted because they are frequently stopped, far more frequently than others. And it's not just in the core cities. I'm aware of a suburban homeowner who, after 20 years in a comfortable suburban residence, moved. Why? One of his closest friends was a Caucasian homeowner, and this suburban homeowner was a person of color. And he confessed as he was leaving town to his close friend that he was tired of being stopped by the local police department for no apparent reason, just driving through the neighborhood on his way home or on his way from home to somewhere else. I'm going to tell you a story that I was told by a former suburban police officer. When he was trained, his training officer showed him where to park so that he could observe the vehicles coming out of Minneapolis, so that he could pull over the ones that had African Americans driving them, because the theory being if you stop them, you're likely to find contraband. Fact is, you could stop lots of vehicles for no apparent reason, randomly, and you'd find contraband in a lot of them. This was a training officer telling him to be biased in the stops that he was making in his job as a cop. Now, I'm going to tell you again, I'm not saying all police officers are like this. In fact, I would say 90% or more are not. But the ones that are a real problem. And it's our job sometimes to legislate to protect communities for the ones that are problematic in the community. Probably 90% of the legislation we pass around here does just that. I'm particularly confused about the absence of the white supremacy provision and the sign and release provision. So I wonder if Senator Limmer could yield for a question.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Latz.
Thank you. Senator Limmer, it's been quite a while since we've had a substantive conversation on policy. And so I guess I'm going to ask, maybe I can get a little clarity because I wasn't in the pipeline for a lot of this. My understanding is the organization of the rank and file police officers in Minnesota supported the provision that would have prohibited police officers from affiliating with white supremacy organizations. Could you perhaps help me understand why that provision is not in this bill before us?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, Senator Latz, I'm glad you brought that up. There was an amendment regarding white supremacy, quite honestly. Those of us that were in the discussions recognize that the term white supremacy was a bit too narrow. White supremacy would only be focused on one particular hate group category. So we created an amendment that recognized extremist groups and terrorists that were recognized by the FBI. They have a list, and it includes white supremacist groups in that list. Unfortunately, the House counterparts did not like that, and they refused to go along with that language, and that's why this provision is not included in the bill.
Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, honestly, I'm not aware that there has been any kind of a problem with police officers affiliating with more generally extremist groups and then using their own biases to target, say, white people for law enforcement action. But I am aware of problems with law enforcement officers either affiliating with or having an attitude consistent with white supremacy, targeting non-whites for law enforcement actions. So it seems to me that the problem wasn't being addressed here, and that we should just be able to target where the problem is rather than painting a broader brush. I want to ask a similar question because the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association, the rank and file organization I was referring to, I understand also supported the sign and release language that was proposed, and frankly I thought was in the bill until a day or two ago. If Senator Limmer would yield for another question, perhaps he can explain why that's not in the bill as well.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Latz.
Senator Limmer, could you help the body understand why the sign and release language is not in this bill?
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. The sign and release language is not in due to the fact that there are oftentimes during these stops, these are for individuals that have not attended the court hearings, and when they are located, they are generally, in the current time, they're arrested and brought to jail for their court appearance. Oftentimes, there is other evidence that oftentimes is in their possession, and we're looking at it from a public safety perspective. And we thought that it was not appropriate at this time. After all, we are experiencing a record increase in crime, violent crime around the state, most notably in the Twin Cities. And we thought that it was not appropriate to weaken law enforcement at this time.
Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, I guess I was kind of waiting for the explanation that we've got a spike in violent crime across the state, and therefore this or that provision wouldn't be appropriate at this time. But the explanation that Senator Limmer just gave was that basically if the warrant is for the arrest, then the cops are going to do a search incident to the arrest, and they may find something that's in the possession of the driver that the driver shouldn't have. And that's why we shouldn't limit the use of detention warrants. But that just sounds like a recipe for a search because there's an excuse for a search, not because there's any actual suspicion that the driver has contraband on them. It's not unusual if there's a stop that a stop gets expanded if the police officer sees signs or evidence of contraband. The most common one, which someday I think is going to stop, but the most common one is the odor of marijuana in the vehicle. Okay, step out of the vehicle now. We're going to do a little search here because we think there might be something more in the vehicle. All right, here you got your search for the vehicle. Whenever there's an arrest warrant, if the officer executes the arrest warrant, they do a search incident to the arrest, and if they're in a vehicle, they're going to impound the vehicle, or they could impound the vehicle, and they're going to search the vehicle pursuant to that impound. So the arrest warrant becomes just an excuse to do a very thorough search and see what you can come up with. It's not because someone missed court. So if there's some reason to believe that they really need to be arrested, then my understanding is the language left room for a judge to have discretion to issue the arrest warrant instead of a sign and release. But there are some places where it's just default to arrest everyone that misses court. Not quite sure why that's necessary. Anyway, I think, members, we're going to have an opportunity to try to remedy some of the deficiencies in this bill. I think the House is going to, the other body is going to try to remedy some of the deficiencies in this bill as well. But we have to do our duty. We have to act on our own consciences. I think we need to be willing and able to step forward, step up to the plate, and fix our legacy here before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate File 7, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I want to start by saying this is a moment the country and the world are watching us. We've been in the news as a state, Minneapolis as a community, for about a year now. We better ask ourselves, what message are we going to send on this bill about the direction we're going? You know, I'm from greater Minnesota. I think my community is somewhat typical. And I'm told often you have to choose between supporting law enforcement, which I do, and supporting communities of color, which are a vibrant and growing part of our community and part of our state. And I don't buy it. I think we're supposed to all be in this together, and I think this is our moment, Mr. President. This is our opportunity as a state to say, enough is enough. We're going to find a solution, and we're going to go forward, not just in this bill, but in the things we do outside this Capitol. And here's an example. To my brothers and sisters in law enforcement, we're asking you to understand that we appreciate it when you go into a burning building, when you go to a situation that puts you in danger. We're glad to honor an officer that puts their life on the line. But we're also asking you for this. If you see behavior amongst the rank and file law enforcement personnel that's racist, if you see bias, if you see abuse of the procedures, you got to call it out with us. You have to say we're not going to tolerate it. That's important to us. It's not something we're putting into this bill, but it's something that the state of Minnesota and the people of this country are asking. And if we do that, we will build the prestige of the profession, and it is a profession. And we will also turn the corner on our ability to recruit and retain the next generation of law enforcement. And when we recruit, we will teach them the newest things that we can do to keep people, all of us, safer. That's what we're asking. For our communities of color, I can't say I know what it is to be a person of color in this country, but I've seen some things. And these communities are telling us that they want to be treated as equal. That's in our Constitution. Is that so much to ask that we put not only the letter but the spirit of our laws to make that a possibility and to signal that we want to all be one Minnesota, that we want our communities of color to be treated just the same as everyone else. Can we get there tomorrow morning? No, we can't. Can we continue moving that direction? Yes, we can. And every member in this chamber can take a step forward by signaling that that's what we really want for our state. That's the kind of message that'll ring around this country and cause people to say, hey, good job, Minnesota. You took a tragedy, you took a crisis, and you made changes, and you moved forward with it, and all of us are better for it. And believe me, the rest of the country is watching us. So what are our opportunities? First of all, let's keep working on this topic. I believe this bill is going to pass. I think that's a beginning to the work that we want to do. Did we make some progress last year? Yes, we did. Are we going to make a little bit of progress here today? Yes. Not enough. I hope the amendments that we may hear will allow us to improve it more, but we commit to keep working on it. It's not that we've reached a point and it's over. It's a journey. We're on it together, and we should embrace it. Second, let's take this issue and put it where it belongs, which is that every Minnesotan wants to feel safe. That's a primary duty of government, to keep the people safe. And it looks different to different people, not just based on the color of their skin, but where they live and what their experiences are. If we commit to public safety, we can do things that other communities and other states haven't even dreamed of yet. And I really believe that's really our destiny here in this chamber, to take this moment and say, we're going forward. And I'll just offer you this thought, members. Just like with any tough journey, it's not very hard to see the people who are saying, hey, I'm with you, I'm going to do it, let's do it together, we can do this. Those members that hop out of the wagon and start pulling, those will be people that Minnesotans will remember. And it won't be hard to see the members who are obstructing that process. It won't be hard to see people who say, I don't want to do it, it's too hard, I can't do it. Let's be the first group. Let's pull together as a chamber. Let's do something the people of Minnesota will remember. I look forward to the rest of the discussion, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on Senate File 7. Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for engaging in this very important discussion. As Senator Limmer has discussed, there's a lot of great provisions in this bill that I agree, and I think a lot of members in this chamber agree with. We do have to do our job to fund our court system and fund our law enforcement system, fund the functions of government. There is no law and order if there is no funding attached to those very important parts of our government and the role that we're here to do in our last days of legislative special session to complete the work of the budget. However, my colleague, Senator Latz, pointed out a lot of deficiencies, and the word that he used about what legacy we're leaving here in Minnesota, what legacy are we leaving with this bill? And members, I would say that I'm unimpressed with the legacy that we are about to vote on today. I'm unimpressed that at the moment of time where not just the world, but our own state that we're elected by, citizens and constituents and residents of our own state, asking us to do what it takes to make communities safer. And certainly, I would argue they didn't just mean fund government as we know it, but transform government. And this is the opportunity we have in this bill, or the missed opportunity that we have in this bill to do so. A lot of provisions in the Senate that should have been heard were not heard. Members of the minority were not only left out, they were shut out. Their voice didn't matter in those proceedings. And Senator Limmer, I'm disappointed in you personally as the leader for the chair of Judiciary and Public Safety that you really didn't follow the process of a chair, of what you're supposed to do. Many times we get bills that get voted down, but the courtesy that we all should give each other and the respect that we should all have for each other to bring those ideas, debate them, and if they're not the greatest ideas, they move on. If they are, you know, if a member of the Democratic Party had that idea, sometimes we see the Republicans take those ideas on and take them to the finish line, and that's okay. But it's not okay when we've had over a year, a special session after special session, when we've had 2 high-profile killings of civilians by law enforcement, and that Minnesota fails to react, fails to do what it takes to avoid those from continuing to happen, fails to see that this is a state issue. This is not necessarily a city issue, a local jurisdiction issue. I represent a district where we had one of those unfortunate incidents. When Brian Quinones, who was going through a very tough time in his life was ended by law enforcement in the border of my district. And we did nothing then. We did nothing, frankly, transformative after George Floyd was killed by law enforcement. And we did nothing after Philando Castile was killed as well in St. Anthony, or Dante Wright in Brooklyn Center. These are not all metro issues. This is a state issue. And we can go on because I'm sure we have incidents in our own communities that might not have made a headline, but those lives mattered. And what I see really problematic in this bill, I'm just going to pick on one thing. And I had an amendment to take some language out of this bill. And out of respect to law enforcement and our respect of the family who was here earlier, I will not offer that amendment. But I want to talk about why it's problematic. And this is what I would tell any constituent, any law enforcement. When we are elected to do policy, and this is a budget year, but we have a huge policy provision in this bill that increases penalties. Members, increasing penalties in light of racial injustice in the criminal justice system, when we have been here before, years before, during my time in the Senate, we've actually lowered sentencing guidelines and made sure that we make amends in some areas where we know that communities of color are disproportionately affected. That is one, but not the only reason I also am a fierce advocate for legalization of cannabis. We penalize and put people in jail and prison for minor offenses. Some of them have paid their lives with pretextual stops. And the failure of members in this body, just as early as last night in finance, to not acknowledge that that is happening every day in our communities is failure to Minnesotans. And we can disagree, but to act like a problem doesn't exist doesn't make that problem go away. It just gets worse. And with all due respect, section 609.221, I've had several conversations with advocates, with legal scholars and activists, and even reading it myself. I actually worked at the public defenders, and I mentioned this before on the floor, as a law clerk. I wasn't an attorney. I was still going to law school. But one of my jobs was to read police reports and defend the indigent, which happens to be a lot of people of color in our country, because we continue to lack investments in the communities, and we see the cycle of recidivism. We know the studies that tell us what we need to do. We just fail to act. And throughout the numerous police reports that I read, a lot of them have basically the smell of pretextual and when I say the smell, a lot of them were, we smell cannabis, therefore we're going to search and seize whatever we find. We have probable causes to seize and search and seize the car, and then you can just see how this all ends up. A lot of kids in juvenile system, and then you see the whole cycle. It's just, it's very predictable, and we do nothing to fix that, to break that cycle. So by what we're doing with this bill today, we are increasing sentencing guidelines, sentencing mandates to up to 30 years. Members, if you recall, just, I think it was last week, we heard in the news, or maybe 2 weeks ago, I've been here too long in the last few days that I can't even keep the days straight, but we did hear that there was a sentencing that was handed down on the Chauvin case, where he got 22.5 years of sentence for doing what he did. And if you pass this bill today, we're putting a 30-year penalty on someone who hypothetically could have stopped that. If someone that was innocent bystander who was videotaping this incident and pushed the officer to save George Floyd's life, and that officer may end up hurt, you are saying that you can give that person up to 30 years under this language. And I'm not exaggerating. Read the language on page 54 and 55. And members, my father-in-law was in law enforcement. He was on lockdown when there was a shooting in the courthouse. My father was a law enforcement officer. I want them to come home safely, uninjured. If we want to do that, there's ways we can do that. But this chair, this body, this majority fails to talk about how we can do that comprehensively and holistically. We think just sending someone to prison for a longer time will solve the issue. You're just creating bigger issues. And we can go on, but we should have done this debate in committee about not just this bill, but others. And I know this bill got a hearing even in finance. And just yesterday, I expressed my concerns, and I tried to figure out how to fix it. And I can't fix it. I can't fix it on my own. I need to work with my colleagues across the aisle to fix it. And I don't want my members to vote against it to take this language off, but I can predict that this language will have to be revisited, because it's not equitable. It exacerbates the issues we have in our prison system, and it doesn't solve the issue of the violence that we have in our community, that we, as politicians, help to incite. And I think we've, again, have missed a great opportunity to fix many issues in our communities, or at least handle the dilemmas. And the deficiencies in this bill are far too great for me to support it. And it's unfortunate that members, I will be voting no for this bill, because we could have done so much better. and I could have been proud of the work that we would have done together. But this bill is not just one-sided politically, it's one-sided in terms of the people we're trying to help. We don't want more people in jail and prison. We want people to be productive citizens of our economy. Locking people up doesn't help with that. And of course, again, I want to express my deepest sympathies for all members of our law enforcement who put their life at risk every single day, even right outside of our chamber, even the sergeants that are in our retirement room. And I really acknowledge their sacrifice and the work that they do. But doing language that's not really solving the issue is something I can't do, not as a policymaker and not someone who knows that what it's going to take to fix this issue is much deeper than just a section in the bill that would actually hurt communities that we're trying to help in this moment. So members, and Senator Limmer, I really would love your response just to highlight how you think this actually would help. How 30 years in prison is a fair punishment for someone who, for instance, might be trying to be a good Samaritan and help someone like George Floyd, who was forcibly and very tragically and grotesquely killed in the streets of our great state. How do you think this bill will address that? And if he would yield.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Limmer, did you catch the question, or would you like her to repeat the question?
I understand it, Mr.
Senator
President.
Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Franzen, little explanation. First, from 2019 to 2020, there's been a sharp increase in attacks on police officers. Matter of fact, police officers that have been killed in duty from one year to the next doubled in this country. Approximately 186 officers were killed in 2019. That number skyrocketed to over 360 in 2020. There is a marked increase in assault on those that try to enforce the law that legislators like us make on behalf of our citizens. And as you see, Officer Mattson, he is forever changed for doing his job when someone put a gun to his head and shot him in the head. We can't allow that behavior to continue. And as far as I'm concerned, deterrence is the word that justifies such a law. Now, I know most of the criminal activities and attacks often are emotionally motivated. There isn't a lot of forethought in it, but if the word can go out that says you attack a police officer, you attack and shoot him in the head, and it actually, I think the language was serious bodily harm, is introduced to a police officer, quite honestly, I think the public is on the side of putting that person away for a long time. I'll go out and campaign on that any day of the week. Quite honestly, we also have to recognize the duty to intervene. That was a provision we passed last year in the wake of George Floyd. And that too was an instance where police officers should intervene when they see a police officer going too far. So we also have those responsibilities as well. So quite honestly, I know you probably wanted to try to take that out of the bill. That was a provision that was agreed on by the House and Senate leadership. It was a provision that we promoted on behalf of the Senate in our conference committee. And quite honestly, I'm not going to apologize for that.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Bigham.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate Senator Franzen's words related to this bill. And And it really doesn't meet this moment in time. And I, too, appreciate law enforcement, their work, Officer Matz and his wife especially, and all law enforcement that really works to keep our communities safe. But this bill is missing provisions that even law enforcement, agreed to and should be in here that would keep communities safe and them safe. So that's problematic to me, Mr. President. And that's been highlighted by previous speakers on the floor here. We need to invest in our communities. And this bill does not meet that moment in time for that. You know, there are other provisions in here that really didn't meet this moment in time that have been left out of here that were in here before they left, and that was the fentanyl provision. That was overwhelmingly supported by this body. I mean, I know a little bit of something, Mr. President, when a provision is overwhelmingly supported by the body and then it miraculously doesn't come back. I know a little bit about that. Maybe you've heard. And I'm also not sure why over $1 million for body cameras was dropped last night in the Finance Committee. But I want to talk about why some of the provisions that Chair Limmer mentioned, very good provisions, were included in the bill. So the recommendations for the Sex Assault Task Force, that wasn't in the bill presented in committee. Numerous meetings, numerous stakeholders, county attorneys, public defenders, advocates, survivors begged to have a hearing on that. Didn't happen. Supreme Court makes a ruling about voluntarily intoxicated loophole in being able to be charged as sex assault. Pressure ramps up. Still not in there, Mr. President. Senator Latz, Senator Pappas, and myself, the 3 members of Judiciary, offered the task force. Not one day, Mr. President, not 2 days, but over 2 days of debate and back and forth, and it finally gets adopted. Let's talk about another provision that's in the bill. Senator Duckworth's provision. Man, that was a great hearing. Made sure that a sex assault between 2 members of the Guard, BCA would investigate, bring justice. Nope. That wasn't included in that bill. So I had to offer it. About a half a day of discussion, and that bill finally wrapped up. We offered amendments about making sure posts could take action, the post board could take action on white supremacy. Nope, rejected. On the floor, nope, rejected. Law enforcement agrees to it. Nope, still rejected. We get to the floor here again. Senator Pappas offers getting rid of statute of limitations for sex assault. That gets on because that wasn't in the original bill. Senator Kunesh, who through her leadership in this body, and a little help from her friends on the Judiciary Committee, she offered the provision about missing and murdered Indigenous women. That was rejected here on the floor, but that's in there. Because you know why? The other body's majority party had it. All the provisions I had mentioned, the other body's majority party had. To be the voice for people who don't have one. That's how we got to this place, Mr. President. So there are a lot of things in this bill that don't meet, there are things not in this bill that don't meet this moment in time and that should be in this bill because they're agreed upon. But because, Mr. President, we don't really have a lot of hearings in Judiciary, and it's kind of a theme. And what that does is it puts the Senate at a disadvantage. Because there's provisions in this bill and bills that didn't make it across the finish line that were brought in, I just think, avoiding the rule that you can't bring in new policy in the conference committee. But we don't get the opportunity to ask the questions. Stakeholders, communities don't get the opportunity. When we don't even get a hearing on a bill that law enforcement and the community agree to, we don't even get the common courtesy of having, let's talk about it. And it's not only this issue, it's gun safety reform. I mean, my God, how long has that been bottled up because of Judiciary? What about normalizing and reducing and putting equity into drug penalties? That's something that Senator Latz has been trying to do for, well, I don't want to say how many years. That might be offensive. But it's a lot of years. Nothing. Not a hearing. Not even a hearing to put equity in processed cannabis versus raw cannabis. But don't worry. Got raw flower and medicinal program now. There's a lot of work that was left undone. I specifically remember a 4-hour hearing on deadline day, and it was an informational hearing. We had an informational hearing on forfeiture and seizure. And by the way, I believe that Chair Limmer said that law enforcement was neutral and that they're not. They support it because why? They worked with stakeholders. Imagine that. And they got to compromise an agreement. So there's a lot of things in this bill that are good. But it's what's not in this bill that leaves people behind and does not meet this moment in time. These issues aren't going away. And leaving this undone is doing a disservice to our job up here and to our communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the bill, Senator Torres-Ray.
Mr. President, I just would like to ask a question to Senator Limmer.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, you just read some statistics, and I was trying to figure out, where they come from, and I would like to ask you to please elaborate a little bit on the deaths of officers in Minnesota. I'm looking into the numbers right now, and I'm looking at the distribution of these numbers and how many officers have died of COVID and crashes, and how many have actually died in the line of duty. Could you please tell us the numbers in Minnesota? Because I presume the numbers that you read, Senator, are national numbers because they were so big. But I think it's important for the public to really understand how small these numbers are. And in essence, if I read this correctly, the small number of officers who have died in the line of duty and fatalities that involved in investigating a suspicious person, which is, I think, what we're trying to talk about at the essence of this conversation right now. So I would like to ask Senator Limmer to please elaborate on that and clarify for the public, because I think it's very important that we understand those numbers.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Torres-Ray, I believe that figure came from the FBI. I do not have a clarification right now, but I believe it was facts contributed to attacks on police officers and not on any other death or cause of death.
Senator Torsray.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. If you could yield for a follow-up question.
He will yield. Senator Torsray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, so do you know how many officers have actually died in the line of duty in an investigation of a suspicious person in Minnesota?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, Senator Torsray, I don't have that information with me. No.
Senator Torsray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Limmer. So, members, I think it's incredibly important that you pay attention to the fact that we create narratives and create stories and create facts somehow that kind of resonate with the base. Only 11 officers have died. Just look at the reports. Go in, find out how many officers have been killed. It's just so important that we are clear, that we tell the public the truth. We cannot continue to use this issue to create a narrative that will play well with your political base. It's so irresponsible, so offensive to the people in our communities. So please review your numbers. Please, members, go in and understand why Senator Francis' message and her desire to put this amendment is so important, and why communities of color are so against that provision in this bill, and I will elaborate a little bit more on third reading. But I just wanted to clarify and make sure that the public and the members understand the numbers and facts are here. They're real. They exist. We just don't get to create our own facts and talk about it just to please our base. Thank you.
Senator Limmer. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad we brought up the subject of facts, because quite honestly, what I just heard from Senator Bigham was actually made me get rather confused. I checked the record. Why wasn't fentanyl in our bill? Remember, we passed that on the House floor or Senate floor as a standalone bill? The actual vote was 62-5 in favor. Strong bipartisan vote. We included it in our conference committee negotiations. And I can't believe that the House members refused to accept it. We talked about the rising incident of fentanyl in our community. I quoted Commissioner Harrington, who I asked him once about 8 months ago, is fentanyl a real problem? He said, fentanyl is everywhere. And it's laced into marijuana, it's laced into illicit drugs. And over 3 grams will kill the average human being. I brought that up in the fentanyl discussion in our conference committee. But somehow, the House just didn't want to accept that in a raised consequence as a criminal penalty equal to heroin. Now, I don't know, but you get a good idea of the type of negotiations we've had to undergo with the House counterpart on their conference committee, when they don't even recognize the danger of fentanyl. Commissioner Harrington also told me recently that there was a drug stop on a highway where agents found over 2,000 pounds of fentanyl in a car. Now, you might want to check the facts on that, but please call Commissioner Harrington and not me. I'm just quoting. But fentanyl is a serious problem in the state of Minnesota. It's a problem nationwide, and it's threatening our children. It's threatening everyone. And according to Commissioner Harrington, it is everywhere. And I'm rather surprised that we didn't include that from the House in their negotiations. So we did try to get fentanyl in, Senator Bingham, but the House denied us. Senator Bingham also talked about a task force report on criminal sexual misconduct. We had a hearing on that. It lasted almost 4 hours. And as a consequence of that report, we included it in a vote on the Senate floor, and we did not ignore that issue, Senator Bingham. So if we want to talk about facts, we can talk about facts. And we advanced that in our conference committee efforts. Every one of their recommendations. It was one of the best task force reports I've ever seen. And as far as the murdered and missing Indigenous women, last year I advanced that through our committee. We got it to the Senate floor, and we voted on it. I believe Senator Torres Ray made comments about our involvement, my involvement in particular. And when it came up from a House advancement in the conference committee, we accepted it. We accepted the next step, not just the task force, but now this year they're asking for an office, and we made it permanent funding. So some of the comments I'm hearing on the Senate floor misrepresenting the actions and the motives of our committee is wrong. And I can't just stand by that and just let it be ignored. We're entitled to our opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts.
Further discussion on Senate File 7, Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. You know, it seems like a lot of the issues that we discuss here transcend time. You know, we're always going to talk about how to fund education. We're always going to talk about how to fund our roads. We're always going to talk about taxes and health care. But now, while the issues might seem to transcend time, the moment that we debate them does not. Our discussion and our debate will always be in its moment. Today, we cannot pretend that our discussion of public safety isn't happening now, in a moment of great anxiety and tremendous distrust. On the whole, this bill does not meet our moment. It remains aloof to now and indifferent to the lived experiences of so many all across Minnesota. Now, here's the thing. Too often we talk about public safety reform and police reform as an issue for people of color, and it absolutely is, but it's actually an issue for all of us. Injustice anywhere makes us all less safe. Now, my grandfather became a cop when he came back from the Pacific after 20 years in the Army. My uncle became a sheriff's deputy after he served in Vietnam. And my cousin right now is a cop in Denver. You know, she just got an award a couple years ago for saving someone's life. I'm incredibly proud of her, as I am for all in my family who have served to help others. And I know with great confidence that every member of my family who's worn a badge would be disappointed in this bill, because they understand that injustice to anyone is injustice to everyone. They would be disturbed, I believe, by the fact that we didn't listen enough to law enforcement officers to adopt the procedures and the policies that they were in favor of. We didn't listen to law enforcement, and we didn't listen to the diverse panoply of different populations in our communities. And that's a shame, because everyone is implicated in this issue. It's not a city's issue. It's not a greater Minnesota issue. It's a human being issue. Police reform is. And there's great examples of what we could have done. You know, a lot of you actually know my pal, Chief Blair Anderson. He's the chief of the St. Cloud Police. And the Chief David Bentrud at Waite Park. They're both doing amazing things for police reform. And what they're doing is understanding that in a democracy and in a moment like this, We have to remember that law enforcement officers are parts of our community, not a foreign power. We have to remember to respect law enforcement and the people that they work with. And you do show that respect by truly supporting law enforcement, by helping them do better and rise to their moment. That's what this bill could have done. And like Senator Torres-Ray, I have to just quickly correct Senator Limmer. I think he probably made a sort of a general comment, but crime is not on the rise all across Minnesota. It is trending down in St. Cloud. But you know where it's trending up? Referrals for behavioral health problems. Crime as a whole in St. Cloud is going down, despite what people say, despite how people try and profit off of narrative of crime everywhere. Crime in St. Cloud is going down, but what's going up are referrals for behavioral health. We had 92 referrals for behavioral health 4 years ago, 543 this year. And don't blame it on COVID, because it's been a steady increase over this time. Where was our work to expand the co-responder program that we have in St. Cloud? We praise it all the time, but why did we stand up and support it in this bill? Mr. President, members, this bill does have some really solid, great stuff in it, but it does not meet its moment. We're not done with this conversation. We will continue to talk about police reform, about justice, about public safety. And I only hope that going forward, as we continue that discussion, that we remember to listen to everyone, to attend to everyone, and to realize that this is not someone else's problem, it's all of ours. That we will rise to the occasion and the responsibility of our moment the next time we talk about these issues.
Further discussion on the bill, Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm, along with my colleague, are disappointed in this bill. I know it has good provision in there, but it's not rising to its moment of history. And we missed the opportunity in this session to answer the call from the people of color and indigenous for our public safety and the metro as well. You know, early on, I did, I do have an amendment, Mr. President, but before I go on there, I also said that we missed an opportunity to include anti-Asian hate crime in this bill. And although this is not the subject of my amendment, but I say at the same time, federal had already passed that bill. So we missed the moment. But I will wait till next session to bring that topic back. That funding will be coming to our state if we are open for that opportunity. So anti-Asian hate is real. And I wish that when someone brings it up, we should also take the moment to consider, as well as we consider issue of public safety called by the people of color and indigenous. I'm going to go on now to talk about my amendment. I do have an amendment here, A10.
What was the number, Senator Herr?
A10, Mr. President.
Senator Herr offers the A10 amendment.
And I hope that
the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Herr moves to amend Senate File Number 7 as follows. Page 218 after line 7, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Herr.
Yes, and I hope that we don't miss the opportunity again on this provision that's needed to be included in public safety bill. And I hope that Chair Limmer will be open-minded and listen to this. This provision here is, amendment here is about police camera. It prohibits altering or erasing or destroy any recording made by police officer, and mandate that legal representative of the next of kin of the deceased has viewing access of the recording no later than 48 hours after an incident where deadly force used by police officer. Mr. President, and on a personal note, I have a friend that made it on the headline of the Star Tribune. And it's not a pleasant headline. Police was called to his house in North Minneapolis. And it resulted in a police firing at least 60 rounds to his house. I think a few of them struck him and killed him. It's a great loss to us, the community, and a great loss to me as well. His name is Chia Sher-Vu in North Minneapolis. And the family waiting for the release of police camera for a long time. They have been pushed aside for over 6 months. That they had to call myself and Senator Bobby Joe Champion to a rally. And after the rally, Senator Bobby Joe Champion and I had to put in a formal letter request sent it to the police department. People shouldn't wait that long. So I'm just getting to the point that this is the language of the bill to mandate that the family of the deceased should have access to the body camera of the police officer. So, member, I ask for your support of this amendment.
Discussion on the A10 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. Senator Herm, we did have discussion about the use of video cameras and the release of video records. We had discussion with law enforcement. We had people give testimony, and we had discussion between members. Right now, law enforcement, a chief of law enforcement, the head officer, can release video data at any time. It's at their discretion. However, it also is at their discretion that they can hold that. Our discussion revealed from law enforcement that oftentimes the investigation regarding the criminal activity is undergoing. Might be scenes on that video camera of other people with medical conditions, other people that have privacy rights. And certainly the statements that have been accumulated for criminal record has not been fulfilled if it's done too early. And as a result, it could result either in difficult evidentiary standards, or in the event that there's someone's identity being revealed that should not be. And that takes time to develop that redaction. We did offer a 30-day cap to the House, meaning the footage must be released anytime within 30 days, mainly to give time for the BCA to complete interviews with witnesses prior to the release of the footage. Unfortunately, the House rejected that motion. But leaders from both bodies talked about this, and I would suggest Senator Gazelka give us a little insight on that discussion.
All right, members, we have a lengthy list of members who would like to speak. Next, I have Senator Gazelka, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Herr, yes, Senator Limmer is correct. When the bill ended up going up to the governor, myself, and the speaker, we talked about 30 days, and there was no ceiling. We just said, well, maybe at 30 days, then we can just say, if for some reason some law enforcement group has not released that video, all of the interviews have been done, what is the reason? And I want to say that the governor had asked me to come into the cabinet room and visit with a number of family members and advocates, and this was one of the issues that they brought up, that after months and months and months and months, they weren't able to see the video and they just wanted to have closure. And certainly, at 30 days that would have solved the questions of those the family members there that were talking to me about doing something. So we wanted to do something. We wanted to say 30 days, as long as the interviews have been done, knowing that the different organizations could release the videos much sooner if they chose to. And we really felt like that was the reasonable compromise, both making sure that the data was collected that needed to be collected, but that family members could see the video at a reasonable time. And there were cases around the country where, as a result of showing the videos too soon, it became too public and more difficult to actually gather the information. So, Senator Herr, we absolutely took a serious look at this, and I think made a serious compromise offer that was just completely rejected.
Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Matthews. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, has a roll call been requested on this?
Not yet.
I would like to request a roll call vote.
Roll call will be granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of Senator Herr's amendment. Members, the reason body cams have been adopted in recent years across many jurisdictions is in the hope that there be greater accountability, greater transparency, and frankly, for some of the salutary effects, there maybe be some positive proactive effect on police community encounters and the like. Except that if you see how body cam policies have been adopted, as the policies vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, rather than increasing levels of public trust, accountability, transparency, just giving light and rise to the truth, promoting the interests of greater public safety and greater cooperation, greater legitimacy of law enforcement services. That hasn't happened because in many jurisdictions, some of the policies allow for the redaction, the elimination of the footage, allows for the deletion of the footage on a very aggressive schedule, allows those who might be under investigation to see the footage ahead of time, allows those, if more than one party is the subject of the footage, allows for coordinating of and collaboration of the story before the investigation is actually launched. And of course, to the heart of Senator Herr's amendment, keeping that footage out of view, completely contravening and upending the interests and the purpose of body cam footage technology. Mr. President, this is just simply common sense. Shouldn't be a big debate. The amendment says the policy must prohibit altering, erasing, or destroying the recording ahead of the retention period. It requires that in the case of deadly force, that footage be maintained, and that the next of kin be allowed to see the footage within 48 hours. Mr. President, that has not been the practice here in Minnesota, and it has led to an erosion and a corrosion of the goals that we set forth when we first saw body cams being adopted by law enforcement jurisdictions and adopted some of the policies of a few years ago. So this is based on practical experience, upon learning and knowing what the actual outcome and effect have been, and it's an attempt to improve upon and put into practice some of the things that we've learned since that time. So thank you, Mr. President. I encourage a green vote.
Next, I have Senator Matthews, followed by Senator Herr. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A13 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A13 amendment to the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend the Herr amendment to Senate File Number 7 as follows. Page 1, lines 14 to 18, delete. This is the A13 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to ask for a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call will be granted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what you have before you, this amendment, is the language that the Senate and the law enforcement working together tried to offer to the House. And I would propose this, that the body accept, even though the Senate or even though the House chose not to, the underlying amendment is not something that law enforcement, the A10 amendment is not something that law enforcement can agree to as setting a mandate in all circumstances. Right now, law enforcement can release data at any time if it is in the interest of public safety, and some recent examples have shown they have done exactly that. But it leaves it up to the discretion of local law enforcement agency. So we offered a 30-day cap to the House, meaning that the footage must be released in 30 days, to give time for the BCA to complete interviews with witnesses prior to the release of the footage, and the other body rejected this compromise. This is also an issue that needs to go before the Data Practices Commission to review, to give everyone time to understand this provision in a complicated area of law. But members, this A13 amendment is a compromise that is more accepted by more parties than the underlying A10 amendment is, and I would ask members to vote yes on the A13 amendment.
Discussion on the A13 amendment to the amendment. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, thank you, and Senator Matthew, thank you. It's probably one at a time again, where Senator Matthew make amendment to my amendment, and then we're gonna accept it, and it's gonna go on become law. So I'm hopeful for that. So I do open to support the amendment, but at the same time, I want to just make a statement earlier when I described my amendment. You know, I should have mentioned this part on line 1.27, that if the chief law officer denies a request under this provision, the chief officer need to promptly make note to public about the reason why. And so, you know, that's an added strength to that so, as well. So I just thought I'd make that statement before I encourage my colleague to support the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator Matthews would yield.
Senator Matthews will yield. Senator Klein.
Senator Matthews and Mr. President, I'm just reading the language of your amendment for the first time, and I notice that you've deleted lines 14 through 18 in the Herr amendment, and those lines specify that the policy must prohibit altering, erasing, or destroying any recording made, etc., before the applicable retention period expires. And can you tell me the purpose of those eliminating those lines in your amendment?
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Klein. That is to make the language exactly match the offer that was given to the House in negotiations. It's not a statement on the underlying policy. It's just to make it completely conform to what our House offer was.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Matthews.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And thank you, Senator Klein, for mentioning that. Just so members are clear, there's more than just the extension of the 48 hours to 30 days of the release of the video. There would no longer be a statement that there be a policy prohibiting the altering, erasing, or destroying any recording. And also deleted from the amendment, if you look on lines 1.6 and 1.7 of the amendment to the amendment, that speaks to the requirement that all recordings of an incident where a peace officer used deadly force and an individual dies, that be released to the individual's next of kin, legal representative, et cetera, no later than 90 days after the incident. Mr. President, if Senator Matthews would yield.
Senator Matthews will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews, is it your intention that there not be a policy that prohibits the altering, erasure, or destruction of recordings made with a peace officer's portable recording system or data or metadata. And also that, that those unredacted recordings when a deadly force incident occur not be maintained in perpetuity.
Senator Matthews.
Again, Mr. President, Senator Dibble, thank you for the question. The amendment just reflects exactly what was offered to the House. No, it's not a policy statement either direction on these areas you bring up. I think they can and will be reviewed in the future. And I think it'd be a good thing to do for the Data Practices Commission. Also, state law currently allows law enforcement agencies to release this information today as soon as they want to, and we saw some recent examples where they did decide to get this information out in very quick and rapid order. So state law allows for it to be done now. No, it is, this amendment is not a statement, a policy statement one way or the other about the lines being deleted. Those will likely be worked on in the future, hopefully by the Data Practices Commission.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Matthews would yield for another question.
He will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews, to the second point I raised, the deletion of lines 1.32 to 2.2, is it your intention that there not be a mandated release of all recordings of an incident where deadly force was used and the individual dies, and there be a requirement, a mandated requirement, that the next of kin legal representative or other parent of the deceased individual's children see that recording?
Senator Matthews.
Mr. President and Senator Dibble, law enforcement can today choose to release it to next of kin. That is allowed under the law. And as far as the greater policy down the road, I'm sure it will be up for review. But no, this amendment's not making a policy statement either way on that issue. But it is currently allowed permissively under the law today.
Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, I would like to request that we divide the amendment. Can I divide it in two places?
Please state your division.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to divide the amendment between lines 1.2 and 1.3, and then again between lines 1.5 and 1.6, and take those three sections in separate votes. And Mr. President.
I'll have the secretary just read the Senator Dibble's division of the amendment just to make sure we have it correctly.
Senator Dibble divides the amendment as follows. The first division would be lines 1.1 and 1.2. Second one will be 1.3 through 1.5. And the third division would be 1.6 through 1.10.
Senator Dibble, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President, inquiry.
Please state your
does Senator Matthews' roll call vote then hold for all three votes?
We'll have to request it for all three But Senator Matthews will make the decision on which portion we, we vote on first. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request we take part number 2 first from lines 1.3 to 1.5, take the 30-day part, and Mr. President, I would request a roll call and a green vote.
Okay, a roll call has been requested. So the first portion of the amendment that we're voting on are lines, the amendment to the amendment, the A13, are lines 1.13, 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5. A roll call has been requested. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to provide a little reaction, 48 hours, 30 days, it's kind of in the eye of the beholder if 30 days is extremely damaging or not to the intent. I would actually be curious to know what Senator Herr's reaction and response is to the difference in timing. My preference, of course, would be the sooner the better. Families, of course, are experiencing a tremendous number of questions and extreme trauma in the immediate aftermath of an incident like this. And the sooner that they can know what transpired and what happened, the better. It's a fairly confined and restricted proposal, confined to the parents, the family, the next of kin, et cetera. So members, I don't know if it makes a huge difference. I think it does make some difference to stick with 48 hours. I would be inclined to vote no on this section. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Just so everybody's clear, we're on the A13 amendment, and we're discussing lines 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for clarification, I believe that Senator Matthews requested a roll call on his amendment, and I just want to make sure that it applies to every vote on each of the parts.
Senator Rest, it does not, but he did request a roll call specifically on this part.
Okay, but not. I'm trying to.
The way I'm viewing it, Senator Rest, is if
each of them are
call,
separate.
It'll be each individual section.
And so, if you want a roll call, once we deal with this section, you have to ask for a roll call on the.
That's the way I'm taking
other
it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just for
Yes,
clarification.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Mr. President, I rise to
Senator Benson, for what
point
reason
of
do you ask?
parliamentary inquiry. The board says amendment to the amendment first part. I believe Senator Matthews chose to take the second part first, and so I want to be clear with direction from the Secretary as to what provisions we'd be voting on.
Yep, it's the first of 3 votes on the A13 amendment to the amendment. The portion that it is, we can't necessarily put it all on the board, but we are talking about lines 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, members. Mr. President, I want to make sure that I understand this, right? So before I vote on these amendments, whether they are divided or not, Senator Matthews' amendment to the amendment is a core question. Senator Dibble is dividing it, but I want to make sure that we understand the core amendment to the amendment. So Senator Matthews' amendment to the amendment deletes 114 to 118 on page 1, right? So that's the first part. It deletes the portion that prohibits altering, erasing, or destroying.
Senator Torres-Ray, the portion of the A13 amendment to the amendment that we are discussing right now, after Senator Dibble moved to divide it, and the question before the body is lines 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. So that is the question before the body.
Okay, thank you. I will wait for my, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bingham. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that this portion here that we're voting on now is a good provision. I think that 30 days is a reasonable cap. There's still a provision in the bill that would, if there's an articulable reason why it would interfere with the ongoing investigation, that law enforcement could resist that at 30 days, and there's a judicial review for that if the family still wants to take that route. It does not mandate that it be held for 30 days. It could be released within 48 hours, and it might well be, if the judgment call under current law is that it would assist the family or also perhaps just as importantly in some cases inform the public so as to address public demand for information and perhaps quell some misinformation or unrest that is impending as well. That's all current law. So I'd be inclined to support the 30 days. I think that gives some reasonable time for investigative interviews to be conducted and gives the family some knowledge that within 30 days they should get some direct opportunity to view the footage. I'd encourage a green vote on this portion of the amendment.
Senator
Mr. President, of course, I'd like to, I wish that I would like to have it sooner than 30 days, I'm with Senator Dibble, and I would defer most of the discussion to Senator Dibble on this subject matter. But since this is my original amendment, I just want to state that I like members to vote based on their conscience. Thank you.
Further discussion on the divided amendment. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to point out that even in Senator Herr's original provision, line 24, there's an exception to that 48-hour or now 30-day change, and that is that if chief law enforcement can deny the request if investigators can articulate a compelling reason as to why allowing the deceased individual's family the ability to review the recordings would interfere with anything. So we've already got, when it says mandate here, they must give it to them unless they have a compelling reason not to. I don't see any reason why we ought to extend it from 2 days. Think of the Floyd family, think of Dante Wright, think of all the others who have been in this situation. We're going to hold it for 30 days just because we want to hold it. I think that it's reasonable the way Senator Herr's amendment has it worded, where the chief law enforcement official, if they need longer than 2 days, can have just prevent the compelling reason for it, and then they can extend it. So there's no reason to extend this. I urge you to oppose this amendment.
Any further discussion? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would echo what Senator Latz said, is that this would leave the permissive language in place that it could be sooner than 30 days. And that would continue to occur. So I think this is a good compromise. I think it is better to have this as the rule rather than having after 2 days be an exception to the rule. I think it's stronger to have the law in place rather than trying to rely on longer exceptions to it. So members, I ask for your support on this portion of the amendment.
All right, members, we are on lines 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. A roll call has been requested. Seeing no further discussion, the secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. Call on Senator Frantz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frantz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frantz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frantz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frantz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frantz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frantz.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni reports a yes vote.
Tomassoni votes aye. All members have been voted who have the desire to vote. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 18 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Senator Matthews, what portion of the A13 amendment to the amendment would you like to take next?
Mr. President, I will take the first piece, lines 1.1 to 1.2, and ask members to support that provision.
All right, members, now the discussion is on lines 1.1 and 1.2 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, actually, this is the bulk of the amendment here. The bulk of the amendment, the message is that prohibited altering or erasing or destroying any recording. And this is the crucial part of this amendment, the most crucial part of the amendment. The time is also important as well. And I know that we already just include that amendment in, but this section here, I cannot support this amendment. I'll defer the discussion to Senator Dibble on this.
All right, members, I have a lengthy list, and I wrote them down in the order that I saw them. Senator Dibble, I have you next, followed by Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, as Senator Herr said, this amendment just isn't simply about the amount of time that would be allowed to pass until the family could see the video. This is an extremely important piece of the proposal that Senator Herr brings to us, which is about the retention of the body cam footage. And I'll just read it so the public knows exactly what we're voting on. The policy must prohibit altering, erasing, or destroying any recording made with a peace officer's portable recording system or data and metadata related to the recording prior to the expiration of the applicable retention period under sections 13.825 subdivision 3, except that the full unedited and unredacted recording of a peace officer using deadly force must be maintained indefinitely. So Senator Matthews' amendment would delete that language. So then it would not be a matter of state law that these important records be kept and unaltered prior to the retention period's expiration and be kept permanently in the case of the use of deadly force. So that's what would be deleted. Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call.
A roll call will be granted. Senator Torres.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very curious about why we don't do this. Why are we deleting this? So I would like to ask Senator Matthews to yield for a question, and I would like to ask Senator Matthews why.
Hold on. Senator Matthews will yield. Senator Torres.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would like to ask Senator Matthews, why do we prohibit altering, erasing, or destroying recordings? I just cannot understand that.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Torres Ray. First of all, I don't believe that it would likely happen if there was an incident of this magnitude. It'd probably be unwise for an agency to go ahead and delete that. But, Mr. President, Senator Torres Ray, these issues need to be reviewed and discussed in a very deliberative fashion, like the Data Practices Commission. The language right now before us has raised questions, such as the word altering is in here. Would that even apply to the redacting of records that need to be done today? There are questions like that need to be thoroughly vetted out, that we make sure we do it right, because ultimately I think we will land on a place that will have protections for the data where it needs to be, and make sure that we're not using verbiage that goes too far and would suddenly block important work that law enforcement does with data, such as redactions. So for purposes of today, this is again matching with what the Senate previously offered to the House. I believe these underlying issues will get thoroughly discussed, that will make sure we get a provision that will come out at some point in the future that will have this done correctly and done right. But that's why you're seeing this language here for today's purposes.
Senator Torres.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews, I do understand what altering, erasing, and destroying actually is. I do know what that is. And I do not believe that we should alter, erase, or destroy any evidence. This is what this amendment really says. So I don't know who's confused. I don't know actually who says that this is pretty confusing. But actually, we didn't have any hearings in the Senate, so it would have been nice to have hearings in the Senate so we actually know who's confused when we say that we must not alter, erase, or destroy evidence. Thank you.
Members, just a reminder, please address your comments to and through the President. Next, I have Senator Limmer, followed by Senator Murphy. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try and wallow into this, Senator Torres Ray. Data practice law is sometimes really complicated, and we sometimes on face value think of a good direction in our own estimation, but then as we peel back the issue, we run into other concepts that kind of need to be fully vetted. Take, for example, this one. What Senator Herr has before us is it's preventing a video recording from being altered or erased. Does that mean a redaction is an erasing of a person on the video? And that's one of the main issues that has caused, I think, the House to hesitate on getting involved in this issue. There are sometimes people in the background that shouldn't be revealed. There's sometimes certain degrees of undress that people are in the background. There may be medical or health reasons that would be revealed that shouldn't be. And so as I read this, the altering or erasing, a redaction is that. And so I just think that this type of thing needs to be a little better vetted, perhaps in our data practice commission, and we can vet this and give really good recommendation to the legislature. My experience with data practices is sometimes what seems so obvious becomes really complicated in a discussion regarding data practice.
Further discussion, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The late Congressman John Lewis wrote a letter that was published upon his death. And in it, he was quoted saying, "Emmett Till was my George Floyd." Emmett Till was my George Floyd. And what he meant by that, if you read what he wrote, was that the murder of Emmett Till not only activated his pursuit of civil rights law, in his pursuit of justice, but that it awoke Americans to the harm that was caused not just to Emmett Till, but to black people across the country through lynchings and other forms of murder and torture. When Emmett Till's body was raised and his mother agreed that his body should be on display for all to see, Americans could no longer close their eyes to what was happening to black people in this country. And I believe that the same thing happened and is happening now in America in the wake of the murder of George Floyd and the fact that his murder was videotaped and shot across the world for everyone to see. And now we are contending with what we observed and what it means. The body camera video footage tells an important story. It not only tells a story for us to judge as people so we can weigh in and shape our future, but it also protects law enforcement officers. It serves two important purposes. And I think the reason why we are having the debate that we're having today and why we're engaged in the next generation of civil rights across America is because of the people who took video of the murder of George Floyd. John Lewis said, "Emmett Till was my George Floyd." And it is now on us to contend with what we saw and what it means. Voting to strip out the language in Senator Herr's original amendment essentially says, with a yes vote, that you're condoning the altering or the tampering of that video footage. The video footage that will tell the truth about what happened. A video footage that might protect law enforcement officers. But by saying that we're going to delete this language, by voting with Senator Matthews, we are condoning the tampering of that video footage. And we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that for this moment, but we shouldn't do it if we are in pursuit of the truth and the safety of our communities. So I ask you to vote against this amendment to the amendment in the divided amendment. Thank you.
Next, I have Senator Ingebrigtsen, followed by Senator Latz. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Murphy stand for a question?
She will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Murphy, you just mentioned with regards to the George Floyd incident where that particular film is and has rang all over not only the United States but the world, and I agree with you, it has. Also during that horrible incident was a police video. That police video, I think, was also made public, and I'm not sure if the timeline was in discrepancy whatsoever. But you're not insinuating that, or maybe you are, that the police had altered their body camera footage with regards to the George Floyd incident?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen. And no, I am not insinuating anything about the body camera footage from the incident where George Floyd was murdered.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you for making that clear. And would Senator Torres Ray yield for a question?
She will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Torres Ray, I agree with both you and Senator Murphy that this has to be implemented. Nobody should be redacting or should be tampering with any kind of body camera films. And I'll ask you the same question. Do you know of anybody in Minnesota that has done that? Any police officer, police organization that has tampered with any police videos over any law enforcement issue?
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen, it is my understanding that some evidence and some videos have not been made available, and not understanding why they were not available in some incidents. So when some officers are mandated to have their cameras on, and then the videos are reviewed, my understanding is that evidence is simply not there, that the recording is incomplete, and so it raises the question as to why and how that happened, because the policy of those cities is that video should be on, those cameras should be on. So yeah, there are some questions related to how we actually maintain that evidence, how we save that evidence, and how we collect that evidence, and how it is made available. And that's why this language was provided. And for people who might be interested in knowing more about this, the House had hearings on this, and people came to testify. I wish we had had that, because that's precisely what was missing in the Senate, right? That we just didn't. We didn't have any hearings, so we couldn't hear, law enforcement officers, we couldn't hear supervisors, we couldn't hear people, family, relatives that came to tell us about why these provisions were so necessary, because we never had hearings. So, Senator Ingebrigtsen, I wish we had, so you and I could have had, the same information in front of us and could have made a decision based on those facts, and could have had the opportunity to ask, members of that committee to ask questions to clarify that.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Torres Ray for that. I'm not sure whether you answered my question totally, whether you know of any tampering that's gone on. I do understand the possibility of a camera actually during a physical confrontation can actually be activated, and it can also actually be turned off. And that's why most of you people weren't here when this camera thing was going on, body camera thing was going on, and I was not a proponent of it, because there are going to be those times when they don't activate or they don't go on. And yes, who's going to be on trial? It's going to be the officers. So sometimes I think we try and make ourselves think that police can be robots, and they can't. There's just things that are going to happen. But I don't think you answered my question. Has there been any incident in Minnesota where you know that police have actually tampered, in other words, tampered with the evidence of the existing film? Or are you just talking about them being turned off and not being informed of that? Or can you be a little more clear, please?
Senator Torres.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Ingebrigtsen, as I said, I don't have, unfortunately, we didn't get the privilege to hear the testimony, but one thing I know, and I think we should be looking forward to this, the federal government is going to do an investigation in Minneapolis and this issue is one of the components, tampering of investigation. And so be attentive, because it will be available and we will learn, Senator Ingebrigtsen. This will be part of the federal investigation of law enforcement in Minnesota. Representative Omar has requested that that investigation be expanded to other jurisdictions, so we will see what happens with that request. So Senator Ingebrigtsen, you and I will have that information available to us, and it will be, I think, a very important piece of information, because obviously it will be done kind of in an unbiased way by the federal government.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think all the more reason why I think Senator Matthews is right. This needs to be vetted. It needs to be looked at. If there isn't something broken, we don't really need to fix it. However, I do agree, let's get ahead of something before it does happen. But if there is no allegations, I think it does need to be vetted. And I'm glad Senator Torres brought up the pattern of practice that the federal government is doing. It is a request that 3 of us senators made last year, just shortly after the horrible incidents that happened in Minneapolis. And I'm looking forward to the report. I'm looking forward to the investigation as to what the practices and the patterns are of law enforcement in the city of Minneapolis, as well as other areas, including funding or lack of funding, even the case of defunding. So I'm glad that that's happening, and I think we should all be looking forward to that report. So thank you for that, Mr. President.
Next, I have Senator Latz, followed by Senator Matthews. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, thank you. A couple of thoughts. One is, yeah, it would have been better if we could have had some hearings on this. There actually was a Senate File 807 introduced February 11th of this year and referred to Judiciary Committee, but we did not have a hearing. We can't argue we didn't have time, because we left about 6.5 weeks worth of hearing time on the table unused by the end of the legislative session, that we could have had hearings on all sorts of bills. And the Data Practices Commission, by the way, doesn't have the force and effect of law. All they could do is consider it, make recommendations, and send recommendations back to the legislature. So they could look at it, but they can't decide anything. I was here when the body camera language was originally passed. I was the chief author of it. And we had a lot of discussion, a lot of conversation, a lot of hearing time, and a lot of non-hearing time on the topic, in which a lot of stakeholders had some pretty vociferous battles over what to do and how to do it. And part of what we did was we left some room there for local jurisdictions to formulate their own policies, because we didn't have a lot of experience at that time. And we didn't want to create rules with statewide application, put them in statute, when we really didn't have enough experience in our judgment, in the collective judgment, those who passed it, to formulate those kind of rules. And instead we figured, well, let's see what the local jurisdictions come up with. Let's get some experience and find out what they learn. And then somewhere down the road, we'll revisit some of those details and see if there's some sort of a pattern that develops in what becomes a good standard practice. And we're starting to see some of those things come now with proposed policies like what we have before us. I think that we need to leave the language in the underlying Senator Herr's amendment, which means I would oppose the current proposal to delete that language. So I'd encourage people to vote no on what's about to come before us. One reason is we do know that when jobs or other things are on the line, there's an incentive to change the story, to change the formulation. Most people, to their credit, would never do that. And in this case, most law enforcement officers would never do it. But I think it's beneficial to affirmatively state that even where there are incentives maybe to go in and try to find some way to alter the data or the metadata of the video, that we flat out say you can't do it. Also, for the legislative record, for what it's worth, I don't think that redaction and altering would be the same. The way I would think of it is there's going to be an original unaltered version of this, which I think this applies to, and you have to maintain. When something's redacted, it would be for a certain kind of release. And we have a section on redaction in the existing law to redact out personal information, certain victims or minors that might appear in a video whose names or information shouldn't be made public. That's the kind of stuff that you would redact, and I would treat that as differently than what's considered here as altering. While I think that the likelihood of any law enforcement going in and altering or erasing or destroying any recording is highly unlikely, this provision would remove any doubt about whether that's allowed. And the final reason why I'd support leaving this provision in and would vote no on this amendment is that at most times, but certainly in these times, there is a fair amount of public distrust toward law enforcement, at least in certain circles. And a provision which says you can't go in and make any changes, can't alter, erase, or delete, would enhance the public faith or confidence that the video that gets viewed by the family or ultimately gets released to the public is in fact the original underlying video, subject to whatever redactions are already required or permitted by law. So I think we're learning as we go along here, but I think we're at the point where we have the opportunity to make some of these decisions, and I think we should make the decisions here, and I'd encourage a no vote on this provision. Thank you.
Further discussion on line 1.2 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for discussing on this. Just to clarify, we have had contact stakeholders reaching out and confirming that there are concerns about potential issues of redacting with the language that's before us in this underlying amendment. So the earlier insinuations of this amendment being supporting hiding things, supporting deleting files and whatnot's completely and categorically false. And I'm going to continue to reject any insinuations of ulterior motives on that. But we do need to get it right. We may need more than these three words here, altering, erasing, or destroying. Perhaps we need more descriptors with extra definitions that are involved. But a place like the Data Practice Commission can help work through these, help make sure that we get a system that's laid out clearly and logically for people to do it right. And finally, Senator Ingebrigtsen was asking around as to whether there was proof or evidence of this happening, and didn't get an answer showing that there was. But if there is situations going on of trying to change records, that is an issue at the local level right now. And that would be questions to be directed to them. So with that, members, I thank you for your discussion on this. I ask members to vote yes on this portion of the amendment.
All right, members, we are on line 1.2 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. A roll call has been requested. See no further discussion. The secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Thomasoni a yes vote.
Thomasoni votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 30 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Members, we are on the third section of the divided A13 amendment to the amendment, which are lines 1.6 to 1.8. Senator Matthews.
Mr. President, I encourage members to vote yes.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what this part of the amendment would do would be to delete lines 1.32 to 2.2, and for the benefit of the public, so they know exactly what we're voting on, this would mandate the release of all recordings of an incident where a peace officer used deadly force and an individual dies to the deceased individual's next of kin, legal representative of the next of kin, and other parent of the deceased individual's children no later than 90 days after the incident. So, Mr. President, in those instances where an exception has been made for the early release, this would say that eventually at some point the family would be able to see the recording of the incident 90 days. Deleting this language means that conceivably that footage would be kept out of their view as well as the view of their legal representatives forever. Mr. President, I can't imagine not supporting the inclusion of this language. It is unconscionable and inhumane. It defies even any description. It should not be a debate. It shouldn't be controversial in the slightest. To heap that kind of additional victimization on these families is more than I can even contemplate. I request a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call will be granted. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I'm going to give a little example. I redid the story of Tia Shervu, one of my friends who gets shot 60 times in North Minneapolis. And the family had to wait over 7 months. You know, I mean, I'm using one example, but it applied to everybody else. Applied to all the citizens in Minnesota. And so by taking this provision off, you know, I'm going to reiterate what Senator Dibble said, it's inhumane, it's not fair. We need to be transparent. We need to stay on top of progress, and we need to stay on top of the technology that we have and be transparent. So I would ask members to vote no against this amendment.
Members, we're on lines 1.6 through 1.8 of the A13 amendment to the amendment. A roll call has been requested. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. Call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Friends.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Tomassoni a yes vote.
Tomassoni votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 38 ayes and 27 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. All right, members, we are now back on the underlying A10 amendment as amended. So we're on the A10 as amended. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, this baby has been sliced so many times here, you know, and it gets sliced piece by piece. It bring it closer to home for me. Earlier, I mentioned about my friends. My condolences to the family and my friends who been shot at 60 times and then not getting any access to the camera that's been recorded. And I have to use my authority as state senator and ask for my colleague who geographically represent them. And this is just one example. It could happen to any one of you, and that you want to have a comfort being able to see the evidence. The closer to home that I mentioned earlier has to do with transparency. There's a public distrust now in our society, and we need to open as much as we can. We need to provide hearing so that amendment like this don't get sliced so many times. And transparent, I personally see videotape that been altered. This is before we have the body cam. When I say closer to home, if folks remember the incident with Fong Lee, young man that was killed in North Minneapolis as well by police officer, 13 seconds of the video disappear. 13 seconds. So closer to home because I actually know the people seeing it, witness it, and some of you have experienced that as well in your life when it's closer to your home, your family. And we are making law here to help and people and prevent it from future happening. And I know that the baby has been sliced so many times, and we have an old saying here, if the baby sliced in half, whether you will still love it. And I'm gonna say that even though it's sliced so many times, and I see it's unfair that we didn't get proper hearing, proper vetting, I'm gonna go for this sliced baby to the very end. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A10 amendment as amended. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just wanted, as much as the 30 days is what we tried to present to the House as a negotiated peace, and the fact that people could get the viewership ahead of schedule if the local police allowed them to do it. The fact that in that we did not get that and that there was a global agreement, this has been an extremely difficult bill to navigate through. The sides were very far apart on some of the issues. So in light of that global agreement, members, I'm asking that you vote no so that we can get this very, very important bill done that is a compromised, agreed upon bill at the highest levels.
Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to take Senator Gazelka's advice and vote no because I don't support the amendment as amended. But members, we just went through a couple of hours of debate on Senator Herr's amendment that was offered with no intention, apparently, for it to be supported. So we had serious damage done to Senator Herr's good faith amendment that was full of good ideas that create greater public safety and greater accountability and greater compassion for those families that have experienced a traumatic and dramatic loss at the hands of law enforcement, only to see now at the end of this process of debate, the majority party encouraging its defeat, even though it's been shaped into the form in which they have dictated and required. The word disingenuous comes to mind, although I wouldn't question motive, but it does beg, if we went through this whole process of debate, to be encouraged by the majority leader to vote no. Mr. President, it just reminds me of my time in the House when those sorts of games were played incessantly. And to say that I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But, Mr. President, we did take some really important votes, and we really saw where the majority party stands with respect to transparency, with respect to accountability, with respect to how we treat people and regard people, and how we foster a climate of faith and trust in those who are charged with keeping us safe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A10 amendment as amended. Senator Isaacson.
Well, I'm fairly disappointed after the work that just went on, not to echo too much of what Senator Dibble just said, but I have to share the incredulity of which I feel hearing from the majority leader talking about wanting to stick to the deal when he so blazingly broke it not that long ago on the state government bill. So I'm not sure when it's okay to follow those rules and when it's not. But what I do know is some work went down here today to try to make this bill better. And that's what we did. And even though it's not exactly what we wanted, we tried to make it better. And to go through all that work and then say no because we want to follow the deal when the deal didn't seem to matter a couple days ago, I'm not sure that I'm buying that argument. So I hope that we take the time to think about that and vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A10 amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Senator Herr?
I think earlier Senator Dibble requested for a roll call, and if not, I want to reiterate that we did request for a roll call.
Okay, I did not have a roll call requested on the amendment to the amendment after it was amended, but we are on the A10 amendment as amended. The Secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. Call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Abler votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmick votes no.
Osmick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes no.
Westrom votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Tomassoni a no vote.
Senator Tomassoni votes no. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 17 ayes and 48 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, I would like to rise to a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your point, Senator Dibble.
Thanks. So, thank you, Mr. President. A moment ago, there was a confusion, I think, about whether or not the original amendment had a roll call requested, which I did make a roll call request at the outset. It was then amended, but I thought I heard the President say that the amended form of the amendment then would need to have the roll call request renewed. So I'm just seeking clarification on that point.
Senator Dibble, that was a mistake on our part. It was not, usually it's lit up on my screen when a roll call is requested, and that was a mistake on our end. So the roll call should have been on, and that's why we stopped it to correct it.
Super, thanks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, members, I have a lengthy list in front of me. We are back on Senate File 7, and the next person I have on the list is Senator Latz. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to just address a few things in this bill. And the first, of course, is the creation of a missing and murdered Indigenous relatives office, permanent office here in the Minnesota state government. 4 years ago, as a young new legislator in the House, and learning more and more about the historic violence against Native American women, I introduced a bill to create a task force to study that. And fortunately, we were able to champion that piece of legislation. I'm not sure exactly how it went over here in the Senate, but it was regaled in the House, and everybody got behind us, and I know that eventually it did pass off of the floor here in the Senate. And within 18 months and COVID pandemic, we were able to do some pretty incredible work and create and put together a report that's quite extensive, quite informative, and I appreciate Senator Limmer noting that it was an excellent, excellent report. And so the natural progression is, of course, to create this office, this permanent office, to continue the work so that we can also continue or begin the process of working with the federal government. I really wish we would have had a hearing. I know we kind of serendipitously got put into one of the committees, and we were able to say a few words about it. But part of the work that I feel that we do here in the legislature is to also educate Minnesota on issues that affect our communities. And it would have been really great if we could have had that hearing, brought in the testifiers, perhaps dug a little bit into the report that was completed in December, and really give this body, the Senate, a full understanding and comprehension of the historical trauma, the issues that have allowed the violence against our Native women to continue. And part of that is legislation, part of that is police jurisdiction, and part of that is the patriarchal colonial mindset that has allowed that to continue. And I really wish we would have had a task or a hearing here in the Senate in order to share that. So I'm very encouraged that we have now, we will be passing on this office and creating a permanent way to address those issues. When we created this task force, we assumed that it would become a vehicle to address other violences, especially the sexual violence that affects Minnesota women and girls throughout our state. And if we had had a hearing for the missing and murdered African American women, we would have learned more and more about the struggles that they historically have had to go through as well. We know that sexual violence continues to affect women in Minnesota, in this nation, in this continent, in this world. One of the statistics and one of the things that we know is that Native American women face violence at shocking rates, and it parallels the violence that our Black women also go through all day, every day. So it's encouraging that we are going to have this new task force, because we know that for every black woman who reports a rape, at least 15 black women do not report it because they know they won't be taken seriously or won't be listened to. We know that 1 in 4 black girls will be sexually abused before the age of 18. We know that 1 in 5 black women are survivors of rape. 35% of black women experience some form of sexual contact violence during their lifetime, and 40 to 60% of black women report being subjected to coercive sexual contact by the age of 18. 17% of black women experience sexual violence other than rape by an intimate partner during their lifetime. And so with that, I know these facts. Representative Richardson knows these facts. Many women who are working to prevent and to address these issues know these facts. And for that reason, I'm very, very encouraged that we will be creating this piece of this new office, Task Force on Missing and Murdered African American Women. And I'm very proud to carry this bill here in the Senate. This task force is, again, very similar to the American Indian Task Force, and they will be investigating causes of violence against African American women and girls, and again, identify recommendations to properly collect that data and reduce and end violence against African American women. And so those are two things that I am really encouraged about this bill. Other things that are in here, in spite of some being missing, I would like to just sort of address and remind and highlight the fact that we now have immunity for those seeking aid for sexual assault victims. And I would like to thank Senator Dietzig and Port and Senator Marty for that bill. Human trafficking penalties increases. This one is so important, and I'd like to thank Senator Putnam and Senator Pappas for all the work that they have done, because one of the things that we discovered in our task force was that sex trafficking is alive and prevalent throughout Minnesota and the states that surround it. And so it's absolutely imperative that we not only increase those penalties, but I am also again encouraged by the establishment of an anti-trafficking coordinator that Representative Pinto and Frazier and Bernardi worked so hard on over in the Senate. But I find it rather ironic that just yesterday, which was the final day of our Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force meeting, that we received the news and new arrests from the second sex trafficking sting operation, and this time in Beltrami County. When we created the task force and when we went through the process of licensing Line 3, we warned them that this would happen. We warned that there would be an increase and an uptick in sex trafficking in Minnesota, and the women that testified were laughed at, they were snickered at, they were disrespected, and they were told that no, this would not happen. Well, let me remind you that the first sex trafficking sting was just in February this year, and it resulted in 2 of Enbridge Line 3's employees being charged in Itasca County on human trafficking. Enbridge will tout zero tolerance for this illegal behavior and terminate their workers, but when you flood a community with over 4,000 men who are making money, who have nothing to do on their time off, and are concentrated into this area, what do you think is going to happen? And we were warned. So as we heard in our conference just yesterday, the Minnesota Human Trafficking Investigation Task relayed the newest swath of arrests of 6 men who had responded to an advertisement placed on a sex ad website. And I do believe that you all received a copy of a newspaper article that outlines this, this newest arrest. And I wish you would all look at that and read that and understand that we can say this isn't going to happen or we can't control it, but we can control the number of people that are coming into our communities and wreaking havoc on our women and our children and our communities. And so, as I said, I'm very encouraged by the establishment of this anti-sex trafficking coordinator, and I would encourage us as we go forward to pay attention to what's going on around our state and realize that those are our girls, those are our women, our daughters. They can be your granddaughters, your sisters, your wives that are being preyed upon. And look forward to the future when we can create a Minnesota where all of the women in our communities are safe, and that we don't have to create task force and coordinate sex trafficking, anti-sex trafficking systems that really destroy the fabric of our communities. And so, in spite of the fact that there is much missing from this task or from this bill, there were some things that will continue to add to the vibrancy of our communities. And I hope, as it was said earlier, there are good things in here. But if these task force and this office were in exchange for all the other things that didn't get into this bill, I would hope that it was not a pawn, that it was not a bargaining chip. Our women and our girls, our people of color are often parried around with, and we're not to be challenged against each other, one for the other. We'll give you this, but the other ones don't get that. And so as we go forward and we're legislating and creating communities and a state that is healthy and safe and vibrant for everybody, I would hope that those sort of situations are not happening, and that we can acknowledge that all of these lives really do matter when it comes down to creating those kind of environments.
Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Kunish, first of all, thank you for your work on this. Being a father, raising 4 daughters and a son, this was particularly important to me as I thought about it, and I was involved in it early as we started the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Task Force. But I do want to say that it was always in the negotiations as something that we were open to. I think people need to know that the one thing we were trying to explore is rather than have the murdered and missing Indigenous women, and then a task force for the same thing for African American women, and then another thing on sex trafficking, we at least explored the idea of just combining all of that, because it's an offense against all women. But we did have a lengthy conversation at the leadership level, and we ended up agreeing to go with the language that the House had, keeping all of those separate, funding them fully as requested. But I just wanted to thank you for your effort on this.
Next on my barely legible list, I believe it's Senator Isaacson. Let's move to Johnson Stewart. That's all I have on my list presently. Oh, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, thought I was on the list. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members. Mr. President, members, looking for my notes here before I get rolling. Here we are. Mr. President, members, we heard Senator Putnam say earlier about how this bill does not live up to the moment. And Mr. President, members, that's true. And what's also true is that the eyes of the whole country are on us right now. The eyes of the whole world are on us right now. In fact, just yesterday, the United Nations released a report highlighting the experience of those of African descent in this country and in a number of other countries as well. Mr. President and members, the report is called The Promotion and Protection of the Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms of Africans and People of African Descent Against Excessive Use of Force and Other Human Rights Violations by Law Enforcement Officers. And, Mr. President, what sparked this examination was the murder of George Floyd on the 25th of May last year. In its preamble, they talk about the ensuing mass protests worldwide marking a watershed in the fight against racism. In some countries, there is now a broader acknowledgement of the systemic nature of the racism that affects the lives of Africans and people of African descent, and of the need to address the past in order to secure future conditions of life that uphold the dignity and rights of all. And it says that the objectives of this transformative agenda are to reverse cultures of denial, dismantle systemic racism, and accelerate the pace of action, end impunity for human rights violations by law enforcement officials, and close trust deficits in this area, ensure that the voices of people of African descent and those who stand up against racism are heard, and that their concerns are acted upon and acknowledged, and confront legacies, including through accountability and through redress. Mr. President, members, the report says that they could not find a single example of a state that has fully reckoned with the past or comprehensively accounted for the impacts on the lives of people of African descent. And it urges us to reimagine policing to address racial stereotyping, the militarization of weapons and tactics, and lack of accountability. And it did so by examining 190 deaths of people of African descent at the hands of law enforcement, most of those in our country, Mr. President, members. And it goes on to really highlight the findings and the methodology and the recommendations. And we have it within our grasp and in our power. We had the opportunity. It's been over a year now. We could have had those hearings and really started down this road of reconciliation in some really meaningful ways. So, Mr. President, we know that most of these incidences that were examined in the United Nations report, the victim presented no threat whatsoever. We know that Daunte Wright's tragic death highlighted several shortcomings of our criminal justice system. He was pulled over for his expired tabs and his air freshener, and they found out he had an outstanding warrant at that moment. And they were compelled to arrest him because he had failed to appear for a summons, which we now know the warrant that was issued for that failure to appear was sent to an old address, and the mail had been returned. Unfortunately, this is a common occurrence and totally uncalled for someone in this instance when a summons like this for expired tabs doesn't really merit any sort of public safety concern or issue or response. So there's a common sense and very logical solution that a number of other places have put into practice, which simply says we don't have to arrest people under such benign circumstances. Mr. President, I would like to offer the A7 amendment to discuss that idea a little bit further.
Senator Dibble offers the A7 amendment. Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File Number 7 as follows, page 221 after line 26. Insert, this is the A7 amendment.
Sounds good. Senator Dibble, the A7
Thank you.
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call on the A7.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call will be granted.
Thank you. Mr. President, it's a very, very simple idea, a very simple proposal. It simply says that in the instance of the circumstance like the one in which Dante Wright lost his life, the officers wouldn't be compelled to arrest him because he had a warrant for a failure to appear, and with the full knowledge that that summons was sent to an old address, that he would simply have been notified of the fact that he has a new court date, and he has served notice of that. He signs a piece of paper acknowledging receipt of that information, and then everyone goes along their merry way. And that takes, of course, the temperature down of the interaction tremendously. The information that the criminal justice system wants to convey to the person who's the subject of the summons is conveyed, and there's no one taken into custody, no opportunity for that kind of potential conflict to occur, and people go on their merry way. The interest of justice is served, and it serves the larger cause of justice in terms of targeting folks unnecessarily. It's similar in spirit, of course, to stopping pretextual stops, or as we passed on the floor of this House unanimously in the transportation bill, the effort to stop the suspension of driver's license for non-public safety purposes, the effort to allow folks to reinstate their driver's license and not have to pay multiple reinstatement fees. It just creates some common sense reform in our criminal justice system and doesn't further ensnare people either in these extremely unfortunate circumstances that can lead to such tragic outcomes as was with Dante Wright, or just further ensnare people in a criminal justice system and further complicate their lives so much further. So it's in the spirit of a number of the initiatives that have been successful and others that have been discussed in this body over the past year or so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Any further discussion on the A7 amendment? Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad that Senator Dibble brought up this issue again. I know Senator Latz had mentioned it because I was going to speak to it. The whole issue of pretextual traffic stops and the unnecessary interactions that then happen between police and our black and brown neighbors. And I know someone had mentioned earlier there's no such thing as driving while black. Well, I wanted to actually mention a Star Tribune analysis from last summer. And the Star Tribune found out that black and East African drivers accounted for 78% of police searches that started as stops for moving or equipment violations between June 2019 and May 2020. White drivers, in comparison, made up 12% of searches during the same period, even though they were more likely to wind up with contraband when searched. So this is one step that Senator Dibble is making to just kind of lower the temperature in these stops when it's just an administrative issue that could be handled in a much less conflictual way. So I urge members to support the Dibble amendment.
Thank you. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, the issue of these pretextual stops has come up a couple of times now. I don't refer them to them as pretextual stops, but rather primary versus secondary offenses. After this topic came up, at least for me, 2-3 weeks ago, I sent an email to all 4 of the sheriffs in the 4 counties that I represent. And I sent an email to every chief of police in every city in my district. And there wasn't a single law enforcement officer in the district that I represent that supported the change of the nature of this amendment. Keep in mind that, you know, there's a state statute that we're talking about enacting here, and this amendment and this issue of primary versus secondary stops is not supported by law enforcement in the area that I represent. So I would oppose the amendment as proposed.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. I might have misled the chamber in the presentation of the amendment in talking about pretextual stops. The point I was trying to make in my explanation of the amendment is that this is in the same spirit of trying to take the temperature down, and that's part of pretextual stops are part of that discussion, as was the driver's license issue, et cetera. This is called sign and release warrants. So in the instance that someone has been had a warrant issued for the failure to appear in court for a non-public safety-related matter, a police officer is not compelled to arrest them. So, you know, a summons has been issued for them to appear in court for a non-public safety-related matter, a misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor in some cases. They fail to appear, and they fail to appear because that summons was sent to an old and defunct address. Then if they do cross paths with a police officer in the community at some point in the future, and the police officer discovers that failure to appear has occurred, the police officer, rather than arresting that person, would simply notify that person that they have a court date. That person would then sign an acknowledgement of that and not be arrested, just go on their merry way, now having been informed of the fact that they had failed to appear in court through no fault of their own. So it's called a sign and release warrant, and it's an administrative matter. It would have meant that Dante Wright would still be alive today because, you know, he had a warrant for his arrest because he failed to appear in court for a non-public safety-related matter, and that summons had been sent to an old and defunct address. And so it's just a common sense measure to avoid some of these unnecessary conflict-laden police encounters with the public. That's the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Dibble yield for a question? Thank you.
Senator Dibble will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble, just to understand this right, the sign and release warrants, if a person were to be pulled over for a minor traffic violation and there were a warrant for this person's arrest, and I believe you're talking about the incident that did happen most recently here, that you would, if that would have went without that type of a conflict, you would have them sign a document? Is that what you're saying? Or why sign a document to promise to appear in court again? I'm not quite clear on that.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Probably the error of term is arrest warrant. There would not be a warrant for that person's arrest. There would be a warrant. That person simply would need to be notified of the fact that they had failed to appear in court for no fault, because of no fault of their own. There is no arrest warrant. It's called a bail warrant or some such term. There's no arrest warrant. It simply says that as an administrative matter, the police officer knows that that person has failed to appear in court and knows that that wasn't that person's fault because the summons was sent to an old address. The officer would simply be in the position of notifying that person who was heretofore unaware that they had missed a court date through no fault of their own for a non-public safety-related matter. The officer would inform that person that they need to appear in court on a specified date. The person would acknowledge that in the form of their signature, and everyone would go on their merry way. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for that description. Members, I think the sign and release warrants has basically been called the catch and release program concept that has been in the wrong direction. The state has been going with rising violent crime prosecutors who refuse to prosecute or who ask for repeat stays of adjudication to judges who will not sentence violent criminals to prison. I think that's pretty evident with the information that Senator Limmer started the day out with the amount of prison beds that we are down in the state of Minnesota. Being down meaning maybe not the right term, but we have 2,400 less prisoners now today than we did in 2019 in the state system. And there isn't a night that goes by that when I watch the news, you watch the news, when there's murders going on constantly, carjackings at gunpoint, all of this going on. One of the major issues is law enforcement has ended up during these stops is, of course, confiscating illegal weapons. If it's a visual sight, of course, they inquire. We talked about this in finance yesterday. And it happens an awful lot. In fact, I think the Minnesota State Patrol, who works strictly traffic, I think they've come up with literally hundreds of illegal weapons, and that wouldn't happen if they weren't able to stop for certainly a warrant or anything else. I know we've talked about other minor violations, and I don't think that's in the bill, so I won't belabor on that. I think that's a good choice, and I'll thank Senator Limmer for holding strong on that. But members, this catch and release thing just isn't working, and crime continues to go up, and there's a certain amount of people in the state of Minnesota that even want to get softer on it. So I'm not saying that going to prison is always the answer. In fact, in some cases, I think it isn't. But right now, folks, we've got some serious crime issues going on that need to be addressed, and I don't think we take a soft approach on crime. We take a little tougher approach on crime, and we start supporting those that are out there protecting us. So thank you very much, Mr. President. I would say vote no.
All right, I have several on this list. To this point, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just the point I want to make is that, first of all, I'm not at all sure I understand the concept of someone not showing up in court as summoned through no fault of their own. All of us are responsible for our own actions. And when you are required to show up in court, you have to show up in court or at least contact the court administrator and give them a reason as to why you have failed to meet your responsibility. Furthermore, if we excuse folks from not showing up, if there's no consequences for not showing up in court as required, how do we then enforce and in fact require people to show up after they have been summoned to appear if there's no recourse by the police? So this is a concept that I just think is going to add to confusion, and I do think that those who have received an order or a citation or a notification to be in court, I think they're obligated to show up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Newman. Senator Limmer, was that to Senator Ingebrigtsen's point? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen and Senator Newman, because the points you made highlight exactly the point of this amendment, because all of your objections are based in assumptions that are completely 180 degrees not true about this proposal. So let me just read the specific language of the proposal. Failure to appear, issuance of a sign and release warrant. Unless a prosecutor makes the showing described in subdivision 4, which I'll get to in a moment, the court shall issue a sign and release warrant if the court issues a summons, The summons was served by mailing it to the defendant's last known address and was returned as undeliverable. That was the circumstance of Dante Wright's situation. He was pulled over and he had a warrant for his arrest for something that was totally benign, not at all related to public safety, and the police were obligated to arrest him. The summons was served by mailing it to the defendant's last known address and was returned as undeliverable. Dante Wright didn't know he had a warrant out for his arrest for his failure to appear. That's what's meant by no fault of their own. And of course, the defendant failed to appear at the time and place identified in the summons. The defendant had not previously failed to appear in the same case, and the defendant is charged with a misdemeanor offense other than a targeted misdemeanor, as defined in 299C.10 subdivision 1, or a gross misdemeanor offense other than a violation of section 169A.20, and it provides a list of those. So these are all public safety related matters which would be excluded in this proposal. Driving while impaired, violation of a domestic abuse order for protection, 4th degree assault, 5th degree assault, domestic assault, 5th degree criminal sexual conduct, malicious punishment of a child, neglect or endangerment of a child, etc. So you get the idea. So this is a failure to appear in court for what we would consider a very minor, non-public safety related offense, whereupon that summons was sent to someone's wrong or bad address. They are unaware. The police can simply issue them a sign and release warrant so that that person then now knows a new court date has been set, and they are aware of it. Very simple. Nothing to do with increasing crime or tolerance of crime or pretextual stops. There's none of that in this proposal. It's simply making sure that the police can convey some good information to someone who wants to be law-abiding and hasn't been given the opportunity to be so. Dante Wright would be alive today if we had sign and release warrants. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, I think this conversation is getting overcomplicated because this is really a very simple proposal targeting a very narrow set of circumstances where someone gets mailed a summons and it's to a wrong address, so the summons gets returned to the court as undeliverable. In other words, the person who's got the court appearance is not aware that they have the court appearance. It's not a situation where they appeared in court already and were given notice at the court. It's not a situation where they were arrested on an initial complaint and were given a court date when they were released with a piece of paper by handing it to them. This is a case where the initial summons was issued, or at least the amendment deals only where the initial summons, which is the notice to appear in court, was mailed and returned as undeliverable. Very simple. They had no idea they were expected to be in court. So it's not someone trying to get out of appearing in court. It's not someone who was out committing a crime that would subject them to an arrest when they got stopped and pulled over, because then they could otherwise be arrested, as is indicated in this amendment. It's very simple, simply a lost in mail or a returned situation. So this is not about being hard or soft on crime. It's not about whether we're protecting public safety. It's not about giving people an excuse for not showing up or excusing them for not showing up or not holding them accountable. And it's most certainly not, as Senator Ingebrigtsen said, a justification merely for conducting a search. I mean, I heard Senator Ingebrigtsen say that people get stopped on these kinds of things and they get searched and they find contraband. Well, that's an unconstitutional basis for a stop. You can't stop someone just because you want to be able to search them for contraband and not have some other lawful basis for it. So it's not about any of those things. The purpose of this is only to secure the appearance in court of a person who didn't know they were supposed to be in court. So why shouldn't we just mandate that under those very limited circumstances, the officer hand them the notice instead of having the court rely on the U.S. mail? That's all this is about, members. It's an easy green vote.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will agree with Senator Latz that this is a simple idea, but it shows what different worlds we're talking from. Senator Newman says how somebody could not appear in court if obviously they're doing something terribly wrong, when this language explicitly says when they didn't get the notice they're supposed to. It's a simple solution. It's not letting them off the hook. It's simply saying that the police officer can deliver them the notice but not arrest them. So then they know. It's a simple provision that I think some members here don't get what the world's like for others here. It's described as catch and release for fish. These are people, not fish. That's offensive language. May not be intended that way, but that's what it is. Dante Wright would be alive if we had this kind of an option and if they didn't feel we had a warrant to arrest him. Because the warrant that he was supposed to tell him to appear in court that he didn't show for didn't get to him. This again gets back to the confusion about what the worldview is like. I'm not worried about driving home tonight and getting arrested. I've been stopped 2-3 times in my life. And I'm not going to say I'm an ideal driver. But Philando Castile, 32 or 33 when he was killed, he'd been stopped 52 times. He was driving on a street that I drive on from time to time. I've never even looked for cop cars there because I've never worried about getting stopped there. In the African American community, that's a street to stay off of. Why? Because they know they're going to get nailed there. It's a totally different world. I wish we could have had some of these bills as all these amendments are coming up and, oh, this deserves a hearing. Well, we haven't had hearings. People who request them. This bill came over from the House, would have been referred to Judiciary. It's a good idea. It's a simple idea. And given the urgency of the moment, I know it's been over a year now since George Floyd's killing, but we all talked about urgency then. A year and a half, well, we don't need to do it during the special sessions. We can wait till the regular session. Well, the regular session, well, this is a budget year, so we'll take the policy next year. Except in a very tragic situation, the Mattson case, well, then we got to do it right away. But even there, I don't know what kind of hearings there were on this. With the mandatory minimums in there. But that's why we ought to have hearings on these things. Senator Dibble's amendment is very modest and very reasonable. It would have saved a life in Brooklyn Center a few months ago. I urge you to support the amendment.
Next on my list, I have Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise to make a couple of points in support of Senator Dibble's amendment. I think for bringing this amendment. I probably am the member of this body who most recently worked as a public defender, although I know that there are a number of us attorneys in this body, including Senator Newman, who I saw had also at one time served as a public defender. So it surprised me to hear the account of what this scenario would look like. I had a number of times that I can remember where I would be representing a client who had been arrested for failure to appear on a warrant. And sometimes it would be me, sometimes it would be the judge, sometimes it would be the prosecutor who would look through the paperwork and the file and say, oh geez, yeah, the notice was sent to the wrong address. Just get them a new court date and let them go. That happened all the time. So there's a couple of consequences from that, right? There was the person who was needlessly hauled into jail, stripped of their clothes and put into jail scrubs, shackled, transported from the county jail, to the courthouse, holding area. Probably missed a day of work, had to explain what was going on to their family, to their job, to their employer, to neighbors, the shame that goes with that. And then they meet me coming into the holding area to talk to them, and I say, well, it looks like you missed your court date. And they said, what? I didn't have a court date, what for? And then we go through the paperwork, and they start to realize that there might have been something about this, but they didn't know about a court date. They'd been waiting to receive one. They didn't know if it was actually going to come through and happen. And then here they are in the jail, in the courthouse, in scrubs, in shackles. And then they get brought out before a judge in front of the whole courtroom of people. These are Minnesotans. And to hear this referred to as catch and release, I'm bringing it up again because my colleague, Senator Marty, brought it up. And I'm going to say for the record that when he did, I saw some colleagues in this body smirk and smile. It's not a joke. These are human beings. This is such a simple amendment. Think of the waste also that happens when you arrest somebody needlessly, the cost on the court system. If you're not going to vote for this amendment for humanitarian reasons, because you believe in people and helping people, then do it for the cost. If money is the hook for you, it makes sense on so many levels. Come on, let's do better. Let's just vote for this very simple amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question and would ask for the author of the amendment to yield.
He will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question on lines I lost it, just a second. I lost it, Mr. President. I'm going to have to pause, and I'll ask the question again once I find it.
Very well, Senator Limmer. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And some of the comments over the last minute or so have been, I'd just like to address them. And Senator Latz was the first one with regards to pulling people over and doing a search. That's not what happens, Senator. And I don't know if anybody in this room understands what happens when a cop approaches the car and they find out if they have a warrant. Of course they're going to look in the car. If they see something illegal, that's when the search starts. You know that. They don't have a right to go under the seat or in the trunk when they pull somebody over for that. So let's not over-dramatize what we're what the situation is here. And the good senator from Duluth, I'm so glad that you pointed out that the court has problems and they make mistakes. Is that the cops' problem? Probably not. I don't think they're going to take them in shackles and do all the terrible things that you talked about if there wasn't an actual warrant. So, Mr. President, I know we're getting emotional. Catch and release probably was not the right thing to say, and I apologize for that. I apologize for that. But let's get all the facts right. If the courts mess up, that's not a cop problem.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I hate to interrupt this dialogue, but I did find my place in the bill that I wanted to ask Senator Dibble if he would yield again.
Senator Dibble, before Senator Limmer forgets, will you yield?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I could direct your attention to page 2, lines 9 through 12. That's subdivision 5, the law enforcement duties. It states, starting on 210, the officer shall inform the defendant of the missed court appearance and provide a new notice that includes a time to appear. How does that work, Senator Dibble? Do police officers know the court docket? Do they know the time available? I just need to know a little bit more about the mechanics of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Limmer. In the same way they would know today that that individual has a warrant for their arrest for the failure to appear. So I assume that that information would be available through their CRTs in their car, their squad car. They would be able to pull up the fact that that person has a sign and release warrant as opposed to what they would have today, which is an arrest warrant. And of course, we know that that arrest warrant it has connected to it the information about the reason for the arrest, the failure to appear on a particular type of case. So it was simply, rather than have an arrest warrant, they would have a sign and release warrant with the same information and the information that flows through the magic of technology to the computers that the officer has access to. I assume they can print off a little slip the way they do and have that signed by the individual. The individual would then be informed and be able to go on to the remainder of their errand or home or to work or wherever they were going at that time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, certainly Senator Dibble reflected on the availability of a search warrant and what might be on a computer in the event that the person did not appear. However, I'm asking the question, how does a police officer know the availability of the open time slot in a courtroom? Because you're asking him to provide notice that includes a time to appear. And it must be in writing, it must include the court file number. And I didn't think that we've advanced that far to know the open schedule that changes from minute to minute in a crowded courtroom, what a police officer has in the effect of a court schedule. Maybe someone who participates in this field could give me a little more information.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. Senator Latz would like to address this point. Senator Latz.
If I may, Mr. President, thank you. For what it's worth, in Hennepin County, they're doing a lot of sign and release warrants now. And either the officers have a schedule that they carry with them or they have immediate electronic access to calendars so they can know what date to put in the notice for court, and they just hand it to the individual at that time. I was on court last week and listened to a number of cases where the prosecutor said, sometimes they'll do arrest warrants if the circumstances warrant it, but sometimes they'll tell the judge, all we want is a sign and release warrant. That's what's issued. I'm a little worried that the temperature might be getting a little high on what's a very simple amendment here. I don't think this is a matter of solving all the world's problems. I don't think this is a matter of being anti-police or blaming the police for anything on this particular warrant. This is our issue. This is very simply a way that can reduce some of the confrontation that may occur at a particular traffic stop, where whatever the reason for the stop is, either they get the identification of the driver or they run the plates and they see there's a warrant out for the registered owner and they make the stop. And under these limited circumstances, the judge, when the court date is missed, the judge, based on the criteria in this amendment, if it becomes law, will have issued a sign and release warrant rather than an arrest warrant. So what the officer, the arresting officer, the officer involved in the traffic stop or the connection with the individual will know is that there's a sign and release warrant. And there won't be anything else for them to do other than verify the identity of the person and say, hey, you missed court, here's sign here, here's your notice to go back to court, and here's your date and time for how to do it. That's all that it involves. It ends up being much more efficient for the courts, much more efficient for law enforcement's time, because rather than hauling someone in, especially if they're in Senator Ingebrigtsen's county and they have to drive 30 minutes or 45 minutes from the place of the traffic stop to the jail where they're going to have to hold them, and then an hour, another 45 minutes back to wherever their patrol district was. They've wasted an hour and a half of time bringing someone in who missed a court date because the mail went to the wrong address, when they could have been spending that time pursuing other public safety initiatives, stopping people for driving 105 miles per hour through Alexandria on their way to their lake homes. Or whatever they're out there doing in other ways breaking the law. So it's much more efficient for law enforcement's use of time. It has the beneficial effect of de-escalating what could otherwise be a more confrontational traffic stop. And it does nothing at all. In fact, it explicitly says it does not have any impact whatsoever on an arrest or an investigation if there are other lawful grounds for following up. So, when an officer, approaches on a traffic stop, and if they happen to see contraband in the back seat, well, that changes the nature of the traffic stop completely. And then they're not dealing with a sign and release warrant. They're dealing with, contraband in the back seat, and they've got a lawful basis for investigating and securing the driver and searching the vehicle and so on. So this will have absolutely no impact on any of that. And so that's why I would ask Senator Ingebrigtsen and Senator Limmer to just think very cautiously and carefully about what is actually in the amendment, and not let some of the fireworks perhaps that surround some of the other conversations on public safety get involved. It just seems to make real easy sense to support this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for that explanation. We sometimes view the court system in Hennepin County as reflective of every courtroom in the state of Minnesota. I don't know if we have that same digital quality in other parts of outstate Minnesota. And so before we go forward, I'm just thinking, and by the way, my staff, committee staff, said there was no committee or there was no Senate bill on this. So that might be one of the explanations why we did not hear the bill in the Senate committee. So.
Is that a question, Senator Limmer? Okay. I've got on my list Senator Bingham. Senator Latz, do you want to
Mr. Chair,
point?
I was inquiring because we had no record of a similar bill. There is one in the House, and so if anyone knows about that, I certainly would like to know that, at least not in a timely manner before deadline.
Senator Latz.
Oh, May 10th. Mr. President, to answer Senator Limmer's question, it was House File 2539. There was not a Senate companion, but it was passed by the other body on May 6th and referred to the Senate on May 10th, where it was referred to the Judiciary Committee. It had not been heard in the Judiciary Committee. But frankly, I think we're sort of beyond the conversation at this point about what was heard where and when, and we're considering things on their merits as best we can. This second to the last day of the fiscal year. So I just encourage us to consider it on the merits now. If this were a really complicated subject, I would encourage us to have a hearing, but it just seems to me this is not a complicated subject, and it should be a fairly simple matter to, many of the greater Minnesota counties They may not have all the electronics set up, but they've got ways to just issue court dates or standard court dates 4 weeks out or whatever their practice could be. It should be a simple matter to take care of it.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. It may have come over from the House, but there was no Senate author. And so if you don't have a Senate author, it's hard to get a process hearing a bill without a Senate author. And so the only reason I'm bringing it up is that it was brought up earlier in this conversation that someone was chastised for not having a hearing. And I just wanted to give a reason why. And Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, I'm a little hesitant to bring this up, but since there was a little bit of a leadership discussion on what this bill could look like, I'm wondering if this might not be included in that global agreement that's reflected in the bill before us. And so, Senator Gazelka, would you want to make a comment?
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, for now, because we have a global agreement and this is not in there, I think we should not be supporting this. But I think the comments of some of the folks here are certainly make me think about what we're trying to do, but it is not in the global agreement. So I'm going to be voting no on this bill, on this amendment.
Senator Begum.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple things. One, there are mistakes by the courts, and when an incident like this happens for a low-level warrant, they don't want to have to bring somebody, say, from Forest Lake into Stillwater. That is why a sign and release process would be beneficial. It's already done, as it's been stated in Hennepin County, and I believe in another couple counties. And I would never impugn the motives of a member or try to guess why they're saying what they say, but law enforcement had agreed to this because it's already done. And so even though it's not part of this global agreement, something may be telling me that they're, because this is something that law enforcement would be amenable to, there's ongoing conversations happen, which is probably why the majority leader said what he said. This is an important change, and it is going to take a little time, which is why if you actually read the amendment and read the bill, it doesn't take effect until January 2024. And the other point I would say is, the Judiciary Committee, Conference Committee, did discuss this because it came over in the House, came over from the House in their bill. So, the Conference Committee certainly talked about it, which is more than what's happened in some of our committees here during regular session. So I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to comment on this particular amendment and kind of a more context to why this issue is so important and why we should take action. Despite global agreements, this is where we do the work, and not all of us were part of that agreement, including many members of the minority party in the Senate. So it's our prerogative to bring those ideas forward, and you decide, members, where you want to vote, whether you think this is actually an issue. Senator Ingebrigtsen mentioned, about the passions in this room. Yes, we are all passionate about our professions, and obviously, Senator Ingebrigtsen, you're very passionate about your profession. I'm also passionate about being a lawyer and abiding by the Constitution, and regardless whether I'm supporting the one side or the other in terms of the prosecution or the defense, I have to abide by the Constitution. And there's this little thing called due process of law and probable cause. And I don't know if you got trained on probable cause, Senator Ingebrigtsen, because you haven't mentioned it. You cannot just search, right? You have to have probable cause. And when you get to that threshold, it's kind of pretty easy to get to if it's in the report and you're talking about, again, smell of cannabis, or you see a taillight or whatnot. Those pretext stops, that rises potentially to probable cause to search a vehicle. If you read these reports, which I'm sure you've written them, so I'm sure you not only read them, you've written them in your 30+ years of service. One thing that really strikes me is that we think because we represent a profession or a group of people that we speak for all of them. And Senator Ingebrigtsen, you do not speak for all law enforcement, and I think you need to be reminded of that. And Mr. President, I want to be respectful of this conversation, but when we say something and we take it as fact, there are so many layers and so many perspectives and so many experiences that we can't just brush them with one single stroke and think that is, in case, just fact, and that is how it works around the world. And in this particular case, just because you haven't experienced, any member, if you haven't experienced racism, you can't say it doesn't exist because you haven't experienced it. And in law enforcement in particular, and for that matter, any part of our government. I just went through a program not that long ago that talked about, actually last week, and this was with Harvard Business School. And we had a slide on this issue talking about what is systemic racism. And I'm just going to reach all you members, if you haven't heard of that term, which I'm sure you have, especially lately, of how it's defined. Systemic racism in the U.S., because it takes a different shape and perspective in different parts of the world, but in the U.S., it's the normalization and legitimization of an array of dynamics, historical, cultural, institutional, and interpersonal, that routinely advantage whites while producing accumulative and chronic adverse outcomes for people of color. This definition comes from the Aspen Institute for Community Change, and really smart people. We're not just talking about this as just a tagline. It exists. If you don't have that experience, that doesn't mean it doesn't. So members, when we're trying to pass a public safety bill and not recognize that we have a systemic issue across the board, all levels of government, private and public sector, you're missing an essential ingredient in policymaking. You're missing an essential part of how you look at the policies that we're passing and how it impacts everyday people in every walk of life, not just black people, not just brown people. And how we continue to act like something doesn't exist and continue the microaggressions that I've heard over and over pretty much daily when we're talking about this issue. And it's just unfortunate that we don't have the ability to think outside the box, to take this information and say, okay, I might not have experienced it, but my colleague might, my son might.
Point of order.
Senator Limmer, please state your point of order.
Pardon me, Senator. What's the order of business that we have immediately before us? Isn't it the amendment, A7?
We're presently on the A7 amendment, Senator Limmer.
And so I believe the comments of Senator Franzen is a much broader discussion, and although I appreciate the passion that I'm hearing, I don't think it's on the business of the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. Just a reminder to stay on the A7 amendment with your comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Limmer. It's exactly part of this discussion that you're not understanding that this is the foundation for this amendment. This amendment disproportionately affects people of color. It is part of systemic racism embedded in our systems. So with all due respect, listen and stop interrupting. Listen, people. Listen, members. I'm just about on my wit's end with this agreement and this bill. Police reports. If you look at the data, if you look at how many police reports, how many people are incarcerated, Senator Torres-Ray has already mentioned the data. That is why this is important, members. This is one simple thing we can do to change that. And it's resisted. I have no idea why. Politics has ruled the day. Policy and logic and empathy for people who are at the other end of our decisions has been pushed out again. So members, I encourage a green vote on the amendment, and I hope that at least if you listen to what I said, that at least you take the definition that seems to come from a very credible source about what systemic racism is and how we should do things like this amendment to start tackling it and dismantling it. Thank you, members.
On the A7 amendment, Senator Johnson-Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to echo Senator Latz's comments that this seems like a very simple amendment. Senator Dibble has crafted an amendment that, in my opinion, helps the police do their job. Unless their job is searching or pulling over people, I mean, in my opinion, and what I see police doing in my life, is making sure I'm safe, coming to my house when I have an issue, being a first responder, all those things. And so if I take away this even ability for them, or need, I guess I would say, for them to stop someone who just has an outstanding warrant that is not of criminal nature, then we're doing them a favor. So I don't see, I just can't understand this argument. We're not disparaging the police. We like the police. In my house, the police are very popular people. And, you know, when Senator Ingebrigtsen got up and said, we don't search unless we have a need. You know that. I thought, well, actually, no, I don't know that because I'm a white suburban lady who drives a nice car. I've never been searched. Frankly, I speed all the time. I rarely get pulled over. This is not my experience. I don't know what it's like, and I don't know that. So please don't try to say, you know. I've heard that talk before when somebody's trying to convince me of something that they don't have basis in. I also heard us be told today that there's murders constantly happening. That's kind of funny too. So let's just bring it back. It's funny in that it's not true, okay? I'm not laughing at constant murders because clearly they're not happening. My point is, this is a simple thing. This helps police, who I care about very deeply and I'm indebted to immensely. It helps them do their job, which is keeping us safe. And it takes away their need to do this unnecessary thing in a very easy way. So Senator Dibble, this is a beautiful amendment and you're making the police do their job much more efficiently. I will vote enthusiastically yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will now take the roll on the A7 amendment. Senator Friends, are you ready to report the remote voters?
I am, Mr. President, and I want to thank you. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator
Newton
Port
votes aye.
Mr. President?
Senator Friends?
Mr. President, I was trying to say Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Friends?
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Friends?
Senator Wickland votes aye, Mr. President.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Thank you, Senator Friends. Senator Bach?
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Tomassoni a no vote.
Senator Tomassoni is a no. Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Goggin votes no.
Senator Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Osmic votes no.
Senator Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no. Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no. Senator thank you, Senator Jasinski. Okay. Senator Frantz?
Thank you very much. Mr. President, first of all, Senator Eakin is a no.
Senator Eakin has changed his vote to no.
And Senator Latz is a yes.
Senator Latz is a yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All senators having desired to vote have voted. There being, Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 yeas and 37 nays, the amendment fails. We are now on Senate File 7 as amended. We have an amendment within, sorry, my fault. Senate File 7, not amended. Senator Uyghur. Before
off to a bang, I guess. Mr. President, 2 points. First, I'd like to acknowledge the inclusion of the Hardell-Sherrill Act. Hardell died 3 years ago in the Beltrami County Jail. He was paying his debts to society. He had a bright future ahead of him, working on things. He had medical issues in jail. His mother, a constituent of mine, Delshea Perry, pleaded for help. But it went unattended, and unfortunately, Hardell died, as have others that did not get the basic fundamental medical attention they needed. So there's bipartisan support, and I want to thank Commissioner Schnell And the heavy lift was frankly done in the House on this to get this included. And Delshay Perry of Oakdale, on behalf of her son, has worked tirelessly not only at the legislature but in Washington to seek reform. So it's great that we have bipartisan support for this provision. On the issue of public safety and accountability, I want to lead by saying I support the area police officers, the law enforcement officers in my district that I've worked with. They're good people, except there's one, and I'm going to mention that person. In fact, over the years, I've had to go to 2 funerals for officers that have been slain in the line of duty. Officer Richard Crittenden, North St. Paul, and from Maplewood, Officer Joe Bergeron, dying in the line of duty. And the public supports the police officers, but they support responsible, good conduct as well. And that's the focus of the debate and an amendment in part that I'm going to offer. There was discussion earlier, I believe Senator Latz asked a question about whether white supremacy affiliation, if that should be prohibited. And I strongly believe there should be a prohibition on this if we're going to truly meet the moment in addressing racism. In fact, I looked at the Code of Conduct, the model code, that at the Post Board. Principle 3, peace officers shall perform their duties and apply the law impartially and without prejudice or discrimination. And we can dive deeper in, but it talks first and foremost about sensitivity without regard to race. There's a couple of, and you can get the citation. It's under the model policy at 626.8457. And there's other articles about this too. I asked various law enforcement officers in my district, well, what about this provision to prohibit affiliation with white supremacy groups, especially in the moment that we're going through to try to repair the great amount of hurt? No one objected when I talked about that. And it's my understanding when this proposal was advanced in the other body, and I believe Representative Cedric Fraser was the chief author, but there could have been some changes. But when it was heard, the spirit of this was, it was fine with the Minnesota Sheriffs. I believe the Police Chiefs Association, they approved. I don't believe MPPOA objected, but I don't know because most everything is not transparent, as you know. But it's what I hear. But when I had read that this issue prohibiting membership or advocating white supremacy, I thought, this is a no-brainer. It's going to get approved. We'll put that in the expectations of Code of Conduct. But it didn't make it. And when Senator Latz asked Senator Limmer about it a few hours ago, I believe the response, and we'll probably hear from him again, I believe the response was they wanted to add some additional language. So maybe this will be an opportunity where we can craft something and make sure there is a very strong statement regarding prohibition on white supremacy and perhaps other items as well. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A15 amendment.
Senator Uyghur offers the A15 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Uyghur moves to amend Senate File Number 7 as follows. Page 222 after line 31. Insert. This is the A15 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Uyghur.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, members, just a couple of paragraphs, It goes to the post board, and they go through a process of updating rules. I believe it's every few years they're required to go through various rule changes, and this also would have them have a clause that we would prohibit peace officers from affiliating with, supporting, or advocating for white supremacist groups, causes, or ideologies, or participation in or active promotion of international or domestic extremist groups that the Federal Bureau of Investigation has determined supports or encourages illegal, violent conduct. And finally, for purposes of this proposal, white supremacist groups, causes, or ideologies include organizations and associations and ideologies that promote white supremacy and the idea that white people are superior to black, indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC, promote religious and racial bigotry, or seek to exacerbate racial and ethnic tensions between BIPOC and non-BIPOC, or engage in patently hateful and inflammatory speech, intimidation, and violence against BIPOC as a means of promoting white supremacy. Clearly, we do not condone any of these type of activities. I guarantee you Minnesota doesn't. I ask for a roll call vote.
A roll call will be granted. Discussion on the A15 amendment. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have the amendment to the amendment, the A17 amendment.
Senator Johnson offers the A17 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Johnson moves to amend the Uyghur Amendment to Senate File Number 7 as follows. Page 1, Line 3, delete. This is the A17 amendment.
To the amendment, to the amendment, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to say that I do agree with the premise of the A15 amendment. I think for the safety of Minnesotans, we want to make sure that our law enforcement is not associated with groups that would affect or bias their application of the law across Minnesota. But what I'm concerned about is that this is so narrowly defined that there are a number of groups out there in this country and internationally that could, participation within those groups could affect the way that they administer the law. And the FBI has been doing a good job of tracking those individual groups, and what the A17 amendment does is it expands it to those extremist groups across the country, across the globe that might be influencing how our officers are doing that. And any participation within those groups would be questionable. So this simply expands the language to encompass a greater number of organizations.
Discussion on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Johnson yield?
Senator Johnson will yield for a question. He will yield. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson, thank you. Would your amendment include a prohibition on affiliation with white supremacist groups? Though not stated specifically like my amendment, in your attempt to broaden the category, would this include white supremacist groups?
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Uyghur, for the question. This would include all those white supremacist groups and others that are listed within the FBI list of domestic terrorism. And Mr. President, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. President, I still have a couple of questions. Would Senator Johnson yield?
Senator Johnson will continue to yield. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson, I believe we had an earlier admonition that there's a global agreement where the bottom line, we can't really change this overall agreement. And is it your impression that if we added in your amendment, we unanimously, would you still recommend that your caucus vote against it for final passage as an amendment?
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Uyghur. What I am doing here is simply trying to make the language that we have much better. So that's a determination of the body here today on whether we pass it or not. But I'm just trying to improve the language, Senator Uyghur.
Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Johnson, I truly believe you are. Would Senator Gazelka please yield?
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka, does the global agreement reached by 3 persons preempt your caucus from making any amendments with us in an attempt to have a bipartisan improvement, recognizing that the same bill is being debated, I believe right now, in the House, where we could come together? So, your response.
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, Senator Uyghur, you've been around here a long time, and so you know that when you're up against the clock and you're at a government shutdown deadline and barely 30 hours from now, that global agreements are really important to get the deal done. And so when you submit amendments, then we're going to try our best to make that amendment look as good as it possibly could have, which what Senator Johnson has presented is what we actually presented to the House when we were trying to cut the deal at the very end, making it broader, making it what the FBI would say rather than a very narrow position. So, but in the end, I'm going to recommend any final amendments that we vote no on so we can get this deal done, which was very tough to get to. But each amendment you guys submit, we're going to make it the best it can be, and then I'm going to recommend a no at the end.
Senator Uyghur.
Well, Mr. President, Senator Gazelka, all of us never say never. There's time left. This is a defining moment right now, and we do have time. And we're going to get through tax bill and E12, I think, pretty quick once we get this together, and I really believe you and the whole triumvirate could get behind this. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Senator Bingham.
Mr.
Mr.
President,
President, first.
may I request a roll call?
Senator Bingham.
I would like to request a roll call. Great minds think alike, Senator Benson.
A roll call will be granted. Senator Bingham.
Thank you. Would Senator Limmer yield?
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Bingham.
Thank you. Senator Limmer, was this language, I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, it's posted and everything, but is this language what you offered in a conference committee? Not that I would really know what a conference committee is like and offers going back and forth, but I'm fairly certain that I recall a conversation where this language may have been offered on this particularly very important issue.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bingham, yes, we offered, even though I can't remember every single word, but it was almost exactly, if not exactly, the same in the offer that went to the House, and they rejected it.
Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think, because I know it wouldn't happen again where the Senate's offer would be amended onto their own bill and then they would vote against it. So I think we should vote for this. I also want folks to know that the other body adopted the sign and release provision on a voice vote on this companion bill.
Further discussion on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Senator Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would Senator Johnson yield for question?
Senator Johnson will yield. Senator Isaacson.
This list with the FBI, where is that located at?
Senator Johnson.
It seems kind of with the FBI itself.
Senator Isaacson.
Well, as witty as that was, if you just Google FBI, Mr. President, there isn't a list that I've seen, and I'm asking him to produce the list that the legislation is based on. Where's the list? Would Senator Johnson yield again for a question?
Senator Johnson will yield. Senator Isaacson.
Senator Johnson, have you seen the list? Do you know what it looks like? Could you tell me where it is, what's on it?
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Isaacson. I have not looked at it recently. I know when we were discussing this amendment 2 months ago or so, I was able to locate one. Right now, I do not have the citation for that list, though. I apologize about that, Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson.
So I just want to be clear. You're proposing a standard for a list that you saw 2 months ago that you're not sure where it is and you don't have it in front of you right now? I mean, I guess it's not a question, it's more rhetorical, but I'm probably going to be comfortable if the FBI has a list. But I remember when we were on a similar amendment a while back, we talked about this list, and I've yet to see anybody produce a list. I was told that I would get a copy of the list, and I never got a copy of the list. I myself have been on the Googles and the interwebs, and I can't find this list. So I'd be very interested in knowing where the list is before I vote on that, just so I know this list exists and see who is on the list to make sure that it reflects what we're talking about. More than likely it does. I trust the FBI to make some good choices, and I'm sure you do too, but it'd be interesting to know where that's at and make sure that before we offer an amendment, we know what the language reflects and who's on there. So, thank you.
And Senator Isaacson, it's actually the underlying A15 amendment that references the FBI. It's the A15 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I'm looking at a list right now, and it's attributed to the FBI. I believe they also have it by state. And if I can just name a number of them, you might get a very effective list. Starts in alphabetical order: Aryan Nations, Sadistic Souls, Border Keepers of Alabama, Council of Conservative Citizens, Israel United in Christ, Ku Klux Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, League of the South, Loyal White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. You get kind of Nation of Islam is on here, Nordic Order Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. The list goes on and on. I should look. It's really quite a lengthy list, to tell you the truth, because it's subdivided by states. And so there is a list. You get kind of the idea of what we have by this list that I'm reading. It's attributed to the FBI. In Minnesota, it's listed as Behold Barbarity Records and Distro, Gallows Tree, Watansvok Alliance, Israelite Church of God and Jesus Christ, Militant Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, The Remnant, Sons of Liberty Media, Vinlanders Social Club, Weissman Publications. So the list, I think it covers just about everybody that has those thoughts, and that's attributed to the FBI.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Benson. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, we have a copier right here. If you could be so kind as to make a list, have the pages distributed, that would be great. Thank you.
Senator Benson. Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, members, here we are. Here we are. An amendment to an amendment which does not allow us to speak out clearly on the floor of this Senate to stand against the infiltration, the affiliation, the participation in white supremacist groups by members of law enforcement. I hope the people of Minnesota are paying attention. And for my own part, I want to apologize to communities of color for what this institution, what this Senate is just about to do. We're stepping away from their cries and their pleas for us to respond to the experience of their lives. at the hands of some members of law enforcement. Members, this isn't just some sort of gotcha amendment, some sort of, just let's put these words down on a piece of paper, see how the GOP votes, see if they stand in line with the past president or not. The FBI itself has issued a report and sent a memo to law enforcement all around the country warning them of a direct, targeted, strategic effort on the part of these organizations to infiltrate their ranks. And we have the opportunity to say clearly, we understand the experience of so many black men in Minnesota. We're sensitive to it, and we're going to make a strong statement when it can be specifically identified as individuals who carry these beliefs. They are not welcome as law enforcement. And what are we going to do? We're just going to water it down, effectively giving comfort to those organizations and those individuals who are participating in this or are so inclined. Acting as though, oh, this isn't real, we're just going to stand up against all extremism, blah, blah, blah. And not name the problem, enumerate it, and give specific policy direction to law enforcement. Let them know what the values of this state and this legislature are. We're not going to do that. That's what this amendment does. We're going to ignore the professional opinion and advice of the FBI, as they've articulated more than 10 years ago to law enforcement agencies all across our country. Majority Party members, please step away from this amendment to the amendment, please. The damage will be very consequential. And I'm not saying the political damage, the damage to the belief, to the confidence that people in Minnesota, people of color, but a whole lot of other people, as Senator Putnam said earlier, these issues affect all of us. Please, please withdraw this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to make an apology. The list that I had came from, despite the fact that it was listed under FBI records, it was in further reading section. And that came from, of all places, the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is a different organization altogether than the FBI. But I did go up to the FBI. They have what they call FBI Records, the Vault. And they have 14 volumes of white hate groups. So if anyone wants to make reference to that, I certainly am not going to be able to print and distribute all of that on the Senate floor, but I think it's very educational of what the FBI has as listed as white hate groups. I think that would be adequate for this purpose.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I think everybody's about ready to move on here. Senator Dibble, yeah, just a comment, I guess, to those that spoke, and Senator Uyghur, you passionately described, I think, the majority of law enforcement in the state of Minnesota that work in your area. And yes, you did go to a couple of funerals. Actually, 43 years ago today, my partner was killed in the line of duty. So I know those types of feelings, and I've learned to learn to support law enforcement, obviously. That's very clear if you haven't figured that out by now. And I think it's quite a danger area, as Senator Dibble says, to go this direction. And quite frankly, what you're doing is you're sending a terrible message to the law enforcement. Now, I will take that back. I will take that back wholeheartedly. If somebody in this room can tell me what department in the state of Minnesota has an allowed white supremacist to be employed, that's what I want to hear. If you don't have any, then it's a direct insult to public safety.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Isaacson.
Well, Mr. President, this is the second time I've heard this logic used. If you can show me the harm, then we can do something about it. And this is very reminiscent of a flip argument on voter fraud that I remember. I can't quite remember how that gets put together, but I clearly remember that. And so it's interesting to me now that I hear this argument that says, well, because I don't know a specific white supremacist out there, we shouldn't make it against the rules. And frankly, it's offensive that that might be the case. That is ludicrous and probably one of the most ridiculous arguments I've heard today. This idea of that threshold of proof is all of a sudden relevant when it hasn't been relevant all session long is kind of crazy to me. So I hope that you'll vote for the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I was trying to be open-minded to possibly look at supporting Senator Johnson when it was clear by his intent that white supremacist affiliation would be prohibited. But when I asked, are you serious about getting this in the final deal? No, we can't support this. Why should I go further where the exact language, the language that I shared with a number of officers that had no objection. So I'm going to oppose this because there's no intent by the majority party to vote for an amendment that would go on if, which they could, well, they control this body. Finally, I made reference in my initial remarks to the very good police officers in my district and the majority throughout our state. I said there's one bad apple. We are really ashamed of that person, and so are a lot of police officers. Derek Chauvin was my constituent in Oakdale, and there's a lot of repair work that's being done now for those people that have been hurt by those actions, and it's making statements like this about white supremacy and others that we need to do in repairing this, the time that we're in. So I'm voting no on the amendment for those reasons. Thank you.
Members, we're on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to briefly respond to Senator Ingebrigtsen's query about the possibility of an avowed white supremacist being present in any of the forces across the state of Minnesota. I think the Signal case, as reported in the U.S. News and World Report, was when the St. Paul Police Department reviewed its policies on officers expressing political views after they observed an officer getting into his truck which had a 3%er sticker on it. Now that doesn't absolutely declare that that person was a member of that individual organization, but it certainly raises enough of a concern that this is why I think the legislature has taken this seriously. Senator Uyghur spoke about Officer Bergeron, who tragically died in his district. I live about 2 blocks from the place where Officer Scott Patrick died several summers ago around this time. And my community still puts flowers there. I drive by it every day on Officer Scott Patrick Memorial Highway, which this body renamed in his honor. And there's fresh flowers there every morning. We honor him. I think of him every day on the way to the Capitol. Everyone in my community honors the sacrifice and the bravery of police officers who face that situation of approaching a vehicle with an unknown outcome. It is because we hold them in the highest regard. It is because we honor them with total respect that we ask them to embody the highest standard of conduct, of purpose, and of civic virtue. We have a right as a legislature and a duty to ensure that our public safety arm truly exists to serve and to protect. When it deviates from that mission, we have an obligation to redirect. As the enforcement agent of our society, they reflect our values in the most purposeful and actionable way possible. And it's our job to ensure that they embody our values. This amendment ensures that white supremacists will not be present on our law enforcement bodies. And I will support the Uyghur Amendment.
Members, right now we're on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. Call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes no.
Port votes no. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Tomassoni a yes vote.
Senator Tomassoni votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmick votes aye.
Osmick votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report a no vote for Senator Rest.
Rest votes no. Okay. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 30 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on the A15 amendment as amended. Discussion. Senator Bigham.
Thank you. Is there a roll call on this?
There's been no roll call.
I would request a roll call.
Roll call will be granted. Further discussion. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote. Call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Westrom votes no. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report for Senator Tomassoni a no vote.
Senator Tomassoni votes no. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes no.
Port votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Rest votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Frentz.
I believe Senator Johnson Stewart and Senator Rest are changing their votes. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Rest changes her vote. That's what I meant, Mr. President.
Senator Rest votes no.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 11 ayes and 53 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, we're back on Senate File 7. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart moves to amend Senate File Number 7 as follows, page 15, line 1, delete. This is the A6 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a licensed engineer, and like many others in similar professions, I carry professional liability insurance for both myself and my staff. Police are, in fact, covered for professional liability by their employers, but there is a body of people who believe that police should also carry personal liability insurance. Now, the purpose of professional liability insurance is to do many things. Primarily, one, to make it very expensive or even cost prohibitive for bad actors to practice their profession, and two, to provide restitution for those who have been harmed by their negligence. Even in researching this, I realize there's many issues relating to requiring professional liability for police. It's not an easy issue, which is why my amendment proposes the need for a study. We need to look at the cost, availability, impacts on claims and employers, and most importantly, something very important, which is public safety. As Senator Limmer said earlier, we cannot tolerate bad behavior. And that is true for many professions, whether you're a pilot or a surgeon, a civil engineer like me, or a police officer. We all care deeply about public safety, and so let's find out what the ramifications would be for requiring professional liability insurance for police, providing it for them themselves, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion on the A6 amendment. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd recommend a no vote for the other reasons that I talked about, but if you're actually trying to drive more and more police out of this this workforce that they have, the protecting the streets and protecting us, this is one of the things that would do that. If we're trying to do that, members, then just keep pushing this way. And you know, Minneapolis went from about 800 police down to about 500. And when they have to think about the fact that they absolutely might have to buy their own liability insurance for a very, very risky and dangerous position that they hold, and they don't get paid a whole ton of money for that position compared to doctors that have to carry liability or people like that, you're asking somebody that has a lower end salary to pay a higher end liability insurance on their own, which is why, frankly, you have counties and cities that provide that blanket liability insurance for all of the police that they have under their responsibility. So, members, this is an easy no vote. First of all, for the reason that it's time to get done and pass this agreed upon bill, but secondly, because the individual police officer cannot afford to carry this kind of liability insurance on their own.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, we're back on Senate File 7. Senator Isaacson.
One second, Mr. President.
The Secretary will give the bill.
Can you, Mr. President, just give me 2 seconds. I was given a wrong copy of the amendment.
You got it, Senator
Thank
Isaacson.
you. Really slow count. 1,001. No. Thank you.
Senator Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've listened a lot to the talk today. You know what's interesting about doing the whole I shouldn't look backwards, sorry. Still out of practice. I was doing the whole at-home thing during COVID was because you're not here and talking to people and moving around, you hear the dialogue a lot more, and you can pay a lot more attention to what people say. And it's been really interesting because I got to see a little bit of a different side of the Senate that way. And so today, I was making a special extra effort to really pay attention to the words we were using. As a communications scholar, that's kind of my thing. I'd have to say that what I struggle with this bill in general, and where I feel like we have fallen short, isn't just what's not in the bill that we would want to see, or at least some of us would want to see, but it's the way in which we talk about the various issues and the languages, the choice of language we use and how we discuss things like how race intersects with policing. You know, there's two very different approaches to that, it seems like, in our body, and I'm really concerned about some of the basic things we could fix that we seem to be ignoring at this point. You know, in the past couple of years, there's been some really great research done by Stanford and others talking about the intersection of race and policing. And in these studies, they have conclusively demonstrated a variety of very interesting things. And remember, when I say studies, as someone who's actually submitted to an IRB board before, I'm talking about empirically reviewed data, you know, like science. And what I've enjoyed, well, actually I've not enjoyed, I found fairly terrifying, but interesting to listen to and read about, is the rate at which people of color are pulled over. And what circumstances are they being pulled over in? And we're talking like a variety of different circumstances. For example, empirically speaking, black people are pulled over less at night than they are during the day. Think about that. A study of a million moments in which police had pulled over a car. They went over the records. They did a quantitative analysis, and it turns out that after the sun goes down, black people are pulled over less. And it makes you wonder why. Why are black people pulled over less? The research was really clear. It's because the police officer can't see the color of the driver of the car as clearly. That's an empirically driven study. That wasn't just someone making something up. As Senator Limmer said, we're entitled to our facts, right? We should have the facts for all of us. We're entitled to our opinion, but we have facts, and that's one of the facts. It also showed in the Stanford University study that when pulled over, African American Latinos were more than twice as likely to be searched. Why is that? Here's the kicker though, guys. When being pulled over in comparison to our white counterparts, they were less likely to have drugs or weapons on them. So they're searched twice as much, and a smaller sample size of how many people that were white were being pulled over, and the people that were white had more contraband and more weapons on them than the people of color. I'm disappointed that Senator Ingebrigtsen is in the room because I think this would be a really good educational moment for him. I struggle when I hear the terms we're using and the way we're dancing around, avoiding taking a strong stance to protect our people of color in Minnesota. Whether it's now hiding behind the agreement that we're supposedly honoring, or it hasn't been studied enough, or we're not sure how it's going to affect, or it has unintended consequences, when we all know what the real reason we're trying to get this done is. We're trying to protect our citizens. Another example of what we're talking about is of another study where they had 260,000 traffic stops that were done with the problem of racial profiling occurring that led to only 1.3% in arrests. So I'm not a math person, but is that like 2,600 arrests out of 260,000 traffic stops? When we think about the reality of driving while black, I've heard members talk about how that isn't a real thing and we wish we'd stop talking about it. So I'm going to relay a story. I'm not sure if I've relayed the story before or not, but I'm going to tell you guys about it. Very good friend of mine who lived in a western suburb and was a very affluent lawyer, and he's white. Moved into this affluent western suburb at the same time as this black surgeon did. And they became friends because they were new neighbors. And they ran each other off and on over 5 years. And after 5 years, they happened to run each other at Biley's, and it turned out they were both moving. And they thought, let's go have some dinner. So they had dinner and they were talking. And my friend, who's a white lawyer, commented that one of the reasons why he liked that area so much is he never saw the police, never had a problem with crime with his neighbors. It was just the ideal setting to live in. The black doctor almost choked on his food, and he laughed. And he said, that's insane. Are you serious? And my friend said, yeah, that's just been a great experience. And he said, well, you know what's interesting? I've been pulled over so many times, I am on a first-name basis with every officer in the police force for that city. Now, is it possible that my friend is a really good driver and the African-American doctor wasn't? I guess you might think of it that way, but I happen to know my friend. And much like Senator Johnson Stewart, kind of a crazy driver, right? Let's live with reality for a second. The truth of the matter is we have racial profiling and biasness that occurs in our traffic stops, in the way we police. It's not fun. I don't like it. I don't think anybody in this room, I don't think any of my friends across the aisle are happy about that. But until we actually take the time to do something about it, we're not going to solve this problem. We've got to be intentional, which is why I'm offering the A50 amendment.
Senator Isaacson offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Isaacson moves to amend Senate File Number 7 as follows. Page 26 after line 5, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Isaacson.
All this amendment does is says, for the listed secondary offenses, cops can't pull someone over just for that offense. That's all it says, right? If you, and I'm going to get to the list here. Give me 1 second. Let me pull the list up here. Here we go. If you have tabs, your license plate doesn't have a light on it, your car is too loud, like your muffler fell off, your windshield isn't working correctly, your plate isn't displayed correctly, things like that. If that cop sees that, a police officer sees that, they can't pull you over just for that. Now, I think that this isn't going to solve the problem by itself, but what I am interested in is finding a way we can start taking steps towards that. I want to see this chamber make a decision to make a conscious effort to recognize some of the problems we've seen in the way policing happens, and to take just one small stand right here to show that we're trying to do our best to make some changes. So I hope today that you'll join me in this and supporting this. And I would like a roll call, please. Thank you.
Roll call will be requested. Roll call is granted. Discussion to the A50 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying to read and catch up to the amendment. I see that we're rating MNCOR again for the purposes of that program, and then the vehicle equipment secondary offense. So am I to understand that if there is a headlight out, a police officer cannot stop the vehicle? Would the author yield?
Senator Isaacson, will you yield for a question? Senator Isaacson, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Limmer, he will yield.
Perhaps you weren't listening, Senator. My question is does your amendment here, starting on 2.23, vehicle equipment secondary offense, does this prohibit a police officer from stopping a vehicle for equipment that does not work?
Looks like
Senator Isaacson.
According to 169.49, it does include headlamps. Yes. Mr. President. Sorry, I was corrected.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, we had quite a discussion about MNCOR funding. We did take a pinch out of MNCOR for a specific purpose, but keep in mind that MNCOR, and it's very rare that we do that in the last few years, it used to be the most favorite place for legislators to grab money out of to pay for their special projects. But MNCOR is used rather effectively by our Department of Corrections. It pays for some of the programming. It helps individuals with something to do. If it gets shaved off too deep, they have to actually stop the program, or a number of programs. And with the programs that they have, there are some inmates that really want to keep themselves busy. It makes their time go by faster. And if they don't have that ability, then they get into a little bit of mischief, or they get a little too cranky, and it is reflected and manifest in other negative behaviors. As for the equipment, I'm kind of surprised that if the headlights don't work, a police officer can't tell a driver that their headlights aren't working, and either they'll get hit by somebody as they go through an intersection, and if it's in a poor neighborhood, then it may impact the population of color even more. So I will have to oppose this amendment, and I would suggest that all the members do so as well.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Isaacson, followed by Senator Matthews. Senator Isaacson.
I can wait. I didn't know there was bills. I can wait.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would encourage a no vote on this amendment. The list that's described in the amendment of the things that an officer could not stop for goes to a lot of safety measures on our roads and streets, and I don't think that cost-benefit analysis is worth it in the long run. I also want to read what the amendment says should be done instead. You know, I once got pulled over for having a tail light out, and the officer came up to my window, and it was dark at night, and I rolled down the window, and he said, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And I said, "No, sir, I don't." He said, "Did you know you have a tail light out in the back of your vehicle?" And I said, "No, sir, I did not know that." He said, "I'll let you go, but would recommend that you get that fixed as soon as possible." And I said, "Yes, sir, I will." And guess what? I got a light bulb to replace my brake light very, very quickly and got that fixed. But instead of doing that, here's what the amendment, if we were to adopt it, says that we should do anyways. This is starting on line 3.8. If an officer does not have grounds to stop a vehicle or detain the operator of a motor vehicle for a secondary offense, and the officer can identify the owner of the vehicle, the officer's agency is encouraged to send a letter to the owner of the vehicle identifying the violation and instructing the owner to correct the defect or otherwise remedy the violation. I think that speaks for itself, Mr. President. I encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Isaacson yield for question?
Yes. Senator Isaacson will yield for a question? Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I serve on the Transportation Committee, and registration plates and license tabs are a very, very critical way that we fund our roads and our bridges. And just curious how that would affect the department's revenue and how we fund our roads and bridges. If you've talked to DVS or DPS, if they were a little bit concerned about if someone had a non-valid license tab, if that would encourage someone to pay those tabs or not. So if everybody knew the police weren't going to pull us over for an expired license tab, do you think the revenue may go down a bit?
Senator Isaacson.
I'm not sure what your experience with people are, Senator Jasinski, but I will tell you that most people pay it because they know it's the right thing to do. And if we're living in a society where the threat of the police pulling you over for paying your tabs is the driving force for how we fund our transportation, I think we're in a much bigger problem and have much bigger issues to discuss. So I don't think so.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir Isaacson, I guess I would disagree with that, unfortunately. I just think if we have laws in place and we're not going to pull those people over for those laws, I think you would see a big lapse in people paying their license tabs for that reason. It's just, I was a mayor for 8 years. I worked a lot with our police officers, law enforcement, had many, many ride-alongs with them. And I guess I would just disagree that that would decrease what we're receiving in revenue for our roads and bridges.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Matthews, for relating that experience and making so beautifully the point that Senator Isaacson is trying to communicate. You had this wonderful encounter with this friendly cop who came to your window spoke with you with a great amount of respect, and you replied to him with a great amount of respect, and you were informed that your taillight was smashed or wasn't illuminated, and you fixed it. You're here to tell the story, and all is right with the world, and that is your life, and that is your existence. Senator Matthews, that is not the experience of African American men. Senator Ingebrigtsen very vividly told Senator Latz exactly how it goes. We pull these people over, we approach them, we look in their vehicles, we have suspicion, we search them, we take, and all that goes with that. Members, if all was well in communities in which you live, I'm happy for you. But please hear what Minnesotans are telling you. That is not what happens to them. How many times was Philando Castile pulled over for all manner of construed pretextual violations? Dozens, because he was driving in communities and neighborhoods where he didn't belong. That's the reality of the experience of black men driving around your communities, their own communities, all over the state of Minnesota. Senator Matthews, your story was perfect. It is the strongest argument we have for supporting Senator Isaacson's bill, because what you related is exactly the opposite of the problem that exists for citizens, for human beings who live in our state, who are asking us to recognize that, to hear that. We would know more about that if we had hearings on the subject, but we're bringing it to the floor, to the Senate, for Minnesotans to know that we hear them, and for other Minnesotans to hear these stories. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this debate really goes around the idea of pretextual stops, so I'm not going to get into the hundreds of illegal firearms that have been stolen or that have been found during the stops, because you could trace that back to perhaps as a pretextual stop. We're not going to talk about the other violations or paraphernalia that might be within the vehicle, because it might get tied back to this being pretext for a stop just to do the searches. So what I want to talk a little bit about is simply the jurisdiction of the different governing boards over the law enforcement agencies that performing the stops. In Minneapolis, where we hear a lot of these the issues taking place, a lot of the discussion has been revolving around Minneapolis and the surrounding areas. One of the interesting things is in the last year, 2 months, something like that, 80 to 90% of those, what the amendment is trying to call secondary violation stops, have been eliminated. That means that the city council and the mayor, who the Minneapolis police report to, have more than likely told the police department, hey, we're going to quit doing some of these things. And that's a community response to policing. Well, I think that's the right way to go about this. If in my community we're seeing an issue with pretextual stops, I think we're going to have a community discussion, and we're going to go after that. We haven't heard much about that in my community, and it hasn't been a big deal. Here it has been, and the community is adjusting to that. So we as a state body, as a body that sets policy over the entire state, now we have a one-size-fits-all policy that this amendment is trying to impose on every state or every police department, state patrol, the whole works. And to me, where this needs to happen is at the local community. At the local level, we need to be addressing those issues. And so that's why I strongly disagree with this amendment. And I think, I applaud the Minneapolis Police Department if they see an issue here, that they're taking the positive steps forward in addressing that. So I applaud that, but I do oppose this amendment.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment, Senator Isaacson.
Well, once again, I see my friends across the aisle are opposing law enforcement and what they want because the list of secondary offenses was given to us by them. So it's interesting to me that you wouldn't want to do that. But I'm sure you know better than they do. They're only on the road, so I get that. Senator Johnson, yield to a question?
Senator Johnson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Isaacson.
Senator Johnson, I think you said hundreds of firearms called out because of, or confiscated because of pretext. Could you give me the source on that? And exactly how many were called out? Or because you may not want to go there, but I think it's relevant to go there.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you. And I got a little bit better answer to your question this time. The Minnesota State Patrol has relieved individuals of 922 illegal firearms in the state of Minnesota. Chief Axtell in St. Paul has over 200 firearms, illegal firearms, in the last year as well.
Senator Isaacson.
Well, Senator Johnson, I'm a little concerned about your understanding of the information because that chief was consulted. And it turns out the majority, almost all of those firearms, were pulled over for non-pretext stops. And we have that confirmed to them when we wrote the bill. And we were afraid we'd hear this argument again because it wasn't true before and it's not true now. We can continue to say that if we want to, but the facts don't match. And I'm going to bring us back to Senator Limmer again. We're all entitled to our opinion, but we're not entitled to our own facts. And the reality is the facts don't bear that out. And I would encourage you to talk to the chief about that. An extended conversation went on. As a matter of fact, where those guns were confiscated was on a focus of speeding, seatbelt violations, DWI, and distracted driving. That's where those 900 weapons came from. Was from those 4 events, where that was the focus, not pretext pullovers. Very few of them were from that. And so I'm disappointed once again in my friends across the aisle that we continue to argue about this when the research is so clear about it. Like, when I hear my friends in the other body or activists I talk to or my experience in general dealing with people of color and my own experience with the police, I'm just mortified at the mental gymnastics I hear and hear to avoid to do the right thing. It is nothing short of stunning to watch the twists and turns we go through to avoid taking a stand on this and doing the right thing. It boggles my mind. I've heard asked questions about money. I've heard questions, the debate about how many firearms are pulled out. I've not heard anybody just address the issue that is so clearly relevant and real, that we have problems of racial profiling, that we have problems of people of color getting pulled over just because they're black or Latino. We don't want to acknowledge that. That's not convenient. Doesn't fit our narrative. You know what? It's the reality. Right? And that's just really disappointing. I'm not, obviously I'm shockingly white in the sense that I'm a Norwegian with pale skin and I burn super easy, right? I don't walk in their shoes, but I want to tell you a story in the spirit of Ann Johnson Stewart and self-disclosing. You know, I used to live in Minneapolis a long, long time ago. And I had just bought my very first car as an adult. So I was adulting. I was pretty proud of it. And having bought a first car, I wasn't aware of all the things you had to do to get it done. And I thought some things that happened at the dealership that happened. I was missing a sticker in my window to show that I just bought the car. I had car insurance on it, but my insurance card was at home. This is back when you had to have that with you rather than being able to prove it through electronic means or whatever. And I got pulled over. And so the cop asked me a series of questions, and as that happened, I also realized, at being the winner that I was as a young man, I didn't have my license on me at the time. So I got pulled over without my license. I couldn't prove the car was mine, and I couldn't prove I had insurance. First of all, I'm not saying my younger years was really an exemplary way to live, but that's something that happened to me right in downtown Minneapolis. The cop looked at me and said, well, what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, that's on me. I made a mistake. How do I fix this? And he goes, well, just go make sure you get those things, all right? And he let me go. Just go take care of those things. He's like, what are you doing? What do you do for life? I told him what I was doing. I was in grad school trying to figure things out. Just moved here. And I made an error. Bought a new car, didn't manage it right, learned my lesson, never did it again. Right? Speaking to Senator Matthews' example, not a proud moment of mine in my life, but I'll tell you that I bet that one experience I've had getting pulled over in the last 30 years was much different than Mr. Castillo's experience. As we know, because I'm standing here today in the Senate, and he's in the ground. So I don't know what needs to happen for my colleagues across the aisle to recognize the reality of systemic racism and white privilege in our society. But every time we're having a session, and every time I can talk about it, I will continue to talk about this. This amendment is just another way we can work on that together, but we refuse to do it. It's going to be a party line vote again, and it's super disappointing, and it just sends a really awful message to people of color across the state. And I'm just really sad by that. I wish we could do better. We need to do better. Please vote green.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And this has been a fascinating debate for a person who does not serve on the Judiciary Committee and maybe doesn't know all the intricacies, like many of us don't, about the tools utilized by law enforcement. And certainly this discussion of the harms that communities have sustained from pretextual stops and stops for secondary offenses, balanced with the reasons that law enforcement feels that is an effective tool to decrease crime in communities. That is a difficult discussion and one that belongs in the committees of this chamber. And if we had had this discussion in the Judiciary Committee in March, we could have called witnesses who knew more than just about any of us about this subject on either side of the question. And we could have found language that would have addressed the concerns that have been well raised by all members of the body. I would point out in response to Senator Matthews and to Senator Jasinski's concerns that revenues might decrease if we stop pulling people over for bad tabs, or if we stop pulling them over for broken headlights. They may have missed in the Isaacson Amendment that there is a provision for a warning letter. So in those circumstances, instead of getting pulled over with a possible risk of harm to an individual, that individual could be identified by their plate and sent a letter. That seems like a more efficient and also a more humane way to handle an expired tag. So it's certainly a good provision. It's something we probably could have talked about and improved upon in committee, and it's unfortunate we did not do so.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment, Senator Johnson-Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise to reflect on something that Senator Johnson said. Allowing individual communities to make a decision on when racial profiling related to police stops is an issue, and letting them police themselves reminds me of my years as an engineering student in 1982, when me and Nancy, the other woman engineer, went to complain that there wasn't a woman's bathroom in Ottensman Hall at University of Wisconsin at Platteville. And what would have that been like for the dean to say, well, until we hear more complaints, we're really not going to do anything about it. So, I mean, Googling your district, I'm guessing that there's not a very diverse population up there. We know that the diversity around the state of Minnesota is not uniform, and what I'm interested in doing today is voting my community. My community is Minnesota. I want every black driver to feel safe, whether they're driving in downtown Minneapolis or Thief River Falls or the Northwest Angle or Owatonna. We need to make sure that everyone feels as safe as I do when I drive. Everyone has the same comfort when a police officer approaches their car that I do, whether they live in a place that's racially diverse or not. So I fully support Senator, sorry, I almost said I fully support this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Any members not in the chamber, please come vote.
couldn't remember Isaacson's name. Was that funny or what?
Johnson, am I in it?
Yeah, I would.
Just check. It's like walks with us 90% of the time. It's no.
You know, trust but verify.
Well, Don Mazzoni, it's 50-50.
I'm taking care of him. He's with his sons.
Oh, doing some fishing?
His boys. All I know is he's with them.
We're changing our drinking game to what Johnson's doing. Speech it doesn't say she's an engineer because at this point she gets other types of city.
You'll be sober for a while. I'm gonna go back up to Moscow on the hill and have another martini. That was so good.
Good. What do you like them?
Call on Senator Frentz to record the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Rest votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wicklund votes aye.
Wicklund votes aye. Senator Bach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni reports a no vote.
Senator Tomassoni votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Abler votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Western votes no.
Westrom votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 24 ayes and 41 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wonder if the chief author would yield.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Limmer, I had a few questions about some language and an appropriation that is on line, starts on line 14.33 and then carries over to page 15, the VCETs, the Violent Crime Enforcement Teams. Senator Limmer, I'll ask two questions to start off with. What are the violent crime enforcement teams? I see we're appropriating $1 million to them in the coming biennium and then another $1 million in the next biennium. And of that, $500,000 for a violent crime enforcement team to do something on transit lines. So what are the violent crime enforcement teams, and what do you envision that they'll be doing on the transit lines?
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. Senator Dibble, a VSET, or a violent crime enforcement team, is a special grouping of law enforcement agents across a variety of, from a variety of different jurisdictions. It's essentially a joint power style agreement where a number of law enforcement agents will team up to address a specific criminal issue. They're very common. We have about 15 approximately of them. They're under the auspices of the Commissioner of DPS. And primarily they're used for drug interdiction, sex trafficking, and organized street gang type focus. We know that those operations transcend jurisdictional lines, and so we need to give law enforcement the flexibility to cross jurisdictional lines and pursue criminals. The specific issue regarding light rail, this was designed at the bequest of the Ramsey County Sheriff and I believe the agreement with Sheriff Hutchinson in Hennepin County to address the growing violent crime issue on light rail lines in the metropolitan area. And so after hearing their concern, I thought we should direct a dollar amount into a specific, I would call it even an experimental use of a VSET, and that would be used to supplement the Transit Authority law enforcement agency.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, can you describe in a little more fully how this idea came to you from Sheriff Fletcher? Did he bring a bill? And was there a hearing on a legislative proposal? And I see the various jurisdictions that are named, and some general suggestions around what they might be doing. But was there some sort of a process by which we fully vetted this idea? We peeled back a little bit to see some of the details. It's kind of a complicated subject area. I'm, of course, using some words that you used earlier about a proposal that hadn't been introduced in bill form and hadn't had a hearing. So I assume you had a full hearing, and that also the Transportation Committee, which does have jurisdiction over transit, also had the opportunity to fully review and vet and peel back and deal with the complications of an initiative like this. So, Senator Limmer, can you describe the legislative scrutiny that this received?
Senator Dibble, are you asking Senator Limmer to yield?
Yes, Mr. President, if Senator Limmer would
did you
yield.
catch that question?
I think I did.
Okay, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble, first off, the money would be coming from the general fund. It's not coming out of any highway funds, number one. Number two, the issue began to develop a little late when Senator Fletcher brought this issue to me. There was a growing concern that there's not enough reaction to violent crime and victimizing on our light rail. And I introduced the idea to the conference committee when we had need of directing a little bit more money into other areas, and I thought that that would be an appropriate place to place it.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did Sheriff Fletcher come in and describe his idea to the committee? Did Chair Zelli, who's the chair of the Metropolitan Council, come in with him? to gain a full understanding. Did Sheriff Fletcher speak with Metro Transit about this idea and partner with the Metro Transit Police on this idea?
Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Senator Dibble, Sheriff Fletcher did approach our committee, conference committee. He explained the direction of where this particular VSET focus would be. He addressed the need and the growing criminal problem on the light rail. And we took it that it was our responsibility to protect the citizens on that rail. And we moved forward with that proposal.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you. Senator Limmer would yield for another question.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Dibble.
Senator Limmer, did you ever take a look at Senate File 1513, which was my bill, which was passed and amended quite dramatically by Senator Newman, as I understand, to respond to critiques and ideas that you had about that proposal? That, of course, was the subject of the Fair Evasion Administrative Citations Initiative that was also accompanied with the idea of developing a cohort of non-sworn individuals who could be placed on transit to deal with issues as they arise for riders and others who might be having trouble or causing trouble on transit. Did you happen to take a look at Senate File 1513 and consider that for a hearing at any point?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, I did hear about the bill. I was actually lobbied by it. In looking at the choice between fair enforcement versus enforcement of serious violent crime, I believe that we directed our attention to the most dangerous threat on our light rail, and that, quite honestly, fair enforcement paled in comparison to what we should focus on.
Senator Dibble.
So, Mr. President, Senator Limmer, so you had an initiative that would ramp up the level of police presence and create the kind of situations and circumstances in which there would be likely conflict, potentially more so, rather than deterrence that's available through the initiative that I presented, without even considering or taking a look or even taking the time to learn more about the initiative that I had. I had the pages send over to you, the materials that were presented in Transportation Committee, so that hopefully you'll take some time to take a look at what the national research tells us about the initiative. I'm not saying that your idea that you brought in absence a bill was a bad one. Spending $500,000, by the way, my proposal cost nothing because it was absorbed into existing agency costs. But the lessons that have been learned by practitioners from around the country are that when you have non-sworn staff on transit, they act as a presence and a force multiplier. They deter and reduce crime through their presence, through actively creating a positive culture. They reduce the calls for police for many, many purposes, increase the calls for actual police needs, and they provide a strong sense of security and act as a crime deterrence. And so they work in cooperation with the police, and also if you reduce the fare evasion to a civil citation rather than a criminal citation, you accomplish several goals in one fell swoop. One is you get more enforcement of that law breaking, and secondly, you get more follow through. Right now, it's a crime that is sanctioned well past its level of severity, and so as a consequence, those citations often just simply get dismissed. There's no follow through in the court system because both prosecutors, defenders, and judges recognize it's way, way out of proportion to the level of offense, and it further ensnares people in the criminal justice system who are already so caught up in that system that we already know is fraught with so many flaws. So, Senator Limmer, I just have to express some dismay and disappointment that you've made some sweeping judgments without the benefit of a full hearing and didn't take the time to do the research and understand the thoughtful proposal that was brought by Metro Transit. And by the way, I knew the answer to my question. They were in no way ever consulted by Sheriff Fletcher or anyone else. This just came out of the blue. And I'll make one final point. I'm disappointed that Senator Newman didn't insist on having this heard in front of the Transportation Committee. And also, Senator Newman insisted that the counties pick up the expense for this proposal that I brought forward, even though Metro Transit had already indicated that they could absorb this initiative and this pilot within their existing budget. Yet, Sheriff Fletcher shows up, sight unseen, at the very, very last part of session with not what is a holistic, community-based initiative that can reduce the level of tension and deter crime on transit, and then gets the tab picked up to the tune of $500,000 by the state of Minnesota. So, Mr. President, Senator Limmer, I just have to express my dismay and disappointment. You and I visited in the retiring room a couple of times on the subject of my bill, and I explained some of your concerns and hesitancy. I thought I had some assurance that we would get a full hearing in the light of day, and only to have received nothing but a stiff arm, and then to find out that we're going to over-police the transit system without a holistic, effective response that's been demonstrated in so many other places. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on Senate File 7. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 7, a bill for an act relating to public safety, modifying certain provisions relating to public safety.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I listened yesterday afternoon to Senator Champion in the Finance Committee, and he asked the members of that committee to walk in his shoes, or at least try. Senator Kiffmeyer responded saying that she believed that was the right thing to do as well. And as we have debated this bill, the provisions in the bill, Senate File 7, and the amendments to the bill, I feel like we've spent most of our time not really trying to walk in the shoes of another person, but instead hold fast to the positions, especially the position of a agreed-upon global arrangement that essentially blocks the voices and the efforts of the members who so very much want to be a part of this process. And that is the case for many Minnesotans as well, and it is the reason why I am disappointed in Senate File 7. I was in the rotunda earlier yesterday afternoon and encountered a woman that I know. Her name is Zainab. She is a brilliant young woman. She has been active in her community, and yesterday she was transitioning between two strong emotions, one of anger and the other of despair, wondering why it is that this legislature isn't willing to hear her voice. She recognizes the power of what we're capable of doing in this body, President Miller. She recognizes the power and can't understand why we won't use our power to protect her life. And perhaps if the law had been changed years ago on body cameras, Mr. Terrence Franklin would be alive. And perhaps if the law had been changed before on pretextual stops, Mr. Philando Castile would be alive, and perhaps so would Mr. Dante Wright. And perhaps if the law had changed in 2020, perhaps then Mr. George Floyd would be alive today. Those lives, Mr. Franklin, Mr. Castillo, Mr. Wright, Mr. Floyd, those lives all mattered. This is a public safety bill, and it's one of the reasons why this bill is insufficient. The terms for the agreement that we're debating today were set on May 17th, when the majority leader said, we will not support anything that law enforcement doesn't support, seemingly giving law enforcement organizations a veto over anything that would happen after the end of May 17th. That's not the first time that I have seen a legislative body like this one give over its power to outside voices, like we saw happen with the Catholic Church, when year after year we were hearing reports of children being harmed by priests, and the church said nothing was happening, and powerful bodies like this one turned away from intervening. And as a result of that, many, many young people in Minnesota were harmed. It is not the first time that a powerful body like this one has given its power over to an outside group. The terms of this legislation of Senate File 7 were set on May 17th, and when the agreement for this legislation was announced over the weekend, the majority leader said that he was happy because this would keep communities safe. And therein lies the problem with this legislation, because we're not clear about what is the definition of safety in this public safety bill. And I would argue that our safety as Americans is rooted not in policing, but in our freedom, in our liberty. It is an American value. It's a principle on which this country was founded, and it is the unfinished work for anyone who believes in America. I do. Our safety in community is embedded in the very freedom that we cherish. And until all of us are safe, then we are not all free. And when I think about safety, it's not embedded in this bill, but instead it is strong schools in our communities with enough teachers and counselors and nurses to make sure that our kids are getting what they need, and after-school programs with strong educators and coaches to support our kids when they're not at home. And when I think about safety, it means housing, and especially if you're raising a lot of kids, a safe place where your kids are safe with you as a family. We haven't achieved that yet in Minnesota. When I think about safety, it is a job where I can earn enough to support myself and my family, and it's generational wealth that is transferred from generation to generation, which we have seen interrupted by redlining and efforts to divide communities like we saw here in St. Paul, in the Rondo neighborhood in the last century. Safety is being able to drive without the fear of losing your life. And this topic has come up over and over today. And this is where I wish we would walk in another's shoes, because there are clear examples, including what Senator Champion said yesterday in the Finance Committee about the lack of safety that Black and brown people feel when they are driving and they are pulled over. Senate File 7, the bill that we have spent hours debating today, is a public safety bill, and yet it fails to address the safety of our communities. In part because the majority leader and the majority of this body decided that we wouldn't do anything without the approval of law enforcement. taking the power of this body and our ability to represent our communities out of our hands. And it's why Zainab doesn't believe that this body is interested in her voice, and why this bill fails her and her community, and those who have been standing up and clearly saying that more policing does not make them safe. In fact, more policing makes them feel fear. And without our ability to, with empathy, listen and respond to those communities, we're not meeting the needs of Minnesotans. Let me just say one more time that our safety is rooted in our freedom, and until we are all safe, then we are not free, and we have not met the promise of our Constitution or this country. This bill is insufficient for Minnesota, and I will vote no and urge you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I want to say a big thank you to Senator Limmer for having carried this bill and also brought it through the process. It's an incredible labor, and I'm much appreciative of it. Probably in taking a look at this bill and reading through it and taking some notes as I did, I was struck by how comprehensive this bill is, how wide-ranging and how many factors of the court system that this bill addresses, and also with compassion, especially to women and children. I want to mention that some of the bills that I found in here today that exemplify that compassionate approach, especially for women and children, I just want to list a few of them because I think this might be missed in light of the conversation we had and really deserves to be recognized. The section of the bill creating a new heavy penalty for child torture. Isn't that amazing to think of it? Child torture, just incredible. But Senator Limmer has included that policy from a fellow Democrat on the Senate floor here today, and thank you, Senator Carlson, for that language. There's also language to increase the penalties for child pornography. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, hearing the examples of the cruelty to children in regards to this, and not only that, it's every single time the picture or the video is shown again, it basically tortures them and puts them through the misery again. This bill increases those penalties and to keep people off the streets to harm other children. Sex trafficking, several provisions, page 41, page 53, page 61, increasing penalties and increasing efforts to stop the act of trafficking in the area of sexual areas. Sexual assault of anyone, page 8 and page 58. The Healthy Start Act, page 19, to help women and babies as they may be in the judicial correctional facilities system, either immediately before, during, or after giving birth, to give babies a chance to be with their moms, and maybe moms to be positively impacted to make better choices for those innocent babies. Minors' private data, page 80 and 82, making sure that those under the age of 18 have their private data protected. Minors' assault, many areas where higher penalties or language in regards to the assault on minors, page 110, 112, 113, 118, page 122, 141, all of these tremendously valuable to protecting our minors. Coercion, page 114, occupational protection, situations where sexual efforts might be placed upon you just because of your occupation, page 114. Criminal sexual coercion, page 117 again. Criminal sexual conduct, increased penalties, 120, page 124, 128, 131, 132, 134, 135. Sexual extortion, 138. Sexual assault, voluntary intoxication, no matter whether you are voluntarily intoxicated or not, you're not eligible for assault just because you may not be sober. So that's an important message to everyone out there. Don't take advantage of people just because of that. It's becoming a crime after the court case ruled that that indeed was a reason. Predatory offenders, 145. Crime victims, 172 to 174. Senator Limmer, I'm very proud of the fact that this bill has increased protections for women and children. And by the way, young boys can also be criminally violated as well. This affects them as well. And so it's really important that we recognize, and thank you, Senator Limmer, for doing such a good job on this bill. I also want to mention that I think of many instances on my local police on a regular basis and how they have saved lives because their intuition and their knowledge about the predilection of predators to prey upon people, that they, with their skills and their knowledge, are able to be helpful. They have saved lives through emergency action, people who are upside down in cars and they've rescued them, fires in cars, they've made their own self vulnerable. I think it's really important that we recognize just how important the work that law enforcement officers do on a regular, daily basis, putting themselves in harm's way. I think of our local police department in Big Lake, where a gentleman was in a mental health crisis. He had a gun. His family was there to try and talk him off the edge. I don't know if he wanted to commit suicide on himself or to trigger others into reacting to him. And he was brandishing his gun. Law enforcement was there from Big Lake doing everything they could to talk him down, and they did. They held firm, and they waited and wore him down and got tired enough, and his family, and they all worked together. So this young man survived, and yes, he was prosecuted for the violation of law, but most importantly, he went and got help. He got the help he needed because our good local law enforcement, now maybe that doesn't happen in some other places, but I can tell you many areas in rural Minnesota on how helpful they have been, including in my hometown. And I want to say, let's recognize that. Yeah, let's get rid of those bad apples that can't handle it, for sure. And this bill has a lot to do with that. There's some very constructive things, including from last year. Let's appreciate those things that have been done. Let's recognize that. So I think it's a very balanced and very comprehensive and a well-written and thoughtful bill. And again, thank you, Senator Limmer, and I would urge everybody to vote yes on Senate File 7. Thank you.
Senator Matthews. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to thank Senator Limmer, your staff, and the whole team for putting together an extremely important bill that has actually regained public confidence and put in the accountability measures that are necessary for us to move forward. And I really am thankful that you did not put the entire state into one pile, one thought pattern. We all deal with this issue differently in our districts. I've had the opportunity many, many times to thank our local law enforcement for helping me raise my children. They're good kids. But what they do for our communities is incredible, and we should remember that. They have families too. They have lives, and they take this very, very personal. And this personal assault that we've had on them, it's hard on them. It's very, very hard. And I know in the Pension Commission, Mr. President, because of your constituent, we had a very moving pension hearing on the PTSD that's happening with the Minneapolis law enforcement. The disability claims jumped 3 times in just from July to December, 3 times higher than they've ever seen. And they were not prepared for that. PARA was not prepared. And these are real stories, real issues. So please, members, there is another side to this story too. And as Senator Champion said yesterday in Finance Committee and Senator Kiffmeyer, we should both remember to walk in each other's shoes and to be very, very careful about how we address these issues. Senator Limmer, thank you so much, too, for the money for the VSET. And unfortunately, if there isn't a knowledge about the violent crime enforcement teams on this floor, then you should ask in your district what they do. I know in my district and all through Greater Minnesota, they live on a shoestring budget, and they work across county lines, and they form coalitions to stop whatever issue is coming in. And right now, it's drugs. It's absolutely the drugs. Senator Limmer, though, is trying to build the public confidence back on the transit. That's what we need. It's not going to be ambassadors. It's not going to be a feel-good issue. It's going to be a law enforcement person on that transit, just like Denver has. If you use the light rail there, there's law enforcement there. You mess up, you're off that transit, and everybody knows that. It's very simple. We've made it much more complicated than it has to be. My introduction to the VSEP program is when we passed the opioid bill. And we put significant money to the violent crime enforcement team that is stopping the drugs coming in to this state from our major interstates. And thank you very much, Senator Limmer, for that introduction and in believing in that. And unfortunately, the governor thought it was going to be an assault on whomever, and absolutely said you cannot have money for the violent crime enforcement teams. And that bill was negotiated around that issue. And now we have this raging drug issue. MDH reported nearly a 30% increase in drug overdose deaths from 2019 to 2020, going from 792 Minnesotans dying from an overdose in 2019 to 1,008 dying from an overdose in 2020. And these deaths are involving synthetic opioids, including fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, which have increased 81%. 81%, members. The counterfeit pill seizures in Minnesota jumped 366% in 2018. A lethal dose of fentanyl consists of 2 milligrams, which is equal to a size or a few small grains of salt. And they're very difficult, these counterfeit drugs. It's very difficult to distinguish between a real opioid. So we're seeing this massive explosion of these illegitimate medications or drugs out there. They're called M30s, Perk 30s, Blues, Mexican Oxy. How are we supposed to stop this if we don't give our law enforcement the tools necessary? And we had a very good bill that passed off this floor. I believe it was 63 to 4, something like 62 to 5. It was so strong. And the House would not take it up because it increased the penalty threshold equivalent to heroin. We are taking the tools away from our law enforcement. And they so want to keep us safe. And we keep doing this to the law enforcement over and over again, penalizing them, criminalizing them. And let's just be sensible about our approach going forward. Senator Limmer, I understand the fentanyl issue. Very, very disappointed. That was a very good bill, badly needed. We will address it next year, I know. But members, we have to keep a balance. And your bill, Senator Limmer, is a balance. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. We have been debating this bill for about 7 hours now, so I know that this is hard work, and I appreciate those who are here, those who are listening virtually. I want to tell my constituents, your constituents, that in the Senate, we did not have hearings on these bills. And as a result of it, the majority gets to create a narrative based on a reality that they provide to the public that is not real. It's not based on facts. So yesterday, during a press conference, the majority leader said, "I will not support an anti-police measures bill." That was his statement to the media. So his statement indicates that the bill that was coming from the House had anti-police measures. What I would like to ask Senator Gazelka's district and his constituents is to please ask him, what are the anti-police measures? What are they? I am not going to ask the senator to respond. I think his constituents need to ask that question. Please do not forget. Ask him, what are the anti-police measures? I don't know what they are. Nobody can find them. So, members, I'm going to tell you what is in this bill that is so disappointing, and why so many of us can't possibly vote for this bill today. And I encourage every single one of you to think about it. I cannot support a bill that fails to protect Black lives. That's what I cannot do, Senator Gazelka. So in this bill, members, I'm going to tell you what you're supporting when you vote for it. What you're supporting is the creation of a homeless mitigation plan for $12,000. You're dealing with homeless populations with $12,000. You're implementing a racially diverse youth shelter program for $45,000. Imagine how excited communities of color are about this. You're supporting a juvenile justice unit for $200,000. You're also helping us deal with domestic violence for a price of $150,000. This is statewide. And you are also approving alternatives to incarceration that people of color should be very proud of for $200,000. Those are called the community corrections programs. At the same time that you do this, let me tell you what you're also supporting. You are supporting a corrections proposal, a corrections budget for $639 million. And out of that $639 million, $461 million will go to incarceration of people. And I'm going to tell you who is that you're incarcerating right now. I hope you're listening, because you really need to do this research, and I wish we had had hearings so that we can talk about this. The people that we are incarcerating with this $600 million in Stillwater, 50% of them are Black. 70% of them are between the ages of 20 and 36. In Shakopee, 36% of these people are Black. 71% are between the ages of 20 and 35. In Lino Lakes, 27% of them are Black, and 9% of them are American Indian. 79% are between the ages of 20 and 35. In Rush City, by the way, these are our correctional facilities for those of you who didn't get that. 48% of the people who are incarcerated in Rush City are Black. 9% of them are American Indian. And 61% are between the ages of 20 and 35. In Oak Park Heights, 44% of the people who are there are black. 8% of them are Indian. The ages are pretty much the same. I'm not going to read all of them, but it is between 69 to 89% of the people who are there who are between 20 and 35 years old. In Faribault, 35% are black, 9% are American Indian. In Red Wing, 26% are black, 13% are American Indian. In St. Cloud, 28% are black, 11% are American Indian. In Togo, 38% are black, 7% are American Indian. In Willow River, 34% are black, 5% are American Indian. I tried to figure out who are the people who are Hispanic or Latino. They don't identify that because we are an ethnic group. So we are in the category of all of these races, so I don't have that. So I only have the numbers for the two ethnic groups that have the majority. That is what you're funding here with this bill. You're funding a court system, a judiciary system that puts these people in these places, and they happen to be majority black. And what we asked of the majority today is that because we do that and we put hundreds of millions in this system that sends black people to correctional facilities, that we train police officers so at least they don't kill black people, because they also do that. But we couldn't even get that far. So Majority Leader and members of the majority, my conscience tells me today that I should not vote for a bill that does not have measures that protect black and brown lives. And my dear Senator Murphy, in your statement you said something very interesting. I was paying attention to you. You said, the majority will not pass a bill without the approval of law enforcement. My dear friend, I believe you're incorrect about that. They are passing a bill with the approval of the law enforcement officers that they selected. I have a lot of law enforcement officers who disagree with this. They actually want us to do this because they want to do their job. But they were not allowed to testify because we never had hearings in the Senate. They actually testified in the House, and we have that on the record. So no, we're not passing a bill that law enforcement officers want, Senator Murphy. We are passing a bill that some law enforcement people want, those that were selected by the majority. That's what we're doing. So I just wanted to make that correction, because not every law enforcement wants what's here. No, no, no. They actually want us to do some reforms so that we can do collective, meaningful work to protect black lives. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I thank Senator Limmer, I want to just tell you a brief story about Brianna and Megan. Brianna and Megan were two girls that grew up around my area. They were good students. They graduated with college credits. They were athletic. Not everything was perfect. Both girls were bullied. Both girls were raped by the time that they were 17. And in order to begin dealing with that trauma, they experimented and eventually began to abuse drugs. They befriended a couple. They hung out with them every so often. The couple also happened to be their drug dealer. And one night, Brianna found that one of her prescription medications was missing, and she thought it was at the couple's house. She called and tried to get it back, and
they wouldn't give it back. So they decided they were going to go over there and talk to the couple and try to get back the medication. And they met somebody else who said, yeah, my stuff was missing after being there too. So they decided that, 4 of them would get together and meet. One of the guys invited another gentleman that they didn't know, a young man, and that young man brought his 33-year-old uncle. They met in the parking lot, and the uncle and the man that they didn't know decided the 2 girls were going to go with them up to the apartment to get the stuff that had been stolen. When they got into the stairwell, the men put on rubber gloves and hoods. They had guns. And the uncle told the girls, don't screw this up. I have no problem killing you. They forced the girls up to the apartment. The girls got their stuff, and when they tried to leave, they were blocked from leaving. They were held at gunpoint, told to lie face down while they beat and eventually murdered the man that lived there. We don't have many murders in my area, and this was a big, big story. Somehow the girls were able to escape with their lives. But they witnessed this man being beaten and shot. Over the next few days, all 6 people were arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Those charges were eventually increased to first-degree murder. But how could this be? These 2 girls were victims. Just like they had no part in the murder of this gentleman. They didn't kill anyone. They didn't even intend to kill anyone. But they were charged with first-degree murder. And it was because of a law that we have called aiding and abetting felony murder. The shooter got a plea deal. The girls had to plead down to second-degree unintentional murder to avoid a sentence of life without parole. Each girl was sentenced to 13 and a half years. Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Limmer for including the task force on aiding and abetting felony murder. This is a task force that's being supported by county attorneys along with advocates to assess whether current laws and practices promote public safety and equity in sentencing and to make recommendations back to this body. It has a balanced approach with experts on both sides. And I want to thank Senator Limmer. We've been talking about this all session long because we need to have fairness and equity when it comes to our sentencing. I want to thank Senator Limmer also for his thoughtful changes in police accountability by making sure that all voices are heard when it comes to policing. Down where I live, we have a great relationship with our police officers. In fact, I was at a Shakopee Diversity Alliance gathering last summer, and they talked about how good the relationship with the local police force was. Mr. President, we don't need statewide reform in many cases for issues that are local problems. A large percentage, 99% of our law enforcement officers are great people. They put on a badge, they put on a uniform, they go out and they protect our families, they make our community safe. And they deserve to go home. They deserve to go home to their family and friends. They deserve to see their children graduate, get married. We want citizens to be respected. We want citizens to have fair policing in our safe communities. But we also have to look out just as we did this morning, Mr. President, with recognizing Officer Mattson. We want to make sure those police officers go home. So thank you, Senator Limmer. I will be voting yes on this bill, and I want to thank you for bringing a fair and comprehensive bill to the Senate floor.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I have several points I want to make about the bill. It's a big bill, and it's got some things in it, and it's got some things missing from it. One of the first points, I'm going to start with some of the more recent comments I wanted to respond to, though, one of which was the issue, there was some talk a little while ago about drug addiction and drugs. And I think it's worth pointing out that last week, actually June 18th, was the 50th anniversary of when Richard Nixon declared a war on drugs, which I think many people saw is after we abolished slavery, then we went to what became Jim Crow and segregation. And the war on drugs has been called by many the new Jim Crow. Couldn't segregate people legally anymore, couldn't push them off the side, couldn't deny them jobs or other things because of some civil rights laws in the 1960s. But in 1971, Richard Nixon pushed a thing, and we're going to get those bad people. And all the marketing was about those African Americans who use these dangerous drugs. And that led to 20 or 30 years of really bad public policy. We decided we're going to criminalize addiction, which is a serious, serious health issue. Senator Pratt just mentioned 2 young women who were apparently struggling with that. And we took something where people need medical help. We made them into bad people and criminals. And I voted for that fentanyl provision last week, and I kind of think it was a mistake. And I'm glad 5 or 6 of you did vote against it. The other day I heard, maybe it was Senator Limmer talking about they had a recent drug bust, 200 pounds of fentanyl. I think we all realize how many thousands of people that could kill. They already have the ability to go after those folks. The war on drugs showed what it does is they don't get the drug kingpins from that. They can get the drug kingpins anyway. They get the addicts who are dealing drugs, didn't know it contained that substance in it. Lock them up for a long time. So I think the first thing I want to say is just a caution. It's not a big issue in this bill particularly, but let's think about it when we try and criminalize health issues like drug addiction. But that does lead to the second issue I want to talk about, and this is, if there's no other reason for voting against the bill, and I think there are plenty, but this one on its own ought to be cause for voting against the bill, and that's the mandatory minimums in Section 33. Senator Pratt articulated why we ought to be looking at the felony murder law. It's a huge injustice to people, as his 2 constituents found out. Mandatory minimums are that same type of gross injustice. We had here today Officer Mattson, and I was told he was helpful in pushing this new law. Some of the law I don't have a problem with, but some of it, the mandatory minimums. One of the provisions will give you 15 years mandatory minimum if you assault a prosecutor or a police officer or others on duty and cause great bodily harm. You push them and somehow they cut their finger off. That counts as great bodily harm. You might say, well, they don't mean it for that. They mean it when you almost kill the person. But yeah, they lose a finger, they got you, great bodily harm. The judge, mandatory minimum, 15 years. What about mitigating circumstances? You weren't the one who was doing it, you were with some friends and somebody did this, they assaulted the cop and did this. It doesn't matter. Mandatory minimum, 15 years. Doesn't matter how many mitigating circumstances, how less serious, and I'm not saying it's not serious to assault somebody, how much less serious a crime might be, you are still forcing a mandatory minimum. 15 years, incidentally, is what Derek Chauvin is going to serve out of his 22-year thing, because the typical sentence in Minnesota, 1/3 of it's served outside of prison. So he, after all the aggravating circumstances, after slowly torturing somebody for 9.5 minutes, intending that, may not have been premeditated, but it was certainly meditated on for 9.5 minutes. And he will serve 15 years behind bars for that. And somebody can serve the same 15 years, and the judge has no choice, no matter how many mitigating circumstances. Mandatory minimums were a big problem. A lot of bad things we did a number of years ago. Minnesota, fortunately, not as much as some other states, but took years to get out of them. And I'll predict that the same thing that Senator Pratt's thankful for, that we're finally looking at felony murder, we should be someday looking at that and undoing these mandatory minimums. I'd argue that provision alone in this bill is enough reason to reject the bill. But I want to talk a little bit about the one issue that we've spent most of the day on, and that's policing issues. I don't think there's a member in this chamber who doesn't feel great sympathy and great concern and great, we can't let that happen again, to Officer Mattson. I don't think there's any one of us in here that don't have somebody, friends or relatives, who are police officers. And we know what their families go through. And we care about them. In saying that something that is pro-black lives is anti-police is offensive. So this is not anti-police, but we are missing a huge opportunity. The world, the entire world is watching. They know who George Floyd is, 38th in Chicago and South Minneapolis. They all recognize buildings there. The world's watching us last summer. Well, it was just a special session. We couldn't agree to anything significant. Passed some things. I thought it was so small of an amount, I voted against it. But this year we could have done something. But no, this year we couldn't have hearings in the Senate because it's a budget year. But again, to deal with something like Officer Mattson's thing, that's policy we could do because that's an urgency. And I'm not arguing it's not urgent. I do think that it's got some bad provisions in there, though. But what about the other things, pretextual stops? What about prohibiting officers from affiliating? Not being heavily involved members, but identifying with and affiliating with white supremacy groups. That's not all officers. I hope it's a tiny percentage. But they are officers out there who do. In a lot of the situations, I hope that when Philando Castile was killed in my district, I hope that the officer immediately after the killing was horrified at what happened. What did I just do? And at that point, under our judicial system, what do? But they lock up. They can never say anything, or it may mean more punishment. The Dante Wright killing. Oh, I thought it was a taser. I have a feeling that officer was horrified afterwards. That's why we got to get this stuff right. That's why these pretextual stops, stopping Dante Wright because he had something hanging from his mirror, and then he had an outstanding warrant, which Senator Dibble tried hard to fix right today. That's why it matters, because we have a lot of dead black men because of it. And I think maybe if the Senate held some real hearings on this, not hearings on riots that happened after George Floyd's killing, but hearings on these policing issues, we could have had some people come in and tell their stories. several of us have mentioned, both parties have mentioned how we've had good relationships with the police. When we're stopped, here's what they do. They ask for this, and we do this, and we go on our way. But again, the idea that somebody is hit 52 times, a 32-year-old, who there's no evidence they were a bad or horrific driver, that's outrageous. I think Senator Putnam mentioned he's friends or knows the St. Cloud police chief. The African-American man was pinned to the ground while he was driving to his niece's 16th birthday party. Police chief, he's scared of the police. That doesn't mean all police are bad. I don't think he'd say he himself is bad. I hope he doesn't think his officers are bad. But you got to understand something that those of us who are white, that we don't see that. And a lot of people here in this chamber don't seem to understand that. Don't understand that we don't worry about when we're stopped, we might not be going home tonight. When they come up to us, was I going over the speed limit? Did I have a light out or something? We don't worry we're not going to be going home. But every black parent tells their kids when they learn to drive, here's what you do if you're stopped. And they lecture them on it over and over and over. When my kids learned to drive, I didn't do that. And I don't want any of us to have to do that. I don't think all police officers are bad, and I don't want to get into what percentage are bad apples. But we got to have policies that avoid unnecessary stops and that don't make the explanation that, well, we're pulling somebody over because something's hanging from their mirror, and oh, they've got an outstanding warrant. Well, maybe it got mailed to the wrong address and they didn't know. But we're going to arrest them. When the guy who is understandably afraid of the police because of his skin color tries to get away, well, we're just going to tase him. But he's dead. And that happens over and over and over. And I know I can never understand it. Senator Clausen can never understand it. None of those of us who are white can ever understand it because it's not going to happen to us. But we've got to do better than this. And this bill, I think it's worth voting against this bill because it misses that opportunity again. And I don't know what the House put on the bill this afternoon, but I hope they put some good things on, and I hope the Senate will accept them and say, in the spirit of compromise, we realize that we don't understand all the truths about what's going on, but we're trying to do this right. And just because we didn't hear the bills doesn't mean we can't accept them, and we should accept them. And I hope that that will happen, and maybe we can take the bill back. When it comes back from the House, we take it, and maybe it'll have some good things in it, and maybe we can support it, though I think that mandatory minimum things make me leery about it no matter what. Thank you, and I urge your rejection of the bill.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Jasinski. Thank
you, Mr. President. I also want to thank Senator Limmer and his staff, especially Angela Cook and Linnea Michelson. The Eric Mattson portion, the Mattson-Strong bill, is referred in the bill. We've all worked long hours to get that in. As you well saw Eric and Megan here today, it was about what happens in the future. It's not about them. It's their desire to change the laws in Minnesota. So this is deterred, as Senator Limmer put it, deterrence is a big factor. So by including this language in the bill, it will show a strong deterrence that we should not try and kill our police officers and civil justice partners. So very, very important. In my community, law enforcement ranks very, very high in the public's eyes. But I will tell you, as I talk to my police officers, sheriffs, police chiefs, it's a tough time getting law enforcement into the profession now. They've been put in front of the media and looked down upon, and that is not fair to them. As someone said here today, I think 99% of our law enforcement are probably great officers. But as in any profession, there's always going to be 1% or 1.5% that are not. And we'll have to deal with those issues. But to have our officers, to have the support, to see the support of us, and that we support our police officers is very important. I want to thank my co-authors on the bill, especially Senator John Hoffman from across the aisle, who helped with the Mattson-Strong bill to get this into the bill. Senator Rosen as well, and there's many others. Don't have it here in front of me, but all the co-authors of the bill. I think it puts out a good word, good message to the people of Minnesota to support our law enforcement officers. I was also going to make comments this morning that I didn't. I just want to make a brief comment. I know it's been a long day for everybody. But as we speak right here on the floor today, there is a wake or a funeral happening for another law enforcement in my district, Officer Justin Hunt, who was a Rice County police officer that went on vacation with his family Wednesday of last week, went to bed at night and never woke up. Another police officer that is well respected in our community, and it's unfortunate that happened. But it shows our police officers that no matter what happens, we will support them. I know I do in my district, and my district does very, very much. So again, I want to thank Senator Limmer and all his staff for including the important portion, the Mattson-Strong language in this bill. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today. I'd like to speak about the bill. I will be voting against it, and I know I've already heard a number of people speak very eloquently about some of the reasons that I'm going to be voting against this bill, but I wanted to bring up a couple of points that I think are very important for this body to consider. One of the things that I took in after the murder of George Floyd as a former public defender and an attorney, a former colleague and former public defender posted an op-ed in which she had people go through and imagine and think through what would have happened to George Floyd had he lived. And if you haven't read it, I highly recommend it. I'm happy to send it to you if you'd like to take a look at it, because it's very illuminating. And what she ends up concluding is that probably, in all likelihood, George Floyd would be in prison right now. And if that sounds shocking to you, and if you don't understand how that could possibly be true, then you got a lot to learn about the criminal system in Minnesota. And again, I'm happy to send that to you. One of the things that she highlighted, in addition to the initial report from the Minneapolis Police Department, their initial account of what had happened, which in fact turned out to be totally false and not true, was a description by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, the initial complaint against Derek Chauvin. So the complaint against the person who murdered George Floyd, even in that complaint, the prosecutor described George Floyd's actions before he was murdered as actively resisting being handcuffed, not voluntarily getting into the squad car and struggling with officers. That's how you end up with a felony complaint of assault against a police officer. So in all likelihood, George Floyd would have woken up the next morning, if he had survived that encounter, with some serious medical issues, not really knowing what was going on or what had happened. And then he would have been put through the rigors of our criminal system. And I agree that in all likelihood, he would be in prison right now. One of the things that I was deeply impacted by, and am still deeply impacted by, in having watched the video of George Floyd's murder and leading up to it and the whole interactions of the people at that scene. One of the things that really stuck with me is that it wasn't just that a man was murdered. It was that a man was murdered by state officials, officials acting on behalf of the government. But what was so painful, I think, are the people who were forced to stand by helplessly and watch as a man was murdered right before their eyes. Now, later on, I saw a movie about the Holocaust, and there was a similar scene in that movie where the Nazis come into a neighborhood, and you never know what they're going to do. They might drag people away, they might beat people up, so everybody's scared, but they make everyone come out, and they brutalize somebody. And part of the brutalization, part of the purpose of it, is to terrorize the community, to make you watch them brutalize the person, and that you can do nothing about it. Part of the cruelty and the trauma and the brutality of that is knowing that you can't do anything. Those people begging those police officers, 4 police officers on the scene, begging them to stop. And just remember, we wouldn't have known. We wouldn't have even known about this if it weren't for a quick thinking teenage girl who started filming the whole thing. But what that tells us is there was a community already in trauma from their interactions with law enforcement for decades. How many George Floyds were there in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s? You know, we're going to be going back, and there's going to be more and more reckoning around that as we look back through those records. But that community knows. There's a reason that when George Floyd was dealing with those officers, that people started gathering around and watching and asking questions, and that they didn't just walk by, because they knew that that was dangerous. They knew that George Floyd was in danger because they knew from things they had seen in their neighborhood. They knew from things that had happened to family members and friends. Members, this is not a bad apple problem. This is a systems problem. And the system is on us. So I hope you'll understand when I say that although there are some good things in this bill, and we've heard about those good things, to me, what this bill represents, Mr. President, is a betrayal, a profound and deep betrayal of the communities who have been oppressed by law enforcement and by our systems, by our criminal system that we have set up and maintained. It's a betrayal of those communities. Last summer, when George Floyd was murdered and the whole community rose up, we experienced a historic uprising. It wasn't just a protest, right? It wasn't. It wasn't just unrest. It was a revolution. It was a revolution that started right here in Minneapolis, in the Twin Cities, in Minnesota, in our community. A reckoning that then caught fire and passed all around the world. That reckoning demands that we look at our systems and make the changes that we need to make for true public safety. True public safety. And members, if you think that you're going to achieve public safety or justice by increasing penalties, ramping up more aspects of the drug war, no, I mean, after all these decades of running this formula, you'd think that you'd know better. We're going to get more people in our jails. And as we heard from Senator Torres Ray, the majority of those people in our jails are going to be people of color and poor people. It's so unjust. So unjust. There's so much injustice in our criminal system and in the way that we do law enforcement. And the failure of leadership within this body and within our government in Minnesota to answer this moment in a meaningful way is just so profoundly disappointing. People were disappointed last year, I can say, as not having been a member of this body last year. People were disappointed that the only thing that this body and the legislature and our government had to offer were some kind of small, tweaky, incremental reform measures. But it was promised to the people of Minnesota that we'll be coming with more. But then as we all know, we didn't even have hearings in this body about those critical reform measures that we needed to hear. Not even hearings. Well, the people of Minnesota will make us answer for this failure of leadership. And I certainly hope, as my colleague Senator Marty stated, that when this bill comes back to us, it will give us some hope. But this bill, as it stands right now, is a betrayal. It's appalling, actually. And I would be embarrassed to vote for it. I'm embarrassed that this is what has been produced in the face of this reckoning and this revolution that we've been at the center of. We need to do much, much better to answer this moment and to be accountable to the people of Minnesota.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to talk briefly about 2 points. In my district, my largest law enforcement agency totals 24 uniformed officers. In my home county, there's a force of 11 that provides law enforcement for 12 townships, 8 cities, part of a 9th, one unincorporated community. As I have stated on the floor before, our law enforcement situation is different in my district than it is in the metro area. Actually, in some of our communities in the metro area, law enforcement department probably is larger than the total number of law enforcement officers in my entire district. And I've had them say to me, thank you for not selling us down the river with the problems that exist with a few. You see, law enforcement in my communities is basically a community effort, a community outreach program. And I understand things are different in rural Minnesota. They don't have the number of people to deal with on a daily basis. On a percentage basis, we don't have the same level of crime, although it does exist. And yet, every time we have a problem with law enforcement, or there's been a mistake made, we first go to, let's pass another law. Let's make all these changes. Let's force everyone to do something differently. And we never think about how practical those changes are for every department. And so we just go ahead and pass a law, apply it to everybody, not really caring what the net effect is. And the other thing I want to comment on is we have heard a lot of discussion this afternoon about the failure. The question I have is what about the failure of society in general? When did regard for life become discounted to the extent that you would have a police officer consider keeping a knee on a shoulder and neck of an individual who is in handcuffs? That you would have gang members roaming through the streets, shooting indiscriminately, killing young children in the yard as they play? That you would have an individual come up to an officer and shoot him in the head? My friends, that's where the true failure lies. I don't mean to get all preachy on you tonight, but that is where the true problem lies. We don't want to talk about those type of things very much in public anymore. Sometimes I'm not sure even our churches want to talk about some of those issues in public anymore. But the reality of it is this: when that disregard of life is promoted within society, when there's talk about the killing of the unborn or the killing shortly after they're born, we have just discounted life. The reality of it is, as elected officials, we all deserve some of that blame, because far too often we are not willing to stand up and to defend life. We are not willing to stand up and defend those who have nothing to say or have no ability to defend themselves. And so I thank you, Senator Limmer, for chairing this committee and for producing this bill. Are there some things in here that people don't like? Well, that's pretty obvious. I've never seen a bill yet that I have voted for or against that didn't have some good things and didn't have some things that maybe I wasn't real enthused about. But at the end of the day, I think it's time to recognize that until we change the view and the attitude of society, we will be faced with the problems that we have encountered in these past couple of years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a good friend of mine once said, if you could be one thing, you should be efficient. So I will be efficient. So first of all, I just wanted to thank Senator Limmer and the staff for all the hard work they put in. They've been just machine here, putting this together, organizing the hearings, the committee, and it's really meant a lot to a number of people, the good job, the good work that they've been doing. So first of all, I'd like to just thank you all for the work that you've been doing. Secondly, I just want to bring attention to two things. Number one is the increase that you've brought to the court system, the judicial system. A lot of dollars needed there to catch up from the aftermath of the pandemic, so appreciate that. And the other thing I really do appreciate is the forfeiture reform. It's not very often that you can bring together groups like the ACLU and the Americans for Prosperity into one room, and they're both nodding their heads. So thank you for including that provision. I know there's more to be done in forfeiture reform, but this was a good piece put in there, and I really appreciate what you've done in this bill. So I will be supporting the bill and voting green. Thank you.
Final discussion, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I too rise to thank Senator Limmer and his staff. I know how he's toiled on this bill throughout the last several weeks and even before. It's a great bill, Senator Limmer. I think that you have every right to feel proud of it. I'm proud to vote for it today. I want to, though, members, just go back a couple of years, and there's a little bit of history to some of what's in this bill, and that surrounds former Senator Jerry Ralph, who came to this body in 2019 and proposed to it the idea of a look back at the criminal sexual conduct statutes within our framework of our state laws and put together a study group formed of prosecutors, judges, law enforcement, and so on and so forth. They went to work on looking at those statutes, and they came forth with a report. That report was codified into a bill. That bill, 1863, came to me earlier this session. Honored to carry it on Jerry's behalf. But it did a lot of good things, several good things. We've all talked about the making rape of a voluntarily intoxicated individual a crime. It wasn't before. It's a huge item, a loophole which existed in law. This took care of it. The idea of increasing penalties, sexual conduct issues related to youth and related to people in nursing homes and so on and so forth. A great big deal. And then, of course, the whole idea of sexual extortion. People in power using that power to extort sex out of individuals. That's a new crime in Minnesota. It's a new crime because it's in Senator Limmer's bill. I'll just go on a little bit. Another idea that came to me, again, a couple of years ago, I believe it was, Matthew's Law. Matthew Klaus was a young man in Rochester who lost his life serving our citizenry as a confidential informant. Unfortunately, that experience took his life, but through this all, we've got some new model policies putting together within the framework of this bill that will be used by all police departments across Minnesota on into the future, and perhaps prevent future confidential informants from going the way that certainly Matthew did, and we remember him today as we pass this bill. Also, earlier this session, I was approached by a friend, a longtime friend, that had experienced sexual abuse as a young man, predator. That predator's long since passed, but nonetheless, through this bill and through the efforts of Senator Limmer and others, we're going to take and eliminate the statute of limitations on this. So if you're a predator out there, as this bill passes, you are no longer protected by the statute of limitations. You are there and you are subject to certainly prosecution. But lastly, Senator Limmer, I want to thank you again on my behalf, on behalf of all the citizens I represent. I think of our Dodge County Sheriff, Scott Rose, and all his deputies that work so hard every day. Sheriff Kevin Torgumson in Olmsted County and his fine group, and all the good work that they do for our citizenry. Chief Jim Franklin, the Rochester Police Department, and all his police officers, they do a magnificent job where I live, and all of them. We're proud of them. They protect and serve, and today we honor them by the passage of this bill. And so Senator Limmer and all involved, thank you for a lot of good work. Let's move this bill on, and let's make sure that this law, this bill, goes forward and is duly approved and passed as it should be. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my Democratic colleagues who have worked all day to bring to this bill what was left out. I'm downtrodden, I'm sad, I'm remiss, or I'm feeling bad about what we could have done this session and we didn't, and I apologize to my constituents of color who were hoping that we could make some reasonable changes around our justice system. I'm not near as eloquent as my colleagues who are behind me, Senator Marty and Senator McEwen, but I do want to say that several times today in our amendments, we've tried to offer up simple fixes or opportunities to pass higher standards for police officers, to allow them to alter their behavior or membership in different organizations, to remove opportunities for conflict, to advocate for those people who are not as privileged as we are who may have missed a court date, etc. And over again, we were told no. When I campaign, I'll be called anti-police. I'll be accused of wanting to defund the police, none of which is true. I'm very pro-police, and that's what I'm sad about. I'm sad that everybody in my community doesn't share the same beautiful calmness of dealing with the police. I have had the police at my house several times for nothing really, but the fact that I feel like I can always call the police, that I feel like I've told my children, if you get lost, you find a police person. I mean, there's been so many times in my 56 years that I have interacted with the police, and it's every single time been positive. I take that for granted, and I wish that everybody could take that for granted as well, but the truth is they can't. There's many people who don't share that same freedom of positive interactions. And I draw a similarity to being, let's say you're in a relationship. My husband and I have been married 26 years. I have complete trust in him. He loves to hunt and fish. You know, when he goes away, I don't even think about it. I mean, there's absolute 100% trust that he will be doing what he's telling me he's doing, that he's not having an affair or anything like that, and I know he feels the same thing about me. I have a friend whose husband had an affair and they patched their marriage up. She doesn't have that same freedom, and I take for granted that calm that I can enjoy on a weekend, not even thinking about it. It is much the same as the calm I feel when I drive in the evening or when I approach a police officer for help. And we need to keep working for everybody to have that same calmness that they can take for granted. One last thing I just want to talk about, even Senator Weber talked about a few bad apples, and I cannot tolerate us allowing for bad apples in our police force anymore. I am a professional engineer. My license relies on me to police the profession. We don't have bad engineers who decide to just ignore the standards and design bridges that might fall down. We don't have bad engineers that decide to screw around with signal timing just for the fun of it. That would be unethical, and I would have to report them. They'd lose their license and they could no longer do that work. In fact, we have the same standards for teachers and doctors and lawyers. There's no other profession I can think about that we tolerate a few bad apples. And when we're talking about policing, the stakes are very high. Tolerating a few bad apples around policing? Come on. I stood here and tried to get us to at least study professional liability insurance, and it was a resounding failure. Derek Chauvin had 18 disciplinary actions or complaints against him, some very serious. And you know what happened? Nothing. He just kept being a police. In fact, he was a trainer. If I, as an engineer, had 18, if I had one disciplinary action against me, I would lose my license and I would no longer be designing anything. So we need to really look at that. We tried over and over again today to interject some very common sense, very basic protections for both citizens and the police. Again, I want to say loud and clear, I love my police in Minnetonka. Every interaction I've had with them has been positive, and what I wish for every citizen of Minnesota is that they can have that same calm, and they know if they call the police, it's going to be a positive interaction. Sadly, we did not accomplish that today, and I too will be voting no. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This has been a very full discussion today, which is fitting. You know, when we are talking about the basic issues of our justice system and our public safety, those are some of the most fundamental issues facing Minnesotans in any year, but certainly as we've discussed in this year in particular. I can tell this is going to be one of those days that I really remember. You have that short list in your head, and this is going to be one of those days I remember because this time is so critical. As I've listened and I've sort of absorbed what's going on, I've been looking around in our chamber, as I sometimes do. This place to me is incredibly special and beautiful and inspirational. And one of the things that I've always appreciated here are the principles, the values that are in the four corners. And three of them are justice, freedom, and equality. And those kind of caught my eye today. And as we've had this discussion about the experiences of Minnesotans in dealing with public safety, and I think about those principles, if we are to open our minds, open our eyes, open our hearts to hear our neighbors, Black Minnesotans, friends, family, colleagues, people of color, far too often we hear that they do not feel safe, and far too often, in fact, are not safe in their own communities. And so if that is the case, if we are to believe their experience, which I believe we should, this is broken. That is a fundamental inequality when it comes to justice and freedom. These three principles here in the corners. And as Americans and as elected leaders in the state of Minnesota, if we have a fundamental equality in the issues of justice and freedom, that requires a response. It requires an urgent response. It doesn't require, let's think about it, let's wait till it's a policy year. It requires an urgent response. As we've discussed this over weeks, unfortunately not enough over the months, I know that some hear the experiences from our neighbors and they know that those experiences are real and that they need real solutions, but from others we hear that they think, and sometimes they even say, that it's really actually not a real issue, and that frankly to bring it up is just dividing us, as if the issue itself isn't a problem. We're Minnesotans. When someone passes away, we bring a hot dish. When it snows, we help shovel a driveway. We care fundamentally about our neighbors. And if our neighbors face some sort of serious risk, we step to it. Well, Minnesotans, we are hearing that our neighbors feel that there is a risk, and we should absolutely rush to help, as we would to the neighbors in the next house. I know everybody loves to talk about process, but hates to talk about process. But we know that process matters for a reason. We really actually understand that here because we live it every day. And in our process, that is why we need to invite Minnesotans here to tell their stories, to tell their experiences, so that we can hear it firsthand and truly appreciate it. And in the Senate, that means hearings, literally hearings, testimony. That also provides the forum for the facts and the evidence and the information so that we can make the good decisions, so that we can respond to the urgent challenges that our neighbors are facing. Now, some of those facts, as we've said, and I want to get this on the record, in my community, I am so grateful for the leadership of our public safety departments, our police departments. It is not perfect. They acknowledge it is not perfect, but they are engaged with community. They are listening to community. They are providing platforms. They are inviting people in to tell their stories so that they can be responsive. Because there have been too many stories from people in my community who have had experiences as Black men being stopped and having the experience of driving while Black. So we know that leaders in policing care and want to make changes and invite changes, because that's why they took those jobs. We've talked about, Senator Johnson Stewart talked about the bad apples. That is a phrase that keeps being used. One of the things that has frustrated me, and this has come up a lot since May of 2020 when George Floyd was murdered, people forget the rest of that saying. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. That's the system. The barrel is the system. Facts and hearings. Senator Uyghur is here. When he was the chair of the Education Committee, he would always hold really valuable informational hearings during interim. And he would bring in usually teachers of the year to talk about, former teachers of the year to talk about important issues. And I remember very clearly one of them was on the achievement gap and discussing disparities in our schools. And one of our former colleagues, in discussing this issue, said, "I don't see color, I just see people." And there is a fabulous teacher, former teacher of the year, African American, who had been there talking about the value of having teachers who look like the students they are teaching in our schools, a conversation that we've all fully embraced now, and I'm so glad we're going to be talking about that in our education bill with a great response. But this wonderful teacher, when she heard that, "I don't see color," said, well, just calmly, kindly, she said, "You've probably never been followed around in a Target." It's one of those moments when you recognize that not everybody has the same experiences. There's data that you can talk about in a lot of different settings. Again, a lot of my time has been spent in the world of education. I will never forget when I heard that 3- and 4-year-old black preschoolers are suspended from preschool. Let's think about that. Suspended from preschool at least 3 times the rate of their white peers. I'm sorry, anybody who's ever spent time with 3- to 4-year-olds, that's not about them. That's about the adults. Like millions of other mothers around the world, I was torn apart when I heard George Floyd call for his mama. We can all relate to that at some level, and we all did. But what I can't really relate to, and this has been referred to by others, as the mother of a white young man, I have privilege here, is the talk that parents of black children have to have when their children begin driving, because they know far too often, because they hear it in their communities from friends, family members, themselves, that there are disparities in the way that black drivers are stopped, and those encounters can go tragically wrong. In light of all that, I want to point to the 4th principle that is in this room, and that is courage. We need to have the courage to listen to others, to hear them, to hear their stories, to hear their experiences, to realize that our systems, not limited to, but including public safety and policing, do not deliver the equal justice and freedom. We need to have the courage to say black lives do in fact really matter. And we need to, as senators and members of the Minnesota legislature, enact policy that delivers on that reality that black lives matter. There are a lot of great things in this bill. That is an understatement. But fundamentally, Senate File 7 lacks the courage to meet this moment when Minnesotans are asking us to make these changes and to lead. This is an important time. It is incredibly frustrating. I don't have words for how frustrating it is. Senator McEwen was right. She wasn't here, but she heard it. I was there when after we passed those initial measures last summer, and we said this is a first step, we're going to keep doing the work. And to not have had hearings, to not have brought Minnesotans in during this incredible time of real understanding for so many white Minnesotans about the experiences of black Minnesotans and people of color. That is just a tremendous failure. And members, another thing I was thinking about that I hope we will take with us as we finish this particular special session and look ahead to the work that remains. Every single day, we put our hands on our hearts and we take a pledge of allegiance to the Republic for liberty and justice for all. We haven't done that right now. That's why I can't support this bill. But I hope we will all hold that closely and continue this work because we are far from done. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for a long day. This has been a good conversation. Conversations are oftentimes difficult, but nevertheless, they're good to have. I am not planning on making too much of a comment because we will be meeting later in the event that the House passes the bill. I'll be making final comment then. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank our committee staff. This has been a long session regarding this bill. I wanted to thank our committee administrator, Angela Cook, our caucus researcher, Linnea Michelson, Chris Turner, our nonpartisan researcher regarding fiscal matters, Priya Premo, who is our researcher, non-partisan researcher in the civil law area, and Mr. Ken Backus, our criminal justice expert as a nonpartisan staff. I'm going to be holding my comments for later, if and when we get this to a final position. But nevertheless, I want to thank you all for this very lively debate. And so, Mr. President, I move that Senate File Number 7 be laid on the table.
On the Limmer motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions will revert to messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation and report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 9 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee so adopted. Senate File Number 9, a bill for an act relating to state government establishing a biennial budget for Department of Employment and Economic Development. Senate File Number 9 is herewith returned to the Senate. Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
There's no action required on that message. Next, remaining under motions and resolutions, we'll move to the 8th order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. Listed in today's introduction addendum is Senate File 70. This Senate file is given its first reading and referred as indicated. Next, we'll move to the 9th order of business, motions and resolutions. We have an author's motion to be read by the Secretary.
Senator Draheim moves that the name of Senator Curran be added as co-author to Senate File Number 16.
On the author's motion read by the Secretary, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Before we go to Senator Johnson, Senator Limmer, for a motion to recess, are there any announcements? I believe the tax committee is going to be meeting after session. I'm not exactly sure what time, so keep any tax committee members, please keep an eye on your email. Any other announcements? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to recess to the call of the President. I have been instructed to tell you to keep an eye on your emails for any more details. And we'll be getting an announcement up. I do not have a time specific, so you'll have to watch emails. We're waiting for messages from the House, and I do believe we have a number of other bills that we may be considering later tonight.
Senator Limmer moves that the Senate recess to the call of the President. As he said, we are waiting for the House to take some action on bills, and once they take that action, we will be coming back into session. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just spoke with the tax chair, and she said 45 minutes after our adjournment, the tax committee will be meeting.
Thank you. Senator Limmer renews his motion that the Senate recess to the call of the President. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senate is in recess.